Yeah. Hasan Piker blames Israel for October 7 at Qatar's Web Summit. True. Okay. Yeah. Stand by that. But also, hold on. Where is it? Where was it? I lost it. God damn it. All right, let's just shut this shit off real quick. I love that these guys also say like a very popular Twitch streamer. Like they always have to glaze me too, because most people in their audience don't know who the guy. I'm making waves, stumping for Abdul El Sayed. That's coming up soon. Why are we whispering? I don't know. I talk like this now. This is just how it is. Brace is writing a book. Oy vey. No, not Brace. But Brace should write a book, honestly. He's an incredible writer. He is very funny. But where was I? What was I talking about? Yeah. So stop trying to identify who I was talking to about a book, okay? Jesus Christ. Why do you always do this? I'm just going to not tell you. I'm not going to reveal anything. So it came out that I'm stumping for Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Obviously, that's a big deal. Apparently, I didn't know that it was going to be a big deal. I've been promoting candidates over and over again, but it is what it is. Oh, Rick Scott's bummed out again. That's so funny. Next time Democrats pick their latest radical spokesperson, they should do their homework. This guy urges followers like me and celebrated Charlie Kirk. Is that really who Dems want representing them? First time I saw Brace on your stream, I clutched my pearls, but that dude is hilarious and so smart. Yes, if I have good friends that I consistently keep up with, know that they're good peoples. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so yeah, not much going on. I worked out this morning, had a bunch of different things going on. But yeah, I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know. Coming to you live from New York City, aka Mom Downtown, where DOT's been fixing all of our roads from lots of snow. Just wanted to share some positive news. Yeah, I saw that. He's filling all the holes, baby.
It's 2.5K.
What is this? John Kiriakou said that the collab is still happening. Yeah, I mean, hopefully. We'll see. I live in Michigan, but Abdul's campaign isn't breaking through. Why is that? I don't know. I think like CPC style politicking is like smart money is going to McMorrow, McMorrow. So, oh wow, it's heating up. The Politico playbook tossed my name in the ring, and it said first in playbook, third way slams Piker. Hasan Piker's plan to stump for Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed is first reported in playbook this morning. Has some centrist Democrats up in arms. Playbook's Adam Wren reports it is morally repugnant and strategically self-defeating for Democrats like Abdul El Sayed and members of Congress like Summer Lee to cozy up to anti-Semitic extremists like Hasan Piker. Third way President Jonathan Cowan told Playbook in a statement, anyone eager to campaign with Hasan Piker is at best comfortable overlooking his anti-Semitic and anti-American extremism and at worst endorsing it, Cowan continued. After voters in critical battlegrounds like Michigan believed in 2024 the Democrats were the more radical party, embracing extreme bigots like Piker, who for starters called religious Jews inbred, and said, by the way, I love that this quote has like taken a life of its here. It's taken a totally separate life of its own. It was, I said the settler terrorists that were literally the settler terrorists that were denying aid, like that were destroying aid at the point of delivery, were inbred, which it's a common.
I don't think that's it's.
Hold on. Oh, this is the one. Boom.
I'll give you the pass on that one.
No, I mean, I call them Republicans inbred all the time.
No,
what do you mean? Like, what am I?
They're psychos. They're acting like freaks.
I'm sorry.
You're not doing it because they're religious Jews. You're doing it because they're psychopaths.
Yeah, like I don't have any. I have much love for Neto Ricarda and like all the.
Also, whoa, hold on. There's a really great whopper that you didn't get to yet in that paragraph.
I didn't get to. Anyone eager to campaign with Hasan Piker is at best comfortable overlooking his anti-Semitic and anti-American extremism, and at worst endorsing it. Cowan continued after voters in critical battlegrounds like Michigan believed in 2024 the Democrats were the most. Wait, I didn't even blast off, by the way. I'm just like diving right into it. We got right into the action. Let me blast off real quick, and then I'll read the rest of this quote. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Also, urgent Bloomberg report saying that the Pentagon report the Ford aircraft carrier is suffering problems far deeper than the effects of a fire in the laundry room.
Let's go. Called it. I said it on stream yesterday. I want my flowers.
You did.
Give me my flowers.
You did.
Flowers, please. Flowers. Yeah, that's like I don't know what to tell you. A fire I don't start it in a laundry room can obviously get out of control Like they say, what was it? The Chicago fire started because a cow kicked over a lamp in a barn. Like I get it, but that seemed weird. That one seemed weird. God, that feels good.
Yeah. Anyway, hold on. I just blasted off. Order given, 82nd Airborne deploying to the region. Hell yeah, baby. Don't worry. I already put it on the blast off. Like clockwork all over the timeline. Yeah, Trey Easton was mad too.
Trey Easton?
Yeah. Like these
Trey Easton, who has
these
like
no motion ass.
I was about to say
Democratic consultants.
Trey Easton, who's like Mr. like loves.
He should be Trey Weston, dude.
He's just such a.
He should change his direction.
Well, he also he loves to pop off about stuff that is just like very easy to come back. Like he was like, oh, we need to have like a common sense national security. We need to have all this, that, and the other. And then it's like, okay, let me look at what your employer has said about national security. And it's like, oh, wait, you've been around for a year and a half and you have no policy positions on this stuff. Like the only thing that you give up about is like playing the centrist political game and dressing it up as being the only rational people in the room. Adam Gentleson, fraud watch. Trey Easton, fraud watch. No motion, no game. It's over. Just
they
stop.
never attack him this much before he started to get more directly involved in Democratic policies. They've also been attacking AIPAC Tracker all week incidentally. I see this as a sign that they're being effective. Yeah. They are. Noah's leaving. Noah's running away. Noah is angrily running away. He doesn't want to be associated. He doesn't want the blowback. He doesn't want blowback to be associated with dangerous anti-Semites. But yeah. Here, we're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. We're blasting off. Dangerous anti-American, anti-Semitic radical. What is this? You replied to this tweet, but who the f are these guys? It's Michael Moynihan. He's such a... I said, get off my dick, Michael. Holy shit, we get it. You're a libertarian. Go do something about American empire, you state asset. He's just like, he hates me. I know because he talked to Brace about me too. He literally is one of these weirdos who just like constantly is like, oh, I'm actually a consistent principled libertarian. And as a consistent principled libertarian, my number one resentment is Hasan. Stupid. Yeah. Anyway, Glenn Greenwald defended you from that tweet. I know. Glenn Greenwald, the only libertarian. And even then, he just still does this bullshit where it's like, yeah, there's reasonable criticism. Like what? Like what? That I'm rich? Shut up. Yeah, I got drip, man. What the f is this argument? The only libertarian I respect is Matthew Petty. That's it. Well, actually, that's not true. I really like the Cato guys on the immigration stuff too. They've really popped off.
Yeah, I mean
they've been there. They've been there for a long time.
Well,
too.
They're like committed. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't. I worked with Michael briefly. I don't know him too well. I don't want to claim otherwise, but I think it was interesting that he used to do journalism and now he does this. Like
yeah.
It's I think. It's a career whose achievements speak for themselves.
Yeah. Oh, so Gavin Newsom did an insane.
Oh yeah, Gavin Newsom, Dreamboat Gav decided to just self-immolate. And that's what I don't understand. Is like, what does he think he's running for primary? Is he running for like the 2008 Democratic primary, like 1996 Democratic primary? Like Did he just like Rip Van Winkle it and suddenly he's here and he doesn't know what the f is going on? He doesn't know that, everyone hates Israel.
Dude, it's because these guys literally don't sit in any rooms other than ones that are just completely captured by corporate interests and like foreign interests. You know what I mean? Like it's just they do not encounter normal human beings ever. Like they do not encounter a voter.
You're saying, wait, hold on. You're telling me French Laundry Gav.
Yeah, it's just that's what it is. One upside. Oh, yeah. Ryan has been pissed off as well. But, oh, God, Matt Duss. Is he still coming on stream after this? I don't know. I don't even give a shit, to be honest. But what a lot of these guys don't understand is that, like, the Republicans actually actively yelling at me and yelling at Abdul El-Sayed is not going to work. It's going to have the negative. It's going to work in the exact opposite, where it negatively polarizes the base, and it makes the base tune in to the candidate that they're attacking because they see it as like a point of fear. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing that the Republicans are doing this. Of course, it's a little different when it's like centrist Democrats running along with these narratives as well. But yeah, Crystal Ball said Hasan derangement syndrome is out of control. Thankful that he and others made the choice to go to Cuba in an attempt to shine a light on the monstrous crimes of our government is committing in our names. People who are more concerned about a shirt or his hotel than the innocence we are with our cruel blockade have completely lost their moral compass.
I mean, I think it's also just like everybody wants to talk about this because it's just a lot easier than talking about the actual like cruel inhumanity of the policy. And besides, that's boring. That's like, oh wait, people suffering, that's boring and gay. It's actually like,
No, it's
just silly.
We were talking about this last night. It's like this morning.
Michael Moynihan once got paid to go interview people about things that went on in their lives and the reality in which they inhabited, and now he like yaps about shit on Twitter all day. Like I don't know what to say. Way it goes.
Hasan Piker, very popular political streamer who is an anti-Semitic streak. That's an understatement. Will be speaking at major political rallies in Michigan with a Senate candidate and member of Congress.
Oh, well, Gabby Deutsch is a stupid streak, so.
Yeah, Gabby Deutsch, Jewish insiders coming hard, dude. Every single.
You mean UAE? You mean UAE insider?
Okay, dude, I can't. I disavow this guy. He's Jewish, and that's why I'm disavowing him, because I'm an anti-Semite. But yeah, it's. I've realized that if I have you or Felix next to me, I'm always like half of those clip moments are
they're because one of us is here. Well, that was like when what was it? And then there was the time when Ethan kept calling me Felix, or vice versa. I forget.
Yeah. This was the article opinion. Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker.
But again, it's like there's not like a. Like, all right, keep doing it. Like, I at this point, I say, like, as the person not the subject of all this, I say, bring it the fuck on. Mainly because it's like, okay, dig in on being on the losing side of like a 90-10 issue.
Yeah.
Across both parties.
Unbelievable.
Like, you people are morons.
It's unbelievable. And they're doing it to someone who unironically spends a good deal of time. So much so that people are like, all right, bro, we get it. You know what I mean? Like, even Kyle Kalinske was like, dude, stop throat clearing every time you have to talk about Israel by explaining over and over again that you're not an anti-Semite, that you combat anti-Semitism. It's just like the person they're coming after is actively advocating against anti-Semitism. It blows my mind. What is this? What do you want? Gavin Newsom says he looks like Batman. Is that what you're saying?
Patrick Bateman.
Or Patrick Bateman. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. He's being weird. He's being a weirdo. These well-funded campaigns against you literally only have like 3 out of context quotes. Like all these freaks are banking on people just accepting what they say and not looking into it. Yeah, most people are not looking into it anyway, right? Most people are not looking into it. But the reality is most people don't care, because most people, when they hear that, they go, oh, this guy's an anti-Semite. Oh, you guys say that about every single person that's anti-Israel. That is the attitude, right?
Also, it's like really hard to take that allegation seriously when there are people who just like love going around and being like, oh, well, you're being very Jewish today or whatever. Like, there are people out there who like do and say and conform to all of like the they behave like anti-Semites. They sound like they wouldn't have been out of picture in the 1920s. It's just that actually, like, the definition of anti-Semitism here is, as it has been, is like, no, it's that you dislike Israel and the Israeli government.
Yeah. Ugh, it's so annoying. My mom barely knows who I am. She does give a fuck about you. What does that even mean, dude? Yeah, it's like Joe Wall. And this is how Democrats lose Middle America. Yeah, dude, Middle America, famously in tune with the needs of Israel.
Also, like Joe Walsh, famously in tune with anything. Like, yeah. Tea Party politician turned never Trump has-been, who like only exists on social media to comment on a political system that has completely passed him by. Like, good luck.
Yeah.
Cling to that relevancy raft.
Yeah. So
good luck.
I mean, this is the big initial story of the day. We'll start off here before we get to situation monitoring. Okay. Obviously, we're live. We're alive. We're blasting off. Let the people know. Epstein Fury, Iran, Israel, energy strikes, Trump market manipulation, ice ages at airports, no blockade. Republicans mad at me for hanging with Abdul al-Sayed, and yeah, and more. Lol, I just got here and I thought I accidentally clocked the VOD yesterday. Didn't expect 2 days of Noah. Yeah, no, he's here. Every stream is now Chad is just permanently posting every single tweet talking about Hasan that they can find. What an end to the cycle of this. Yeah, except this time it's in fucking Politico, dummy. It's not just like quote unquote drama.
Yeah, it is like kind of weird how this like went from like like a few days ago. I was like saying to you over text, like just like it's not that big of it. Like you don't have to like deal with this. And at that time, I didn't think so because it was just like a bunch of people like being annoying on the internet. But because Twitter is the assignment editor for the mainstream media, because editors at all sorts of prestigious and credible publications have lost the capacity to think for themselves, they see a bunch of people chatting about this and they decide, well, you know what? We're going to take some of the people whom we pay full salaries to, and we're going to dedicate resources to finding out why exactly people are so mad that Hasan Piker wore a shirt to Cuba.
Yeah. So it starts off with Third Way slamming me, or it starts off with Adam Wren talking about how I'm stumping for Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed. It's a first. I didn't even realize, right? I didn't realize that was a first for me because I've leaned into candidates and worked alongside them with fairly regular frequency, from Zoran Mamdani to numerous others. And I guess I just have never really done like a campaign spot, right? So that was a first technically. Dr. Jihad on the campaign run. So anyone eager to campaign with Hasan Piker, Third Way's response is at best comfortable overlooking his anti-Semitic and anti-American extremism, and at worst endorsing it. Cowan continued, the guy who wrote the Wall Street Journal op-ed. After voters in critical battlegrounds like Michigan believed in 2024 that the Democrats were the more radical party embracing extreme bigots like Piker, who for starters is called religious Jews inbred, and said America deserved 9/11, is not only dangerous and wrong, but antithetical to the urgent work of winning over the middle and defeating Trumpism.
Now you get to the whopper.
Leaders of the center-left think tank in a recent Washington Post op-ed called Piker anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic, and argued that Democrats have become too cozy with him. I've read that already on the article.
I think the center left think tank is doing a little bit of water carrying for them because I would love to know the number of registered Democrats in this country on a proportionate basis who would agree with like that assessment if presented with the information. I think that Third Way is like their job is like Third Way exists so that it can be described by political reporters as center left, even though the only thing left facing that those people probably do is like turning out of their driveway.
Yeah. El Sayed, the spokesperson, declined to comment. Third Way's lost the argument in the eyes of a lot of Democratic Party's base. Piker told Playbook, we can have a debate on how much influence they already had amongst the base in general, but they're losing their institutional relevance as well. Third Way has said they will spend $50 million to make sure the Democratic Party elects a combative centrist in 2028.
$50 million.
Yeah. All this
who could use $50 million?
All this does is make like what?
Hasan, you know who could use $50 million?
What, me?
No, people of Cuba.
Yeah, I mean, saying, that's true.
Considering this has been their fucking attitude about you the last few days, why don't you take that $50 million and do something other than light it on fire in political advertisements and consultant fees and give it to people who need it? I thought that was the whole fucking line that those guys had.
I think they're trying to do to you what conservatives did to Fuentes in 2022 after the Trump dinner, but it obviously didn't work. Yeah, also, there's a major difference. I'm not a fucking anti-Semite. Okay? I'm not like a hate monger. So you can try to present me out of context or like show moments where I'm like I'm exaggerating or moments where I'm attempting a joke that you literally rob the context of and then make it seem like I'm sincerely saying certain things. But at the end of the day, there's a very big difference between someone like Nick Fuentes and someone like myself. I don't shelter you from my perspective. I tell you what my views are. Okay? I tell you what my fucking views are all the goddamn time. I'm an anti-Zionist. 400 like tweets. Surely they have clout with the Dems. It doesn't matter. These things add up. It shows up in people's fucking timelines. That's the reason why the New York Times wrote an entire article. That's the reason why the New York Times wrote an entire article about the flotilla. And I couldn't believe it that the article was actually just about, the shirt I was wearing and shit. It was fucking ridiculous. Do you understand? Like, because as Noah also was pointing out, as someone who's been around the block and worked at Vice and whatnot, he knows how these stories are written. Like people who choose which direction they want to take with these articles are still looking at Twitter, and it's a right-wing shithole, and that actually does frame their perspective a little bit.
And I would add also that like it's really difficult when we now have like when we have this like contemporary flavor of right wing, Twitter shithole, whatever, and it collides with these specific issues on foreign policy, on the places where American media, the American political establishment, and the American people are, as categories, all pretty ignorant, and the capacity for nuance, the capacity to introduce a perspective that exists outside of the previously defined parameters of discourse or whatever, it's something that they naturally reject. And so it's a lot easier. It is simpler to have a conversation about your t-shirt than to actually weigh the evidence of the question of what is the impact of American policy on these people, and does that suggest something about what the political incentives might be for people in this country to do about it? And instead it becomes a referendum on the behavior of you, or the fucking just a complete like a referendum on the behavior of the Cuban government, even though it's our policy that's the thing that you're trying to bring attention to in the first place.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I do take it one step further. Like, I think that as far as like governments go, like the Cuban government is nowhere near as repressive as like even Iran. And you know what my perspective is on Iran, especially with like our much more violent actions now.
I mean, but this is the comparison.
It's not even a thing.
Cuba's been at war for 60 years. They've been at war for 60 years.
They've been at war for 60 years, and even in spite of that, like their repression is like not even their repression. Like the way that they dealt with the protests took place. That's like a big point, right? It was like a first in Cuban history since the Cuban Revolution, where like a lot of people organized against the government and like protest the government, the SOS Cuba stuff, and that. Like, I was talking to journalists, like Cuban journalists that got arrested, and they were like, yeah, well, we've been around the fucking world, and in our coverage, like even the apprehensions that took place were marginal in comparison to like what the fucking American police does in terms of like dealing with, like, people don't realize that our police force is infinitely more ruthless than a lot of these other countries, right? That's why it's so strange when they were like, oh, you got detained in China, you got arrested in China. I'm like, motherfucker, I've been shot at like with rubber bullets by my own fucking police that I pay the salary of. What are you fucking talking about?
Also, like, I mean, one piece of it that drives me especially nuts on this level is that it's like, I don't know, like, has anybody been, I don't know about you, but I've been watching some of the news these last few months. And before the president of the United States unilaterally decided to, like, try and set off World War III around the Persian Gulf, there was this really big story about unaccountable, bloated law enforcement agencies in the United States running around killing people, randomly detaining them like masked men, like a neo Gestapo. I'm sorry, I just don't have like.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like,
I don't mean to be like so totally whataboutish here, but it is like. There's a degree. It's a chauvinism. It's a chauvinism.
We have no leg to stand on. We have no room here to be like, wow, I can't believe it. It's like other countries are so repressive. And then what? Like what? That we have to fucking. And then what? That we have to starve them to like solve this problem? Like, it's fucking, all of it is ridiculous. I'm not entertaining it at all. The only difference is Cuba has less American style free political speech, which sure is a big difference, but it's not like Cuba is a tyrannical murder state.
Correct. They do not have the same free political speech. And I would argue that, like, for the libs in particular who focus on that question, it's like, all right, like, does Ukraine have free speech right now? Does Ukraine have elections? Like when
they're under invasion.
They're literally at war. I would say Cuba should, like, I think Cuba has a very plausible case to say that they're in the same position. Not obviously the exact same position, but they're in the same position in that they've been targeted for, their government has been targeted for destruction for years and years and years on end.
Yeah, President Trump is participating in a swearing ceremony for the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he's taking questions right now. All right, well, that was it. That was quick. Anyway, getting back to the other thing that we were talking about quickly and briefly. Obviously, like the hits keep rolling, but the Senate Republicans have come out and said anti-Semitic Abdul al-Sayed is campaigning with pro-Hamas influencer Hasan Piker in Michigan. So if Abdul al-Sayed is anti-Semitic, then it's a given that he's also stomping with another anti-Semitic Hamas supporter, right? Like, I mean, there's this you're kind of busting a nut too early, it seems. These extremist views should never be allowed near the U.S. Senate. Brother, you are the Senate Republicans.
Yeah, I'm going to say,
calling someone on the Democratic Party side extremist is so funny when you are the Senate Republicans account. We can see your other tweets, right? Yeah. Hasan Piker blames Israel for October 7 at Qatar's Web Summit. True. Okay. Yeah. Stand by that. But also, hold on. Where is it? Where the fuck was it? I lost it. God damn it. All right. Let's just fucking shut this shit off real quick. I love that these guys also say like a very popular Twitch streamer. Like they always have to glaze me too, because most people in their audience don't know who the fuck I am. So they have to like, increase the danger here.
No. That's a different thing. That's because they've got to make this world where everybody's like, they need to say like, hey, listen, you know what's very popular? Anti-Semitism.
You are not on camera right now.
Oh, whoops. They're saying you want to be anti-Semitic. I just don't want to eat on camera. It feels unseemly. Anyway, they say you want to like, they say that, oh, he's a very popular Twitch streamer, all this stuff. And it's a way of like trying to normalize the idea that anti-Semitism is everywhere in American life and that they're active Jew haters who are visible everywhere and that they need to be like called out for that. Like it's in this particular way. And it's like, I don't think it's like that's why I don't think that they're glazing you. I think the fact that they're talking about you is taken as evidence that you're somebody significant. Yeah. But it's that they want to convey this idea that there is like anti-Semitism, in every cupboard, under every bed, etc.
Yeah,
they want Jews to feel like their Jewish audience to feel scared. They want them to feel scared, and that there is an active threat to Jewish lives in America that, like, as we know, largely doesn't come from anybody who holds like identifiably left-wing politics. It does really typically come from the other end, to the extent that it exists.
Just make fucking drones. Leftist streamer Hasan Piker gives audience to suicide bombers in his audience. Gives advice. This article definitely was written. This headline.
Oh, that's Breitbart.
Yeah,
I recognize that. That's the Breitbart style guide sticks out.
They're saying that I have an audience of suicide bombers. The New Yorker trashed for inviting pro 9/11 radical Hasan Piker, who called Israelis inbred to speak at festival. Cheerleading for terrorism. Twitch star called for new 9/11. Dismissed horror of October 7. Called for new 9/11. Lefty influencer Hasan Piker kicked off Twitch after sick comments about DC Jewish Museum shooting. Remember,
it wasn't your comments. It was just because we were talking about you were showing the manifesto.
Yeah, but okay. I also don't have suicide bombers in my audience, at least to my knowledge. And I've never called for a 9/11 too.
That's true. You know what? I don't think that there are many suicide bombers in your audience.
FDD guy writes for the Real Daily Wire. The woke circus has Hasan Piker co-picking their
check out my first piece for Real Daily Wire is like that's like a
these guys are falling off the map.
Like they say, like the saddest short story ever written is baby shoes never worn.
Yeah,
like one of the worst threats that you can open a sentence with is my first blog for the Daily Wire, folks, is here.
Yeah. Piker stated that America deserved 9/11. El-Sad just blamed the Islamist synagogue attack in his state on Israel and called doing so leadership. I don't even know what synagogue attack, but I highly doubt that he was like.
No, of course, but
no person is like gonna straight up. I mean, even if there is an association that like every synagogue has with the fucking state of Israel, and it's like this unholy association that absolutely makes normies fucking go crazy in general, because they just see transparently when you're like plastering the Israeli flag everywhere and saying like we're doing IDF donations.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. You think that Jews have something to do with Israel? Excuse me while I take off my full Israeli flag tracksuit that I have while I'm running around in a it's just so disingenuous.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing is like the reason I say it's disingenuous is because I do actually think that they are aware that like this is like overheated rhetoric, let's say, but they believe that the only way that they can triumph is if they're able to like get one over on people by convincing them that there is this, again, like this insane deep, there is this deep threat from people like Hasan Piker teaming up with Abdul El-Sayed.
In any case, everyone's losing their fucking minds over this. Yeah, why is he still here and not deported? He's a terrorist.
Deported back to the place of your birth, New Jersey.
Yeah. New Democrats likely 2028 nominee President Gavin Newsom to sit for an interview with Muslim streamer who recently taught his viewers how to make suicide drones. Gavin Newsom is doing a podcast with Hasan Piker, on the Hunt, who recently taught people how to make suicide drones as Twitch live stream. FBI Director Kash Patel, Gavin Newsom is amplifying a violent Turkish Muslim. How is this not a violation of U.S. statutes prohibiting material support for terrorism? It's so funny because the clip literally doesn't say what they think it says. Have you seen this?
No, but
It's me literally being
Laura Loomer miss being
Canary Mission. This was where it came from.
I even all the better. It's crazy.
What are these fucking at Laura Loomer watermark Popstanox on the corner? What the fuck's going on here?
It's like a joke that like Tom from Chapo would do.
Yeah, it's just like it's so funny that these guys are all like. Hasan is teaching his audience of suicide bombers how to do suicide bombings when it's me literally saying commercial drones have rendered suicide bombing a relic of the past. It makes no sense. When I was talking about like the Taliban, saying that they, to the Pakistani government, like, oh, you have nukes, but we have suicide bombers. I was like, bro, you're just LARPing at that point. You know what I mean? Like, you could just go and purchase commercial drones, and for the price of like $11,000. Like, there is like shit that you can find on TikTok is crazy.
It's a new epoch we're in. Like, there was that guy who's the clip. I hadn't seen this channel before, but the one Scahill was on. What's his face? Deep Dive. Daniel Davis.
Oh, Daniel. Yeah.
And it was like the logo for his whole channel is a quadcopter.
Yeah.
Like, it's not. Like I said, I'm shocked that Canary Mission and Laura Loomer, such upstanding citizens, would misconstrue what you were saying.
Yeah. In any case, it's really funny that they're chirping, but it's just not. It's utterly irrelevant noise, background noise, and I think most people understand that this is just like another line of attack because I don't represent like Israel first politics. And that's precisely what it is, right? Because like that's just how these guys operate. It's like, oh, if you're not doing Israel first politics, like then you're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. You're a danger. You're an ever-present danger, and you need to be stopped. These same people who make beeper jokes, yeah, exactly. Anyway, whatever. The Canary Mission shit, I'm not even going to get into. It doesn't matter. It's old news. But it is funny that there is like now a coordinated attack with all the Never Trump Republicans and also all of the third way liberals and the entirety of the right is just like losing their fucking mind.
There is one thing that's worth actually emphasizing about this, which is like, all right. Why is like the Third Way think tank, which plans to spend $50 million, so a deeply well-resourced organization, flush with like billionaire money, whatever. Joe Walsh, like why do all these people like why are they going after you for this? Whether it's the campaigning with Syed or the Cuba stuff, whatever. And I think on some level, part of it is just that now they're like they can't actually argue these things on the idea level anymore. They can't try and put forward like a program that says, well, here's like what an alternative, better perspective should be. So they can only look for avatars of the politics that they're opposed to and do everything they can to delegitimize those avatars by any other means. To say that they're actually, unserious, they support extremism, that they foster a certain kind of hatred. And they have to do all that because, again, now more than ever, more than any other time in my life, particularly when it comes to matters related to Israel, on any other issue, there's never been anything like this where they just can't talk about the issue itself. It has to be anything else.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's crazy because everyone is talking about it. Like, that's why it's like the ground has shifted under them and they are completely unable to address that reality. So they think they can do business as usual, like smears and outrage manufacturing.
Yeah.
But the ground has shifted on that issue as well. Like the whole, oh, look at this out of context clip. This guy needs to be canceled. Like it doesn't work anymore in general for every other issue. Not just, especially for this one, because it's so commonly deployed that people are just like, you say that about everybody, right? But it's very obvious. It's very obvious that like both the woke scolding and the cancel culture narratives don't work, even though the Republicans are trying to actively deploy it. And in particular on the Israel issue, when you do that, everyone knows exactly what's up. I personally don't enjoy it. I will say, sitting in my position, I don't like that. From Andrew Cuomo's failed mayoral campaign to all these other fucking people. Like these are Israeli agents, right? Like these are organs of propaganda for the Israeli state.
And like
they get subsidies from the Israeli
and they try to hide, or if they're not like directly by the Israeli state, like Canary Mission investigative journalists have found, like it's gotten a bunch of money from the Milsteins, and like they, again, many of the influential billionaires and others who fund pro-Israel organizations and are obviously like working in some measure with the Israeli government, like they operate from the shadows because they know what they do is so silly and dark and unjustifiable on its own terms, and in a civilized country would probably be against the law.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that I'm in the crosses of a fucking very powerful foreign state that has outsized influence on American domestic affairs and certainly American foreign policy. But I do think that Abdul al-Sayed's biggest issue right now is his lack of name recognition internally in Michigan. And I think this kind of like unlimited attack against them is going to boost his profile. It's like perfect. A perfect way to make him more prominent. So I think this is going to be good overall. When all of these fucking losers are chirping about Abdul al-Sayed, people are going to be like, yeah, there it is. No, it's not because you're a threat, bro. You're the only guy. I'm not. I'm just a
also
megaphone.
in the case of Canary Mission, like Canary Mission goes after many people who are just, like if you were a college student who was a member of your SJP chapter, at Tufts in 2015 or something, and now you're a social worker or something, congratulations. You may also have a page on Canary Mission that smears you as an anti-Semite and a Jew hater. The difference is just that obviously like Hasan is somebody with a much larger individual profile than them, but they go after everybody. They do not discriminate. I do also think that there is now too, like, again, like we were saying, because they can't talk about the issue and they have to argue about literally everything else. They're just going to lean harder and harder on this, and they're going to raise the salience of the issue in the worst possible way. I don't know. I agree with you that I think that they're just making their situation worse if this is their strategy. Unless they successfully work the refs, because that's perhaps one of the other goals here.
No, they're working the referees. They're actively trying to get, like, this kind of stuff will cause, maybe not Abdul, but like other like established higher profile left flank candidates to like shy away from openly associating with me because they don't want the headache, right? And yes, of course, I'm talking about Zoran or AOC. I don't think Bernie gives a shit necessarily. He is 800 years old. He doesn't care. He has his own opinions. I have my own opinions. We have some disagreements, but it doesn't matter. There's a mutual respect there. But like ultimately, they can't actually change the attitude of the base. They can't do that. They've lost that, right? But what they can do is try to get Democrats to not associate with someone who is a fairly large megaphone for the attitude of the base, and therefore make it seem, at least in the political class, as though this is still unacceptable. This line of communication is unacceptable, which is, in my opinion, abso-fucking-lutely a mistake for the Democrats. I don't give a shit if Democratic Party politicians don't want to associate with me. I don't give a shit about that at all. I know a lot of people really care about that, especially these fucking loser ass like Democratic Party mouthpiece, like DNC mouthpiece influencers that all they care about is like access. I don't give a fuck. I have the platform, and unironically, it's not necessarily great content when I'm doing these sorts of interviews. It's not great content for me at all. It's not what I like doing. It's not what I'm good at particularly. I do it because I want to help out these people, right? And even if I never did another interview with another candidate or never actually associated with another candidate going forward from this point on, it wouldn't change anything from my perspective, right? It would not change anything at all. So just join us on getting triggered by shitlibs again. It's not just shitlibs, it's the entirety of the Republican party that's coming after me and Abdul al-Sayed. I'm going to say the entire Israel First Republican Party is actively coming after me and Abdul al-Sayed today. This kind of outrage manufacturing and false smears no longer work. Americans have woken up Americans have, is that, yeah, that's fine. Americans have woken up to the reality that we must stop Israel.
One edit.
What?
Add an S to work because it's this kind of.
Wait, where is it?
The where it says no longer work, make it works.
Oh, no longer, false mirrors no longer works. Yeah. Oh, true. Americans have awakened to the reality that we must stop Israel. There it is. Boom. Human Grammarly. Yeah. I mean, he is my editor. So, sitting right next to me. Speaking of people you need to talk to, Melek Kuros and CO1, she got a boost from Ro Khanna this weekend. Yeah, I saw that. The entire GOP party is gross. Who identifies GOP? They have an internal processing issues. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking shit about Abraham Lincoln? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, go off.
The smears aren't working with Zoran either. Yeah, I mean, it's not, of course.
Yeah, I actually think that this is like Zoran is kind of a good way of illustrating this, where it's like, this isn't about like glazing Zoran, but it's about how if you occupy a certain kind of lane, which is to say that like, you don't really, you don't really give in all that much, you still like, you still have dinner with Mahmoud Khalil and so forth, and you still represent that your position on the issue, your positions on this issue have not really changed.
It doesn't work on Plattner either.
Exactly. It doesn't work, and so they're now running scared, and that's part of what this is. By the way, this is the same reason. By the way, they don't know how to hit. They really have no idea how to hit like a Carlson or Fuentes because it's the same problem.
Yeah. This is disgusting. Matt Bennett, Third Way Matt. This is disgusting. Third Way Matt getting retweeted by Reagan Battalion. I mean, that's it. That's all you need to see.
Yeah, center left.
Yeah, this kind of center left shit slingers, dude. Oh my God. I think if Democrats are smart, which they're not, many of them are not, unfortunately. Many of them are very biased, right? Many of them are also totally invested in what Trump is doing in Iran. But if Democrats actually want to win, this is not even about embracing someone like myself. I don't give a shit. Like I've said that already. It's worse for my quote unquote brand. If I don't really necessarily care about that sort of thing, but if it's worse for my brand that I associate with Democrats and vice versa, right? And the thing is, if Democrats don't lean in and lead on the anti-Israel issue, they are going to lose the conversation to grifters on the right who will take on that mantle.
Yeah.
And there are those who are doing that already. Another alarm bell that I'm ringing. There were many warnings that I gave to the Democrats, and every single one of them panned out. Every single one of them materialized. Okay? Every single one. And I'm warning again. Just as I warned both Ro Khanna and members of the DNC over and over again, if you concede to the Republicans on the framing of like immigrants constituting a national security threat, you're going to lose. If you don't say anything about Israel, if you don't actually decouple from Biden and Biden's Israel policy, you're going to lose. Okay? If you come out and continue to defend Israel in the campaign, you're gonna if you come out as like more militant on America's like adventurous policies around the globe, Republicans are going to be able to present themselves as like the peace party, and you're going to lose. All of those things happen.
Yeah, like that's a good Trump has started the Iran war, and there is a real chance that in 2028 a Republican candidate for president could plausibly run as a peace candidate. I'm not saying they are a peace candidate. I'm not saying that they're right,
yes,
obviously, but it's that they can get away with it. And it's partly because like Democrats will just like lie and roll over on this messaging every time, but also because the last time Democrats were in power and a presidential administration that like they haven't appropriately rejected, not unlike every aspect of the Biden administration, but particularly its foreign policy. There's now, it's like the stench is still there. It's March of 2026. It's been a year and a half since the election, and it's unbelievably confusing how, what the Democratic position, what a Democratic party position is supposed to be about what it is that, what exactly is our foreign policy here? Yeah. Is it just a nicer Trumpism essentially?
Yeah, it's like Trump, but like with the appropriate process. what Trump is doing is good. It's just we don't like the way he's doing it. We don't like the way he's conducting himself. And like, you don't understand. People voted for Trump to behave in this unorthodox manner. Okay, if you're just simply defending the process, you come across as an institutionalist at a time when people are demanding that the institutions fall apart. You don't read the room and you don't have an adequate line of defense if you concede to the actions that Trump is committing, where you justify it, where you say like, oh, well, Iran is a ruthless, tyrannical government. Of course, we're happy that like the Ayatollah is assassinated, but we just don't like the way he went about it. Well, you're an idiot then. Like, you're literally telling everyone that you agree with Donald Trump and he did the brave thing, and he did it in a way where it was much more successful than whatever wishy-washy centrist bullshit you were going to do.
Also, it is like, I think some of it is like process is not, I will say this, I have a slightly more generous interpretation of some of the process stuff, which is that I believe that liberals go to the process critique because of not necessarily an opposition on the moral grounds, but because for the last quarter century, even with the disaster of the Iraq War and so on, the left in this country has never been given the grace of, of setting a foreign policy agenda, even in opposition, right? It's always been, different shades of neocon thought, I think, arguably. And so to me, there is this like, I don't know how, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Like, to me, there isn't the process. Actually, here's how I'd put it. The process critique, it's, when you're rummaging around in the drawer for how you're going to respond to something, it's the biggest tool. It's the first thing that your hand finds. And part of like what the obligation is of people who, think correctly and have political ideals that you agree with is that they've just got to make their answers the biggest, best, most appealing, and only useful response to the crisis. How much agency people actually have to make that the case, I have no idea. That's it's the test of politics. But it is, to me, the only way in which you are able to win people over is to convince them, no. It's forget the process stuff. You've got to just like say that more war is bad. Putting plowshares into bombs is bad. We're destroying our way of life. You've got to open people up to this a bigger, more developed, I think, understanding of what a left foreign policy could be, other than just, tepid opposition to what the Republicans do when they're in power, and then soft continuations of their policy when Dems are in power.
Yeah. And here is the perfect representation of Democrats not taking ownership over this unimaginably popular bipartisan idea amongst the base of support, and a, right-wing grifter taking advantage of that messaging vacuum. Tucker Carlson versus the Economist.
Clearly, I think you and I agree. We have both been critical of the Israeli government. I just want to kind of clarify terms a bit here.
Well, I've really been critical.
Tucker taking a second there to be like, do I say it? Yeah, I'm going to say it. Like, you can just see, because it's like a 98 mile per hour fastball, middle of the strike zone. Like, come on, lady. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Your editors were caping for Israel immediately after October 7th.
And I've told you at the beginning that we were against this war.
What do you think of Gaza?
What do I think of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think the war in Gaza, to start with, was a perfectly reasonable response in response to the horrors of October 7th. I think now the places, I've been there. Have you been to Gaza? I've been to Gaza since the war started.
They would not
it's
let
catastrophic.
me into Gaza. Trust me, very few journalists get into Gaza.
Yeah, no, I went with the IDF. It's the only way that you can go in, but nonetheless you go in and you see a flattened place. I think it is a disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
Why would you describe it first as a disaster for the future of Israel?
Oof, such a good
tens of thousands.
That's a bar. Like, this kind of shit is endlessly appealing to the average person because they understand it. They understand what's going on. They already had their suspicions, many of which would have been considered anti-Semitic. These suspicions would have been considered anti-Semitic not that long ago. But now it's the majority suspicion, right? It's the majority opinion. It's the majority suspicion. And it's correct. It's correct to raise that question, to be like, why do you say Israel first? Oh, it's a disaster for Israel? Tough titties. Would you say World War II was a disaster for the Nazis first before you have a conversation about like the before you talk about the real victims? It's ridiculous, right?
Thousands of civilians, but it's foremost a disaster for the future
No, I
of
didn't
Israel?
say
No, it's
foremost.
foremost a disaster for the families of the dead kids.
Absolutely. I made 3 points.
Because
let me
everybody
just
sucks up to Israel in this way that suggests they're afraid. And everyone is afraid, and you know that. Everyone's like, the real problem is calling people anti-Semites allows real anti-Semites to flourish. It's like, no, actually, the real problem with calling people anti-Semites who aren't is accusing the innocent of a crime they didn't commit. And the real crime in Gaza is killing people who did nothing wrong. So those are the real problems, I would say. But no one can say it because you have to be like, oh no, but really, October 7th
I don't know what you're talking about, Kaz. We're having a...
Everyone watching this knows what I'm talking about.
It's true. Yep. It's true. Like, he's cooking. He's absolutely cooking, okay? It's ridiculous. And it's one of those things where in the room, you might think, depending on the rooms that you are in, you might think, oh, you're saying the right things for the watchers of the Economist, right? But in the outside world, this video is going to be published. And when people see this video, they're not going to agree with you. They're not going to look at you as like a person who actually is doing a great job holding, Tucker Carlson to account. This shit's going to go viral.
Because there is, by the way, like where you could have a dialogue with Tucker Carlson about how, hey, listen, you talk about all this stuff and you talk such a huge game about how much you hate Israel. And yet, like, you go to the White House, you still have a relationship with the people whom you condemn as like being handmaidens.
The number one antidote, the number one encounter for the likes of Tucker is literally to say, you've been very critical of the ethnic supremacy that Israel represents, and yet you've spent an entire lifetime making similar arguments about making America the exact ethnic enclave that you want to design it as, where you talk about legacy Americans.
I think
he has no answer for that. Like, because these guys at the end of the day want Israel, but for their in-group in America.
Also, I would add one other piece to that too, which is that they want Israel for their own in-group, but that they know that the only way that they can get to that, like at this moment, like right now, because this is the most visible thing about Tucker's politics right now. And when I hear from people anecdotes about family members who are getting turned on to some weirder political takes, let's say, a lot of it does come through like this exact, like libs love the phrase like radicalization pipelines and sort of figurative language like that to describe what's going on. But I mean, like, this is how it happens because somebody like him is able to, essentially speed run past these contradictions because they recognize the incredible. This is low hanging fruit. This is the east issue on which you can outflank the political establishment, no matter what side you're on.
Especially because my big fear is that Tucker Carlson is actually winning favor with liberals. He's not actually winning favor with the Republicans. Like, there are still Republicans who respect him, right? They might have a disagreement with him on Israel, but they still respect him nonetheless. And those Republicans might actually play ball if Tucker Carlson is the next candidate, right? Because maybe they place a higher degree of priority on like making America a WASP nationalist country, which is Tucker Carlson's primary purpose here. And what's terrifying about this is he's actually reaching to the other side of the aisle and winning favor as an earnest communicator against Israel at a time when the National Party is not doing that, because there is unfortunately a massive information and leadership vacuum on the issue of Israel, okay, on the Democratic Party side. This is a huge problem, and I don't think people are recognizing that this is a huge problem. It's very frustrating. Those liberals aren't liberals because you don't know who Tucker Carlson is at this point. I don't know what to tell you. Brother, I think you're oblivious to how little people pay attention. This is a highly clippable, highly salient, very viral moment. They see that, and that's all they know about Tucker Carlson, and that's it. And the only reason why Tucker Carlson gets to be this guy, the only reason why he gets to be this person is because, unfortunately, in spite of the fact that this is a 90 to 10% issue on the Democratic base of support, the party is not acting like it's a 90-10 issue. Okay? That's it. When Chuck Schumer comes out, my primary purpose is to defend Israel. I'm going to make sure that Israel gets all the funds it needs to continue waging its war at a time when Americans are totally aware of what's going on in terms of Israel taking the driver's seat on our Middle Eastern policy. It's the Democratic Party is not even doing is not even leaning into their own base. They are,
and also like
totally
Tucker's like asking questions. So it's like, is Tucker Carlson a Zionist? Like we literally the Gavin Newsom. That's essentially what he's. He got asked more similar questions by Politica, where he talks about how he is a Zionist or whatever. And I think that like if you're going to do the split screen of how politicians in the Democratic Party, how high profile figures are responding in this moment, it like it hews closer to the Gavin Newsom side of the spectrum, where it's like halting criticism of the state of Israel combined with an affirmation in the an affirmation of the underlying ideology for it. And I think for somebody like Tucker Carlson, it just seems extremely clear. Oh my God, that is wild.
Tucker Carlson has a minus 27% approval
I did not
rating.
realize it was that negative.
Nick Fuentes has a minus 6%. What the
Okay, but
fuck?
look at the name. That's not, you can't do Nick Fuentes.
Clavicular has a minus 2% because they don't have name recognition.
They've
chatters.
none. The Tucker Carlson thing,
am I on this list? I'm surprised that they didn't put me on this list, considering that they fucking... Zohran Mamdani's only at +1. That's crazy.
what's the source for this?
I don't know.
Yeah, James Fishback at an 11 to 7 plus 4.
Yeah. What is this? National polling by TPSI official. Jeffrey Epstein is at a +12 approval. Wait, what?
No. That's a lie. He's down. He's the negative 70.
He has a 12% approval.
But
Who
that's
the
what
fuck?
I mean. I like these kinds of polls.
Nah,
to me
this
always
poll is bullshit. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot.
I mean, directionally, I think that there's a lot of truth to it. But that's kind of it.
Yeah, no shot. 12% approval for Jeffrey Epstein. Look two above Zoran. Charlie Kirk at +3. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. And James Fishback has a higher approval. Aiden Ross has a higher approval than Zohran Mamdani. Yeah, this poll sucks dick, brother.
I like 50 public figures. They don't have 50. Also, I love who's in this that's a politician. Gretchen Whitmer.
Ben Shapiro at +8. Kai
Mark
Cenat at +9.
Mark Levin at +7 is pretty funny.
Yeah, no, this is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous poll. Throw
Pete
it in
Buttigieg
was this polled in Tel Aviv? Yeah. This poll coming to you straight out of Tel Aviv, baby.
It's yeah, because that actually is like Netanyahu.
It's the best poll. You are an anti-Semite if you do not like this poll.
Listen, in Israel, sometimes we have a poll. I mean, he does. I actually realized last night how much Netanyahu sounds like Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, and he also behaves like him too, so it's perfect.
Step out of your car, sir.
Yeah.
The Palestinians
Epstein
will not step out of their car.
Epstein would be +90 if this was polled in Israel. True. That's how we know it's not polled in Israel. You're right, Chatter. Why would...
Mr. Arafat, I'm asking you to flip a coin.
Ross Barker says, I had a very good conversation with a very prominent right-wing person recently. Won't say who it is, but it was for a book I'm doing. And he said flat out, conservatives who do not know how to hit Zohran Mamdani, they're outflanked the way Trump used to outflank the left. Yeah.
I think that's right. I think that like
they don't know because he's doing the
Trump.
method.
Trump like supported the Iraq War. Trump was like, we need
method.
1 million dead Iraqis. And then he's like 10 years later, he's like, actually, we went into Iraq. It was an awful mistake, and it worked for him. It worked. It didn't matter that he was lying. Partly because it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, look at what Tucker is doing and what Zero Dems are doing. Yeah, I mean, Tucker Carlson visiting the Palestinian refugees in Qatar who were wounded during the Israeli genocide in Gaza.
And by the way, people around the world see this. I think that like it's one of the things that I actually really resent about the like people don't know who if you don't know who Tucker Carlson is by now, you're a fucking rube. It's like, all right, I'm sorry that like 7 billion people around the world did not watch Crossfire in the fucking 2000s.
Or like his like 2016 run at Fox News where he's on a tear about like leaning into like straight up white supremacist narratives.
Yeah, no, when he was doing his like nightly,
and he won that too. Like the Republican Party does great replacement theory messaging with regular frequency. When at a time when Tucker Carlson was doing it, he was first to market in such a position of prominence, right? Like,
all right, I'm gonna go now.
Okay, that was a big fucking deal, guys. That was a big fucking deal when Tucker Carlson did that shit. I remember I covered it. I covered it extensively. That was new, and now it's no longer an issue at all for many prominent Republicans.
Bye, chat.
All right, Noah's out for now. He might be here later. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it's just like all the NRSC, Sarah Gallagher from the NRSC, the Senate Republicans, Meet Hasan Piker, the pro-Hamas influencer Abdul El-Sayed is partnering with Michigan. Hasan doesn't have an issue with Hezbollah. Doesn't matter if Hamas raped Israeli women because the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Like, it's bullshit. It's like I said, that it doesn't make genocide appropriate or acceptable. Praise for the brave terrorists who wounded Representative Dan Crenshaw. HasanAbi removes Jewish man from his broadcast at Jewish Insider. Yeah. Knows from New York City, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're hitting every angle as of late with like both the Cuba stuff and reheating the same old nachos about how I'm a terrifying figure that Democrats shouldn't associate with. I think Democrats are stupid if they don't. I don't necessarily give a shit one way or another, but even if they don't associate with me necessarily, they should still embody this message. Okay, that's it. This is where the base is. Okay, this is where the base is. Sure, they can point to like some of the more radical sounding narratives that they can like clip out of context or whatever right. Not starting drama on Blue Sky. Republican Joe Walsh mentioned you were bad, of course, and Dems need to be more moderate. Yeah, these guys are infiltrators. Okay, I'm going to repeat my take over and over again, but these people are infiltrators. They do not have the best interest. They do not have your best interest in mind. They are infiltrators in the Democratic Party. Okay, that's it. And they've been able to slowly but surely pick apart the institutions, demanding more moderation for a mythical base of support that does not exist. And that is precisely the reason why Kamala Harris lost. Okay? They have so successfully infiltrated the Democratic Party, and the Democrats were totally willing. They were totally willing to get this fifth column style infiltration, ironically enough. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Next time Democrats pick their latest radical spokesperson, they should do their homework. The guy urged his followers to kill me and celebrated Charlie Kirk's. Is it really who Dems want representing them? Rick Scott crying again. Democrats did do their homework. They do want to kill you like they killed Charlie Kirk. They want President Trump. These guys are hallucinating. They're such psychopaths. All they're doing here is elevating. Yeah, when did you celebrate? I didn't, but they're lying. Who gives a... They lie all the time. Also, by the way, your boy has motion. A photo of Hasan was spotted on display at a tailor shop in China. And they put me right there prominently. The shop owner left a comment on my BDBD channel inviting Hasan to get another suit next time he's in China. 2 sets of youth suits. That's what it, I guess, says on the top of it. Is that what it is? No clue how the Jeb Bush operative got so popular with Liz, even after he tried to Zoran. I mean, because the thing is, these guys also kind of like it. They kind of like it. That's the whole point. Do you expect Trump to ever mention you? I think Trump shies away from such things. Kind of like the same with like Zoran. On morning of November 14th, 2025, Hasan Piker, an American internet celebrity, Twitch streamer, and left-wing political commentator, along with more than 10 others, visited a Mayan clothing store to learn about the meaning behind the various parts of a Zhongshan suit and ordered 3 Zhongshan suits and 2 sets of youth suits. That was the translation? Hell yeah. Fox News was talking about it yesterday. Yeah, but it was butt-felt, so it's like irrelevant. No motion. Hasan Piker, very popular political streamer who also has an anti-Semitic streak. That's an understatement. Will be speaking at major political rallies in Michigan with a Senate candidate and a member of Congress. This is how Dems lose middle America. This is how they lose everyday Americans, by embracing a dictator-loving, communist-embracing, America-hating, Jew-hating anti-Semite like Hasan Piker. Democrats have allowed the party to be subsumed by Lincoln Project types. They want the Reagan Republican Party versus the Trump's Republican Party, and the Dems are more than happy to let it happen. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating to watch it unfold. But yeah, there is a coordinated Zionist and right-wing push to attack Hasan this morning. And it's true, and it's coming specifically because of the political reporting, because this is what they tune into. Greg Gutfeld's meltdown about you was pretty funny. Yeah, oh, that's the Cuba stuff. That was the Cuba stuff, which Greg Gutfeld also leaned into. Cuba. Commie Club Med, the 5-star revolution. Like, I don't think these people understand. This wasn't like a tropical getaway in an island, okay? We were there for a very specific purpose. And obviously they understand what that specific goal was because they're actively choosing to undermine it, right?
Sunglasses. Why didn't these activists invite Cubans to stay in their hotel for the night? I'm sure a few did, but only after requesting hookers in Spanish.
Oh, gross.
You want a glimpse of a Yankee douchebag? Here's one.
Tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently. The government has very limited resources, and the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels. In comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty much, and experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
Now, nothing he said is true.
That's insane. I love that. In most instances, it just doesn't even matter. Like what the words that are coming out of my mouth doesn't matter at all. Right? Everything I said is correct. Everything I said is true. They'll just simply say, oh, you could stay at an Airbnb. How are you going to put 600 people in an Airbnb when the island doesn't even have a reliable energy grid? There aren't 600 different Airbnbs that you can assign for 600 people that are coming from all around the world. There aren't that many Airbnbs. It's so stupid.
But we got to replay that last part.
Experiencing that dichotomy is like definitely me up. Definitely.
You couldn't have done that better if you scripted it. I bet he has a Grey Poupon suppository.
Like, I don't understand. I'm literally not even in the hotel here, for the record. I'm at a friend's house, okay? This was a local's home that I'm in, okay? And not only that, but like, yeah, Ryan Grimm made me a coffee. Are they saying it's because I'm drinking coffee like a gay guy? Like, what the f- is this? Like, yeah, it's a tiny cup, man. I'm a massive guy. It's a Cuban coffee. What the problem? This reminds me of enjoy your fancy burger, Mr. President. Yeah.
Up his butthole. By the way, his glasses cost $1,400.
Yeah, broke boy. What's up? Yeah, I got swag, bitch. What are you going to do about it? Suck my dick.
10 times the average Cuban salary and 4 times what I pay my right.
Dumbass, anything that you wear is going to be like Cuban salary. It's a very poor island. We've kept it poor. That's the point. We've literally destroyed their economy through economic terrorism. It's fucking ridiculous. You could make that argument for every single thing that every single person that is like visiting the island is wearing. It's so fucking stupid.
Of course, they're also meeting with Communist Party officials because nothing screams grassroots rebellion like schmoozing with the government militants. I can't wait for the Yelp review, not for the hotel, but for the government. 5 stars, very attentive dictatorship, great gulags, chilled shrimp, could have been colder. But that's the left. They don't want to live under socialism. They just want to visit. Fly in, take pics, and leave before the lions, or in this case, reality, eats them. Hell, if they stayed longer, they'd find out that in Cuba, vegan means we can't afford meat.
Yeah, they're so gross, too. Like, the way they talk about the Cubans, the way they talk about these wonderful fucking people, okay? Like, there is like this very clear, like, they're primal animals. They're gonna fucking eat them alive. Like, it's fucking insane, dude. They make it seem like the Cubans that we were connecting with, the Cubans that we were like hanging out with, were all like primal animals. Like they're all just so angry. They're so angry that these disgusting Americans are running around. It's fucking gross, and a lot of people don't even see that. Like a lot of people don't even comprehend that is the argument, the narrative that they're presenting is that like they're all savages, right? Nasty as fuck. They don't even like they literally deny personhood to the average Cuban person. They make it seem like if Cubans are participating in like a government funded festival or like a government run festival that like Kneecap is performing at for free, they say, oh, they duped them. They bribe them with cookies. It's nasty. You think these people don't experience joy in spite of the fucking conditions they're subjected to, you fucking animal?
Fact is, Cuba's been struggling with power and basic services for decades. You know, the stuff that happens when the government controls everything and produces nothing. But these activists can't admit that. So instead, they play Che at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, they couldn't spin this narrative for your China trip, which was actually a tourist trip. But when you deliver humanitarian aid to the country, they put an embargo, they have to give the spin. Exactly. When I visited China, that was literally just a tourist trip. Like there was no other like humanitarian aid component. Obviously, it'd be ridiculous to deliver humanitarian aid to China. China should deliver humanitarian aid to us, right? Is it a good thing that they're covering you? This is the only time they're talking about Cuba? No, I think that's cope. I've seen a lot of like kind-hearted individuals, including those who participated in the fucking flotilla, that oh God, sorry, I got hit with a message. There are a lot of kind-hearted people that think, you know, that this is somehow good. I think that's cope, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think we have to reframe the narrative. I think we have to reframe the message here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they are very actively trying to dilute. It's not all publicity is good publicity. They're very clearly aware that the goal of this humanitarian aid mission was not only to deliver humanitarian aid in person, which is one of the only ways that you can do that, by the way, but also on top of that, to bring awareness, to bring awareness of the conditions that Cubans were facing. And instead of having that conversation, they're actively trying to have a different one, dramatizing the incident. I think they very clearly recognize that that they're about to lose the narrative war once again, especially considering that like you can freely travel to Cuba and see for yourself what we've done to the people there. And they don't want another Gaza on their hands, you know? They don't want another, well, they want another Gaza. They are creating the conditions for another Gaza, but they don't want the perspective to change. They don't want people's perception of our involvement in Cuba to change from like, oh, this is just like not a real sanctions regime at all or anything like that. But it's just simply a byproduct of like the dangers of communism, a warning sign. He didn't play your monologue about the doctors that can't get supplies for a reason. Of course, that's the whole point. That's the entire point. It's just every moment that you're having a conversation about like how silly, how stupid this humanitarian aid mission was. It's a tropical jungle trip. It's a med spa trip. It's not. It fucking was not at all.
And they're so stupid, they convince themselves they're helping, but they aren't convincing anyone else, especially the Cubans.
Don't let the loser make you angry. Use your butt-felt jokes. The coverage is not good. It's destructive and relentless. They know this expedition can increase your revolutionary profile even more. I genuinely don't think they care about the flotilla. They ignored all the others. Yeah, I'm like a fucking magnet for this kind of nonsense, unfortunately, because I have like such an active base of like psychotic haters that are constantly feeding like easy dunks. What is this? The New York Times PR department replied to me. There's no way to defend the ridiculous piece about Hasan, which somehow required 3 reporters so they point the coverage of political turmoil and economic crisis over 7 decades. The Times has reported on political turmoil and economic crisis in Cuba for 7 decades. This is one of the hundreds of stories from Cuba published this month. If you'd like to read more about U.S. policies, the denial of fuel and hardships, we covered it in detail. The question for the Times is, why they're writing about a left extremist choice of hotel, which incidentally wasn't his choice. He was a part of a delegation that booked one of the few allowed hotels that could accommodate a large group rather than a U.S. politician's silence. The PR department points out the other coverage of Cuba's crisis because they cannot answer my criticism and explain why they buried the lead and focused on something inconsequential and irrelevant. I had to postpone a surgery in Cuba for several years because we lacked the antiseptic medication to clean hospital beds that had staphylococcus. Like staph infection? Is that what it is? The block. Did they add your comments to that article? Yeah, but it was a fucking totally abbreviated version of it, which it's understandable. They're not going to put the whole thing in there. That makes, I mean, it was very wordy and very long. Obviously, they're not going to do that, but where is it? I mean, it said, yeah, here's a full quote for the New York Times piece on the Cuban aid mission. Obviously, it was too long for the piece, but I wanted you to see it. This is what they took away from it. Mr. Priker said in a statement that the attacks were meant to serve as a distraction for the work of activists and politicians to show how the U.S. government's treatment of Cuba had asphyxiated the island and to downplay how the Trump administration was engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort in Cuba. My quote, on the other hand, was, deeply cynical people have made it their lives' work to sit around at the comfort of their homes and undermine the stated purpose of sending humanitarian aid while bringing awareness to the blockade that has caused tremendous torment to the Cuban people, who are some of the bravest and most resilient people I've ever had the honor of meeting. They framed every collaborative action with the Cuban people from an outright evil framework. All of this advances the Trump administration's goals of engaging in yet another unjustifiable regime change effort. We have asphyxiated this island with the hopes of ending its unlimited potential through a sequence of bureaucratic sanctions designed with the sinister purpose of remaining invisible for plausible deniability and to shift the blame back to redistributive policies. My goal was to investigate the hidden ways in which sanctions impact the daily lives of Cubans beyond the oil blockade that started with secondary sanctions in 2019 and reached its total blockade status recently. The things I learned from speaking to doctors, engineers, and ordinary Cubans shocked me to my core. I believe the goal of those who choose to belittle the work of the activists and politicians is to serve as a distraction in an effort to defend our government's responsibility and the collective punishment Cubans are experiencing. I need a dictionary real quick. Wait, what? It's the New York Times. They'll publish a whole quote, Lamau. No, I mean, of course they're not going to do that. I did use distraction. I did use the word distraction, and they did put the word distraction. I mean, it's not a bad abbreviation. I think it still gets the gist across. I think they could have been much less generous. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm too deep in the left, too well read. But if I read that edition, I would read to me like a red hot signal flare that the U.S. is absolutely in the wrong here. Yeah. Take away the nice hotels and drip bullshit. What more could they even criticize of your trip? I mean, they've done so much more than just like the drip anyway. Yeah. I mean, this was another like moment that's supposed to be like a revelation for liberals. So funny how both the liberals and conservatives are united on absolutely clowning on Code Pink, Lamau. Yes, we know you guys are fascist sympathizers. We see it every day, says Mike from PA. But it's like, this is supposed to be a moment where, what is this? Proof Cuba isn't authoritarian. They didn't kill this guy. Yeah, true. It's like all of these liberals that are aligning with the Republicans to justify Trump's policy of starvation and the war crime of collective punishment don't even fucking think for a brief moment about what that says about their worldview. They're supposed to hate Donald Trump, right? Or at least they claim to hate Donald Trump, and yet they love when Donald Trump does shit like this. Unfucking believable. We shall see. Anyway.
Turning now to the
monitoring.
war with Iran, there are signs that President Trump may be seeking a deal to end the fighting. A senior foreign ministry official in Iran tells CBS News it is reviewing points received from U.S. negotiators. Iran also launched more missile strikes at Israel and other U.S. allies overnight. Ed O'Keefe is at the White House for us this morning. Ed, good morning. Good to see you.
Bro, Lib supported Biden during the It's Not a Leap. Yes, but there were plenty of liberals that actually were frustrated with Biden. Okay, that's part of the reason why Kamala Harris lost. And not only that, but also it's not Biden who's starving the island of Cuba right now, is it? Even though Biden did continue the strangulation of the island when he was president. It's Trump doing it, and he's doing it in the most Trumpian fashion, where he's just basically saying the quiet part out loud over and over again. He's like, I'm starving the island. Doesn't matter if some Cubans, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. A new Gallup poll shows how American sympathies have shifted in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Another one, dude. God damn. Oh no, this is the old one. It's from February 27th. Yeah, it's just unbelievably bad. Unbelievably bad.
Vlad, good to see you. President Trump said from the beginning that the war would last about 4 weeks, and we're now in that fourth week. And with markets uneasy and the cost of gas climbing, the president appears to be trying to find a way out.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Touting the promise of a peace deal with Iran.
Major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
President Trump insisted the U.S. is talking to what he called a, quote, top person.
We're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader.
A senior Iranian foreign ministry official says Iran is reviewing points sent by the U.S. through a mediator, but no formal talks are underway. The president says the U.S. had in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations with Iran, so he's postponed strikes on Iranian power plants for 5 days, after earlier threatening an attack on Monday if it didn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon.
The president said both sides have 15 points of agreement. Iran hasn't committed to any deal publicly, but stocks surged on word of the talks, and oil prices fell 10%. And with the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, the president suggested a unique partnership to keep oil shipments safe.
Me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah, look, and there'll also be a form of
It's going to be a collaborative effort. Me and the Ayatollah, we're besties. I've long said that I embody the spirit of Ali. Ya Ali, I say, over and over again as I thump my chest.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. Regime change.
Now, despite the president's attempts to start talks with Iran, more than 2,000 Marines and 3 more warships are headed to the region. And CBS News has learned this morning Pakistan and Turkey are among the countries trying to get the U.S. and Iran to keep.
Wallahi, they love me and the Ayatollah.
Day 25 of the war has brought both relief and confusion.
Trump got a gift? Yeah, it's a gifted sub. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Piker Broadcasting Service, for tomorrow's news today. Piker Broadcasting Service, the best way. That's weird. Your stream said ad break in progress, but show no ads. Yeah, that's because on your end, you probably have an ad blocker because the Piker Broadcasting Service does not run ads. This is an ad-free service. Parky Park 202, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. A Cap for Cutie, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We do not run any ad breaks at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Ad-free, baby.
Relief that President Trump has not carried out his threat to hit all the power stations in Iran, and the Iranians, therefore, have not carried out their threat to reciprocate in kind. That would have taken the war to a whole new level. But it's brought some confusion because President Trump said that I'm suspending the threat for 5 days because I think I've got a deal. The Iranians have agreed to pretty well everything that I wanted. Well, most of the world is pretty skeptical about that because if you look at the sort of things that divide the United States and Iran, they're pretty big things. We can look at just 4 of them. First of all, the ballistic missile threat. The Iranians have got a lot of ballistic missiles. The Americans say they can't have any of them. Secondly, what is going to happen to the Strait of Hormuz? What will happen to it after some sort of peace deal? Everything's different there now. Thirdly, what about Iran's existing nuclear stocks? They're believed to have 400 kilos of highly enriched uranium somewhere. And fourthly, the broader issues around the region, which the Israelis are pushing, which will be very difficult to resolve, certainly within 4 or 5 days. Let's just look at them in a little bit more detail. So if we think, first of all, about the ballistic missile issue, the Iranians have always tested their missiles at 2,000 kilometers, and they did that so as to include Israel, but not really many other countries. But last weekend, they apparently threw 2 missiles towards Garcia. Now, I'm skeptical as to whether they could have done that. One of them fell short. One was shot down en route. We don't know where it was shot down. I'm not certain that they've actually been able to extend their range from 2,000 to 4,000 kilometers. I remain to be convinced. The one missile that might have done that would be the Gado 110, which is a 2-stage rocket. Maybe they managed to make one stage, the solid fuel stage, go a bit further with a very light warhead. I'm not sure about that. But Iranian ballistic missile capability is certainly quite impressive, and it will remain impressive unless they agree to get rid of all of it. They're very unlikely to do that. The second issue is the question of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the Iranians have demonstrated, both to themselves and to the world, that they can restrict ships going through the straits. They haven't blocked them, but they've made them dangerous. And at the moment, what the Iranians are saying is that if you're a friendly country, your ships can go through. If you're a neutral country, they can go through if they pay us $2 million each time. And if you're a hostile country, they can't go through at all. So the Iranians have discovered that they can be toll keepers in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's an advantage which they will not give up easily in any negotiations. This is probably a pointer to the future. And the third issue, of course, is their nuclear capabilities. They demand the ability to be a civil nuclear power. But what does that mean in terms of creating a weapon? We don't know. That remains on the table. And fourthly, the issue of regional stability. The Israelis are determined to keep on taking on Hezbollah, to destroy them. They're determined to deal with Hamas. They're determined to deal with the militias, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq. And they're determined to neutralize, if necessary, the pro-Iranian Houthis in Yemen. So the broader regional context will remain a big, big problem. And that certainly won't be solved in 5 days of even intensive negotiations. And if all this comes to nothing by the weekend, then the Americans have got another military trick up their sleeve, the arrival of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit from Okinawa, joined by 2,500 troops from San. So they'll have 5,000 or more Marines available to storm ashore somewhere within the whole Gulf region. They may or may not choose to use it. But the fact is that if this week's diplomacy doesn't really get anywhere, the Americans have another military trick up their sleeve. So as of now, we don't know whether this war will take a turn towards peace or a turn towards a new military campaign. But we will know.
Philippines Margot says Mideast war may spur energy talks with China in disputed sea. What I fucking tell you. Bruh. What I fucking tell you? What did I tell you? That's right, baby. American force projection capabilities are in the shitter, which is causing regional allies with security partnerships with the United States of America to reconsider dealing with the regional superpower, China. Okay? I told you. Now, who knows? I mean, look, I think the independence of the Philippines is, overstated. Didn't you call this literally yesterday? I've been calling this since day 3. When I saw American radar installations get blown to fucking bits and Dubai get peppered with Shahed drones, that's when I said American security partnerships do not protect these countries at all, and every other country that is in the periphery of China is going to reconsider their position. No one wants to be a bullet sponge. Okay, especially when America is moving in this unpredictable, chaotic way that causes other large countries to take military action potentially. Once America is so overextended that it reveals itself to be a paper tiger, a lot of these other countries that have American bases are going to reconsider what those bases mean for them up until this Iranian retaliation. An American base meant protection, right? They were wrong about it, but it doesn't matter. There was still this idea that you were going to be protected by the United States of America. You wouldn't be sovereign. You'd still be a dog to empire, but at the end of the day, you could do your own corrupt little thing, and have a nice life, have a decent, comfortable puppet life. Now the calculation is very different. As America hurries the THAAD interceptors away from South Korea, after causing so much instability for South Korea and a loss of billions of dollars of Chinese investment in South Korea, because in 2016 they put those THAAD interceptors there and China obviously retaliated. All of a sudden, those deals are meant for nothing at all. Those deals don't have any meaning whatsoever. So why did South Korea lose billions of dollars of Chinese investment? For no reason. Now that you took those THAAD missiles, THAAD interceptors away, is totally ridiculous. That's why I said that no matter what happens, America has lost this battle. And even if it ends up winning the war somehow, I think the age of American empire is coming to a close, right? There's no guarantee that America will win the war. But I will say that America's lost a much larger war of being able to force project around the world in the ways that it did for decades. The end of history period of time is coming to a close.
Can you give us any more sense of who exactly in Iran it is, either Witkoff and Kushner and others you're speaking with?
Yeah, we had, I hate to say this in front of these young people, they're not children.
Not like Vietnam or Iraq. The financial repercussions of Vietnam and Iraq were nowhere near as consequential as like shutting off the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? The Iranian capabilities are specifically tailor-made for this incident. The backlash from Vietnam and Iraq were contained. They were regional, right? You had Laos, Cambodia, but that was contained. With Iraq, you had the MENA region and the instability that came after that. But again, that was somewhat contained. This war of choice against Iran has made this a global issue. Okay? A global issue.
Spoke to most of them, they sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime. Because the leaders are all very different than the ones that...
Yeah, Vietnam and surrounding countries weren't producing 20% of the world's oil and 35% of the world's fertilizer inputs when the U.S. attacked them. Exactly. It was a very different time. And even with like Iraq, you could say that Iraq was a major oil producer, but like the energy ministry was kept intact for this specific purpose. So like they could very quickly continue the extractive process with foreign capital. So they just like took over the state run refineries and exchanged ownership and gave it to foreign hands while they kept fighting against all of the ascetic bands of militancies that grew out of the power vacuum that they caused, that the American government caused. Very different set of circumstances. Very different set of circumstances in Iraq versus Iran.
We started off with that, created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean,
are the negotiations real or just market manipulation? Yes, it's market manipulation. The negotiations, as far as we understand, are not real at all. The Iranian side has kept repeatedly saying that the negotiations are fake. We're not negotiating with the Americans, and they're actually doing it for market manipulation. So Donald Trump is molesting the money, but also doing a controlled molestation, right? Or at least trying to control the molestation to the best of his ability.
That's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was killed, all gone.
The only thing I can point to with this statement is the Financial Times reporting that came out, right? That stated that Iran says non-hostile ships can transit the Strait of Hormuz. So I guess that could be what they are referencing here, right? Like that could possibly be what the Iranians were willing to concede on, and that might have actually been something that Iran released on its own, and then Trump is actually personally taking credit for it, as though Iran did it for the United States of America. I mean, this could also be read as Iran repeatedly saying that as long as you trade on the Chinese yuan and pay a toll, then you could pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Like that might be just a reiteration of that deal. Does anyone have a remove paywall for that Financial Times article? Because I would like to read it. Because I don't see Donald Trump. I mean, the Iranians folding in this situation. Here's a gift link for you via my Financial Times subscription. Thank you. Hasan Piker, multi-millionaire, billionaire socialist, champagne socialist, steals gift links from his community, steals their gifted subs. He forces them to offer voluntary subscriptions, and then he steals their gifted links. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Hasan Piker. Iran has circulated a letter to member countries of the International Maritime Organization saying non-hostile vessels can transit the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with Iranian authorities. In the letter circulated among IMO members on Tuesday, shared with the Financial Times, Iran's foreign ministry said Tehran had taken necessary and proportionate measures to prevent the aggressors and their supporters from exploiting the Strait of Hormuz to advance hostile operations against Iran. The critical waterway has been in effect closed to all but a handful of ships since the start of the U.S.-Israel war against Iran on February 28th. Previously, about a fifth of the world's oil passed through the strait, as well as the majority of cargo and container ships serving Gulf countries. About 3,200 ships are stuck in the Gulf, unwilling to risk the transit of the narrow strait, which is just 21 nautical miles wide at its narrowest point. At least 22 vessels have been hit by Iran since the outbreak of the conflict. The IMO, a UN body, sets international standards for shipping, convened an emergency meeting of its members last week to address the crisis. it is in talks to try and establish a humanitarian corridor to allow ships that are running critically low on supplies to exit the Gulf. In recent days, ship tracking data has suggested Iran is permitting a small number of ships to pass via a route in its territorial waters. Analysts believe the route allows Iranian authorities to verify the vessel's identities before letting them transit. Some ships have paid as much as $2 million to Iran to ensure safe passage through the Gulf, according to Lloyd's List Intelligence and one person with knowledge of the situation. I did bring this up. So yeah, I think this is what is going on. They're just restating what the Iranian government has stated since day one, or at least for the last couple of weeks. They've been reiterating that ships, non-hostile ships, can pass through the Strait of Hormuz as long as they, pay a toll. And specifically, I think pay the toll in Chinese yuan as well. So there's some conditions that they're implementing. And what's really interesting about that, of course, is that it's a reiteration that Iran is invested in regional stability and stabilizing the global markets, which opens up another leverage point for Iran, right? Not only do they get to forcibly claw back reparations, right? Not only do they get to do that, but also on top of that, it shows the rest of the world that they hold the cards, they control the strait, okay? And last but not least, Ayatollah. Last but not least, this is offering alleviation to the energy crisis. And Iran is saying, like, we want to alleviate the tensions. We want to be a restrained global partner to all these other countries as a sovereign nation, which if countries get, if the energy market stabilize once again, then it's an even bigger threat that every single attack from Israel and America will be seen as an unstable actor. Do you understand? Like, this is Iran reasserting its dominance over the strait, showing the world that they are invested in stability, and simultaneously showing the world that, like, the non-stable actors here, the destabilizing actors here, the irrational actors here are the Israelis and the Americans, right? It still plays a role in actively trying to decouple middle powers and other regional powers in the Asian markets away from American imperial hegemony. And I think the reason why they're doing this is because they also understand that America is not invested in negotiations at all. I'm a bit skeptical if it's in Iran's interest to make oil markets freak out and go as high as possible. If they aren't inflicting economic pain, then they lose their leverage. Even if the U.S. ships can't go through, the markets will still cool a lot. No, I think here's what I think. Here's my assessment, at least. I think they know that Israel and America are still going to keep bombing. They're still going to keep bombing Iran. But if the markets cool a little bit, and then America and Israel bomb Iran, and then Iran says no more pass through, all of a sudden, people are going to say, well, what the fuck? Iran wants to let us get the necessary resources and commerce. America and Israel don't. I think it's a way to open up a new avenue of leverage. Because if Iran's goal here is to make the regional partners decouple from the United States, which, by the way, is a maximalist position that they probably will not achieve, let's be real. At most, you will cause countries like Qatar, for example, to be a little bit more skeptical about this partnership that they have with the United States of America, but maybe not the UAE or Saudi Arabia. But I feel like we're there right now, but Iran is still viewed as a bad guy. What they say in their correspondence or in their communiques is not what they think. Okay? What France or Germany is saying is very different than what they're thinking. Okay? You have to understand that. And the same goes for all these other countries. They might say, oh, Iran, you're making the world less stable. How are you doing that? But well, simultaneously, they're having, closed door meetings and offering bilateral commitments. If they're doing bilateral commitments with Iran, then Iran is actually achieving a very important goal there, which is to unwind at least some of America's soft power at a time when America has dropped the ball on doing any sort of soft power anyway. Right? I could see that. I just find it a bit unlikely that Iran would allow that much transit to go through, given the windfall they've been getting from oil price being so high and the frustration that is being incurred by the U.S. from partners like in Europe who are not trying to make bilateral deals with Iran. Who's to say they're going to allow countries that don't make bilateral deals with Iran to pass through? The thing you're describing is almost Cold War-esque economic warfare as like a second front, aside from the actual military warfare occurring on the ground. It's perfect asymmetrical warfare tactics. I like your take on this a lot. They get told and erode what is left of the U.S. credibility at the same time. Yeah, also, every single ship that passes through and pays a toll to Iran is American power diminishing in the world. Because that means Iran controls the strait. Okay? Every single ship that passes through and gets the go-ahead from Iran is absolutely playing a role in diminishing American power and American force projection capabilities. That's it. This is an unbelievable gift to China. An unbelievable gift to China. I suspect they're aware of this. I think they are. I saw a Chinese foreign policy paper that was talking about this in like very selfish terms. As you know, Chinese foreign policy often is known to be very selfish, very self-interested. And what I'm reading, and it's great for Russia too, of course. But what I wonder is if China will tilt the scales a little bit. Because I don't think China wants the Gulf to perish. Because if if the Gulf perishes, China loses its major oil contracts. Their major oil and gas providers come from the Gulf, right? From the GCC states. So they have to tilt the scales a little bit in favor of Iran so that America will back down. But if they don't see that, which I suspect they do, right? If they think that Iran can just like sit this one out and white knuckle through this process and be able to destroy American hegemony, or at least cripple American hegemony as it has done so in the past 25 days, that's a dangerous risk. That's a dangerous gambit. Because if America and Israel's goals are achieved here, this will cause complete chaos. And the oil markets will shift dramatically. There will be complete chaos around the world, especially in all the countries in and around the South China Sea. Okay, and America will be one of the singular energy providers for the rest of the planet, including for China. Okay, so they have to try and, like, at some point, how would China tilt the scales? They're not going to get involved militarily in their stances. You should all just calm the fuck down and negotiate now. I think China knows a bit more and has a bit more brainstorming power than you, bro. Lol. Okay, I understand that and I agree with that. But you have, like, I'm just, you know, I'm still going to provide analysis. This is like saying America has contingencies, bro. Okay. The reason why I don't take seriously at face value statements like that is the same reason why I'm still going to say, like, what China could potentially do, especially because, like I said, the escalation ladder still has a room to go, right? There's still room to go up on the escalation ladder. And if America's larger goals here are to just drop the Gulf in its entirety and allow it to perish as a major energy resource for the rest of the fucking planet, with hopes that they can quickly accelerate their refinement process in the United States of America and reroute logistics away from the Gulf, which is very far away from America, and become an even greater energy exporter than it already is, okay? Which is, I think, what America is like. The only materialist interpretation of what America's goals might be in this process is that. Then China has to tell Iran not to blow up the refineries, no matter what, because that would harm China's interests. China's Wang Yi tells Iran talks are better than war. China urges starting peace talks on Iran as soon as possible. See? Qatar Energy has declared force majeure on some of its affected long-term LNG supply contracts with counterparties, including customers in Italy, Belgium, South Korea, and China. This might be a popular mindset in the Trump circle. I don't know if America will just pull out without taking control over the control of Hormuz. Yeah, General Mattis, Iran right now, if we declared victory, they would now say they own the strait. You'd see a tax for every ship that goes through. We're in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. I can't identify a lot of options. Oh, my Lord. We're fucking winning, baby. We're winning. How about you focus on what your government is doing? What? Americans need to shut the fuck up about China. Handle your own affairs. No, that's ridiculous. Okay. Of course, I'm going to offer analysis for what China could be doing in favor of China, mind you. I'm not even talking about China engaging in a moral act. Hold on. I have to write this real quick. iDubbbz raid. Hey, iDubbbz, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother.
Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum, racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait, yeah, it was.
Are you negotiating on who's going to control the strait from now on?
No, we'll have control of anything we want. Look, if we can...
Israeli diplomat believes Trump is not talking to someone different. High-level commander of the IRGC. Ambassador Michael Oren tells Fox News he believes the U.S. is not talking to either Ghalibaf or Arakchi, that the administration is talking to someone high up in the IRGC command structure. Doubtful. But we'll see.
And this, without more lives being down, without knocking out $10 billion electric plants that are brand new and the apple of their eye. I'd like to be able to do that, But they can't have certain things. I mean, you know the things. I don't have to go over the list, but again, it starts with no nuclear weapons, and they've agreed to that. There won't be any nuclear weapons. They're not going to have, and they're not going to have enrichment, any of those things. But look, I hate to say that we're in a very good bargaining position.
Are you going to send Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff to do direct negotiations with the Iranians?
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen. What I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it. And the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look, their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their communications are gone. That's the biggest problem. It's very hard to communicate them between themselves. All of the anti-aircraft is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. We either shot them or they shot them and don't have them anymore. They're down to a trickle. They're pretty much everything they have is gone. I don't know. Can you name one thing that's not gone, or can you name one thing that's doing well? If you read the papers, you think we're tied. You think we're in a tough battle. We are roaming free over Tehran, the city, Tehran, as opposed to Iran. We're roaming free. We can do whatever we want. And as you know, today we were going to have the privilege of shooting down a very big electric generation plant, one of the biggest in the world. And one shot to the right location ends the plant. It collapses. And we held off based on the fact that we're negotiating. Yeah.
What do you think was the turning point to make you want to pursue a ceasefire? A few days ago, you said you wanted to continue bombing Iran. Now you want to pursue peace talks. Was there something that happened?
The fact that they're talking to us and they're talking sense. And remember, it all starts with they cannot have a nuclear weapon. Just, I said yesterday, they said, what are the top 10? I said, well, number 1, 2, and 3 is they can't have a nuclear weapon. And they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And we're talking about that. And I don't want to say in advance, but they've agreed they will never have a nuclear weapon. They've agreed to that.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. Yeah, pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking.
Yeah, a lot of random accidents happening in the region. It's just so unfortunate that so many random, purely happenstance accidents keep materializing over and over again. And I just can't seem to place my finger on it. You know, we've lost 15 to 20 planes at this point. Many also need repairs now, shadow tankers that need repairs. USS Gerald Ford, now decommissioned, out of business for 14 months. It's the salty air of the sea. Yeah, it's a real suspicious moment. F-15s getting taken out by friendly fire incidents. An F-35 eating a pretty significant blow to American air superiority in its next-gen fighters. Better hurry up on that F-47, boys. For the Boeing boys in the chat. F-47 for President number 47. Believe it. That will be the next-gen fighter. Running out of Iraq to Kurdish areas. Yeah, that's not good either.
Talking about.
Not gonna lie, if you think the Gerald R. Ford was hit, you're really dumb as fuck. I'm sorry. I don't know if the Gerald R. Ford was hit. I don't have enough evidence to suggest that. But according to the new reports that are coming out, the issues on Gerald R. Ford are far more consequential than what we previously thought they were, considering that it's going to be decommissioned for 14 months. Whether it's sabotage or, whether it's internal sabotage, mutiny, or direct hits from some kind of Iranian boat. I mean, both are still pretty bad incidents for, again, American military superiority. Speaking of weird coincidental accidents, did we talk about the Valero refinery fire? Once again, even with the Valero refinery fire, it's accelerated production because that's a facility that handles heavy crude, right? Venezuelan heavy crude, as a matter of fact. Accelerated production, dog shit facilities in the United States of America could have absolutely been an accident. It's another one of those instances where is it likely that there was Iranian sabotage on U.S. soil? I don't think so. I think that's a far too sophisticated thing to plan and pull off. I don't think it's within the capabilities of Iran. I would chalk that up to the decline of American industry more than anything else. They explode incredibly often in the U.S. But also on top of that, like I said, there is accelerated production right now. I can totally see that. No, it would not be Israel. You're out of your dang mind. Oh, you mean Israel doing a false flag and blaming it on Iran? Maybe, but no, even then, I think the highest probability here is definitely, it's some kind of, update. Shelter in place lifted, roads reopened, no injuries in the Valero fire explosion. Judge Brannick said the fire was out at 3:30 a.m. Small ground fires persisted after that. Washington Elementary, Lincoln, what is it? Sent black smoke and flames soaring in the air above a heater unit and rocked homes far from the plant, but resulted in no injuries. Valero saying it is accounted for all of its workers. Shelter in place impacted, no evacuations. Crews got water to the fire and worked to put it out. By 9:30, crews in Port Arthur saw only flaring at the plant with no other flames visible. All right, where the fuck is the assessment? Oh, Sheriff Zena Stevens and Port Arthur Police Chief Tim DeRiso tell KFDM News there are no reported injuries. Says the fire involves a heater unit. Currently, there is a fire in a unit at Valero's Port Arthur, Texas refinery. All personnel being accounted for. Okay. All right. There is nothing. There's not really much here. As someone that lives in Texas coastal area, these plants randomly explode all the time. This one's just especially big. No way it's sabotage. yeah, I think the more likely the more likely event that occurred is that increased production, facilities poorly maintained. These things do have a tendency to fucking have flare-ups like this. And I suspect that it happened because of, once again, accelerated production. So, faulty heater, bad maintenance, could be a million different reasons.
Recently, 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting, the coolest cucumbers ever. You know, most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this, and not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing, just watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, you know, because these were powerful. These were very powerful missiles coming. And so a lot of people choke. They don't choke. These guys don't choke. They're the best in the world. We have the best in the world.
How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out, like as a human,
On what?
On a human level, and not as the President of the United States? How hopeful are you that this peace deal will work out with Iran?
You're talking about to end it? Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it. For instance, if I want to take down that power plant, that very big, powerful power plant, they can't do a thing about it. It's like, take me. That's all they can do. And yet, if you read the New York Times or if you watch ABC fake news or NBC fake news, you'd say it's a close battle. It's not a close battle. They're totally defeated.
You said there's a bunch of people from the administration who are negotiating with Iran. There's been reports that the vice president is leading those negotiations. Is that true?
Well, he's involved in them. JD is involved, and Marco's involved, and Jared Kushner's involved, very smart guy, and Steve Witkoff, smart guy, is involved. And I'm involved. I'm involved. Why? I'm going to be so big. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I'm the president of the United States, Tom, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's beneath me to talk about saving millions of lives, because that's what you're talking about. You're talking about saving millions of lives. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. And if I didn't end the horrible Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal in my first administration, they would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it. I would have never gotten the chance probably to be president. Who knows what it would have been so devastating. And if we didn't send those beautiful B-2 bombers, they took them off my desk. They were right there. I don't know why. But if we didn't have those beautiful, the B-2 hit, which was so we obliterated, despite CNN. CNN said, well, maybe the word obliteration said, no, we obliterated it, just obliterated their nuclear potential. You would have had them having 2 weeks after that attack, had we not made the attack, they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have absolutely used it, and they would have used it on the entire Middle East, including it.
It's kind of strange to me that, like, we just carry this conversation over and over again, and everybody knows it's a lie. I guess with the exception of, like, some of the diehard Republican loyalists, like the cultists, most people know that this is bullshit, right? Especially because, like, Trump himself in the past, after the 12-day war, was, like, giving assurances that the nuclear weapon conversation was done, right? It's so strange that they're just constantly going back and forth on this bullshit. Like, everybody knows it's not the fucking goal here at all. Like, who is this for? His base already believes them. Just come on, just stop repeating it. you know?
Israel. And you know why you see that? Because unexpectedly, when this war broke out, unexpectedly they started sending missiles to UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait.
Unexpectedly, they started bombing our bases when we were bombing them. So unexpected. Why would they do such a thing? Don't you know it's illegal?
On Saudi Arabia, there's been some reporting that you've been talking to the Crown Prince. It's on normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Well, no, we have a great relationship with Saudi Arabia. What do you hear with Saudi Arabia?
Just hearing that you've been talking and that he has been encouraging you to do certain things related to Iran. Can you share?
Well, he's a warrior. He does. Yeah, he's a warrior. He's fighting with us, by the way. Saudi Arabia has been excellent, and UAE, excellent. And I will tell you, Qatar, incredible. Qatar took a hit, a pretty bad hit. Qatar's very close, you know, they're essentially, you can walk right over the border. Qatar took a hit. They've been great. They've been very strong. Kuwait, they had a little mishap. They shot down 3 planes with our missiles.
That's awesome. A little mishap. Look at him smiling, by the way. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Bro, you are a participant. You're the president. You're the commander in chief. You're not watching from afar, man. Those are your planes. It's literally the fucking meme, my tax dollars, somehow also my tax dollars in real time.
They're going to make a deal.
It was a giant wooden horse, yeah. There's a beautiful horse. They said it honors me. It gives me an honor. Many of these European partners have not honored me. They took away my Nobel Peace Prize, but the Iranians, on the other hand, they've honored me by giving me a big, beautiful horse, the most beautiful. It's massive.
They happen to be our planes, but the pilots made it. Can you imagine the pilots always come?
Wait, what? Did you guys hear like a Steam thing? Yeah, I know. It's because Will invited me to play Deadlock. I'm not downloading a game. It's because Will, knowing full well that I'm live, invited me to play Deadlock with him, which I don't even have. U.S. seeking 1 month ceasefire to hold Iran talks, Channel 12. Oh, buddy. Oh, this is great.
And they said those are patriots. We're not going to escape patriots. And they got out of there pretty quick, Pete, right? Pretty amazing that they got out. The 3 pilots lived. They're fine. In fact, they're flying today.
Not out of Kuwait, though.
Yeah, the Kuwaitis made a mistake. They fired. They thought they were firing at the enemy. It was, as the expression goes, friendly fire. But the pilots are great. They're flying today. Pretty amazing when you think of it. Yeah.
Iranian attacks continued to target sites across the Gulf this Tuesday. In Kuwait, power lines were hit by air defense shrapnel, causing partial electricity outages for several hours. Bahrain, meanwhile, said it was attacked with missiles and drones, and that an Emirati soldier serving with its forces had been killed. The United Arab Emirates, meanwhile, saying air defense systems responded to similar attacks, and Saudi Arabia said it destroyed Iranian drones targeting its oil-rich eastern province. Well, for more now, we can cross to our correspondent in Doha, Hoda Abdelhamid. Hoda, the New York Times today is reporting that Saudi Crown Prince MBS, that he's pushing for the US to keep the war with Iran going.
Hasan, I love you, even though you say mean stuff about Kamala. That's so funny. All right, well, thanks for watching, chat. Or maybe, hopefully, if you maintain charitability in my commentary, you'll understand why I'm so critical of figures like Kamala Harris.
What would the thinking be, do you think, behind that reported encouragement?
Well, I think the thinking for Saudi Arabia is at this stage, the Gulf is so unprotected that...
New leader of the RGC has one message for American soldiers: come closer. For years, we've been awaiting the Americans' entry into designated points, and for over 2 decades, we've been training with the asymmetric warfare strategy for this very moment. Now we have just one message for the American soldiers: come closer. My Lord. Holy shit. Every fucking day, dude. Tehran mocks Trump's gift claim with a missile strike video. Iranian media published footage of what it said was his first successful ground-to-ground missile strike directed at the U.S. base in Erbil, and describing it as a gift we send to Trump, according to Mer News. The framing appears to directly mock Trump's Oval Office remarks, where he claimed that Iran had given the U.S. a present, a very big present, a very significant prize tied to an oil and gas concession. Fars News, citing an Iranian army statement, said the strike targeted a key U.S. position at Erbil Airport, describing it as a major support and command center housing a wide range of military equipment and systems. The statement also said the site serves as a headquarters for separatist groups supported by the Zionist regime, and that Iran accuses of destabilizing its western and northwestern borders. It's so crazy. Every fucking day, bro. Every day. Trump will be like, that's it. The Iranians, they're doing us a great deal. They're doing us a great deal. They love us. They're terrified of us. They're so scared. And the Iranians are like, yeah, we're so scared. Here, watch this. They're literally like, yep, catch this, bitch. Every fucking time. It's so wild. Like, especially considering that this inconsistency seemingly doesn't have a negative, volatile impact on the markets, right? Like, they might as well just stop fighting. They might as well retreat and then just lie about it. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with like whatever is happening on the ground anyway. So you might as well just be like, yep, we're still blowing up Iran. Just keep saying that. And then Iran is so terrified. Any day now, any day, the Iranian government will be toppled, you know? Because like the markets are so desperate for stability that they are just inventing stability. They literally are just making it up. There is no stability right now, none whatsoever, right? It is the most volatile, most insane market manipulation I've ever encountered. And the only time where it was this insane was the last time Donald Trump did the fucking Liberation Day shit. So obviously, yeah, I brought this up, but as far as the market manipulation, yeah, I said they're raping the land and pillaging everyone else in the process. Unbelievable. Financial Times exclusive. Traders made bets worth $500 million in the oil market about 15 minutes before Donald Trump's post touting productive talks with Iran sent the price of crude tumbling. If we had a functioning SEC, this would be a problem, except we don't. And this has to be someone in the Trump family, by the way. There is 0% chance that even like a general or someone else in the fucking room would engage in this. Like it has to be directly related to him, right? Like directly. It's unfucking believable how transparent this market manipulation and insider trading is. And yet, crime is legal. What are you supposed to do? Traders made bets worth $500 million in the oil markets 15 minutes before Donald Trump's post touting productive talks with Iran sent the price of crude tumbling and ignited volatility in other assets. Roughly 6,200 Brent and West Texas Intermediate futures contracts changed hands between 6:49 a.m. and 6:50 a.m. New York Times on Monday, just a quarter of an hour ahead of U.S. President's post on Truth Social that there had been in recent days productive conversations with Tehran to end the war in Iran. The notional value of these trades was $580 million, according to Financial Times calculations based on Bloomberg data. Trading volumes for Brent and WTI leapt at the same time, 27 seconds before 6:50 a.m. Futures tracking the S&P 500 share index jumped in price moments after the oil trade, with volumes also rising significantly during that time frame. It was not known whether one entity or several entities were behind Monday's trades. Trump's announcement at 7:04 a.m. Oh, Sky News covered it.
Normally, in these screens in the last few weeks, we've been talking about the economic implications of the Iran war. But this time I want to talk about something else. It's kind of a mystery story. It's a mystery.
Is it a mystery story? Wow, I wonder who did it. Who did the murder? It can't be the guy with the bloody knife in his hand, right? Guys, there was a knife attack. Who could it have been?
Story. The mystery
Very suspicious.
Begins.
Someone said Taryn Brump.
With this. This was the Donald Trump social media post, Truth Social, that for a lot of people made them think that maybe this war might be coming to an end. At the very least, it had a big impact on markets. And
I think what's funny about this also is that Trump has presented himself as an unreliable narrator of events regardless. So the markets are also engaging in this idiocy by treating his statements like any other president. Okay? So there's that element here as well. Like the market stabilizing after this this revelation is also stupid in and of itself. It's so stupid. Like there is a lot of wish casting here where there's a lot of people who know that this is bullshit, but they play along with it. They play along with it because, you know, it's more beneficial. There is no more market fundamentals at play here, like not even a little bit. Trump's decision to postpone the Hormuz ultimatum was aimed in part at calming markets, according to people familiar with the matter. The markets only have eyes for Truth Social posts.
The thing I want you to focus on is not necessarily the text of this, but it's the time it came out. 11:05, that's UK time. So 11:05 in the UK, it was morning.
They're just making short-term gains. The same people who stabilize the market will be the ones driving the sell-off next week. Yeah. It's a bunch of fucking corrupt vultures. Yeah, the markets are really scared, so they take any news as good news, but it's total cope. I mean, we saw this happen already. That's why I kept saying money is the most fake it's ever been, and tomorrow it's going to be even faker. Okay? We saw this with the Liberation Day saga. We experienced this with the Liberation Day saga, where Donald Trump came in and said, we're doing blanket tariffs on every country on the fucking planet for no reason, right? And the moment that there was any sort of respite from this idiocy, the markets were like, oh, thank God. $7 trillion in value wiped out, and then $7 trillion in value materialized once again. It's like, come on, man. You cannot have a normal system like this. And every single one of these instances where Trump insiders are the only ones who are capable of making these decisions because they're operating with insider information, like you end up unironically consolidating insane amounts of wealth in the hands of an even smaller amount of people. That's all this is. Where will this go? Will this go to a future where there's like 10 trillionaires and then everyone else is fucking broke and dying on the streets? Like, is that what we're going to do? Is that a world that you want to live in anyway? I don't understand it.
Earlier in the morning in the US, obviously. And look at the impact that this had. Okay, so this is showing you the crude oil price. It's the US kind of benchmark of the crude oil price, WTI as it's known. And you can probably spot already the moment that Donald Trump post happened. The oil price went down really sharply. And we've had lots of ups and downs, lots of volatile days on markets in recent days.
I should post that on my IG.
Was something else. As traders went out there and they basically said, we're selling oil because we think that things might get a little bit better. But here's what I want to focus on that you don't normally see in these charts. Not just the price, so that's the oil price, but the volumes. You can actually look at this. You can look at just how many people are buying and selling at any given moment. And have a look at volumes. So these bars are showing you the volumes. So at the given moment that obviously that Donald Trump post happened, you had this massive increase in a lot of people going out there into the market and say, look, something's happening. We need to actually act on it. For the most case, selling at this point. But here's the curious thing, and here's kind of where the mystery is. I want to kind of zoom in on this area here. So I'll kind of zoom in so you can see. This is just the volumes of people going into that oil market and kind of, for the most part, selling after that Donald Trump post. You can see there's...
By the way, this is just pure, like, this is futures. This is a futures market, right? There's also the motherfucking poly market bets, too. Like, every part of this is bunk. And once again, you can't even prosecute poly market, even though there's very clearly insider trading taking place. And you might ask the question, why? And that's because Donald Trump Jr. is sitting on the regulatory board, and that's not going to happen anyway. You are pocket watching and jealous. I just don't understand how this is seen as a sustainable system and how so many motherfuckers are just like sitting around thinking, it's fine. It'll be fine. So it'll fix itself. Or better yet, they're just completely oblivious. Like life goes on for them. They just don't think about it at all. I don't understand how you can live like this. Before the war started, WTI oil was $60, $65. War starts, it goes up to 100, and then it goes down to 90. The market acts like everything is amazing, despite the fact that the price is still $25 to $30 higher than in February. Same thing happened with the tariffs. Tear shit apart, then gain back a quarter of it, and the market acts like things are better than ever. Yeah. By the way, this is literally the Trump method. I described this during Liberation Day, and even before then, I saw this in Trump 1 as well. He breaks things 100%, then claws it back to like 50%, and everybody goes, "Oh, we got 50% liberated." He molests things, and then scales back the molestation, and then everyone goes, "Oh, thank God, we're saved." It's fucking ridiculous. The money is still 50% molested in that process. It's a classic Trump bargain. He does this all the fucking time. New York Times says there's a 15-plan point to end the war. U.S. has sent Iran a 15-point plan to end the war in the Middle East. Oh, I've tried many times to understand the stock market, but I can't. Can you explain what this exactly means? What do you mean this is not real money? I want to know so I can fight my cynic liberal boyfriend on this. I don't know how to explain it. Stocks that are traded on the stock market are supposed to be traded on fundamentals, like market fundamentals. Like in the past, when a company had new technology, okay, their stock prices increased. They had a more valuable product. It doesn't work that way anymore. Everything is financial engineering. It's not anchored around anything but speculation. And given the market consolidation that has taken place in the stock market as well, where 90% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of earners in the country, the top 10% of wealth in this country, there's tremendous consolidation. So there's like markets move in a certain direction very quickly. It's not democratized at all. It's not like, $1, one vote. It's not a system like that. And because it's sometimes three companies owning, 70% of the gains, for example, and other times it's like, all of the money is in the hands of the wealthiest people. It's in their vested interest to keep up with this lie. Like one of the examples I used to use was the Tesla valuations, right? Tesla became such a behemoth with so many institutions closely tied to Tesla's success that anytime Elon Musk lied, right, and then was shown to be a liar over and over again, people just kind of went along with the lie because they had a vested interest in the Tesla stock prices going up because they'd bought into it. That's part of the reason why I always say the way the stock market works is if it's doing well, it's not doing well for you necessarily. You might think so because you have a 401k. This makes the average working class individual think that they have a stake in the stock market doing well, but it's not actually doing well for you at all. The gains you're making are marginal. It's inconsequential. But when it's doing poorly, that's when you actually suffer because you see job losses, right? You see scale backs in our productive output. The gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. Stocks are real money, as in you can cash it out at any time, but increasingly the value of companies is not actually based in their intrinsic value, profits, assets, innovation, etc., but based on hype. It always has been to an extent, but it's gotten worse, especially if 401ks take up a huge market shares and just sit there. The state has propped it up, and normal people are trading now. I don't necessarily think it's because of like retail traders that the stock market is so unbelievably busted. I don't think it's true at all. I think it's the exact opposite. I think it's the consolidation of ownership of most stocks in the hands of a select few institutional traders that has created this system. I think that it's actually the institutional traders as opposed to the retail traders that are the reason why the stocks are not reliable at all. I mean, they're not based around the fundamentals that they were supposed to theoretically be in. Stay in your lane, bro, stocky. I mean, again, this is not my forte at all. This is not my area of expertise at all. I don't even fucking own stocks, as you guys know, famously. So I could be totally off base here, but this is just the way I see it. That's why I say money is fake. It's fucking, I'm too stupid to understand it, but it just like feels so fake to me. The thing about retail traders is the institutional traders now follow their expectations of what retail traders will do. So it's kind of both at once. I think there is a vested interest in the stock market constantly being in a fucking bull market. That's what it is. Whether retail traders are actually, movers and shakers at all doesn't really matter. I think that it's more so that everyone involved in the stock market assumes that it's always going to grow. Okay? Stock always goes up. And the government has actually done everything in its fucking power to make sure that the stock market is always going up. And that's like what Donald Trump does. That's what Donald Trump's big thing is, right? He's the most responsive to market moves. If you want to take them out, just destroy the stock market. Now, the problem here, bro, you're right. The market is determined by the movements in it. If few people hold the most stocks and they can make it look however they want to, that's what I think is going on. I don't think it's like retail traders that are going, oh, Donald Trump on Truth Social said that, a deal is imminent. I think it's actually the institutional traders that control a large share of the stock market that go, oh, thank God. And the only reason why they do that is because they have a vested interest in the stock market stabilizing. A company like SpaceX has no reason to IPO at over $1 trillion, given its assets of like $50 billion total, but retail traders are extremely excited about it, so it'll likely be valued at 1.2 to 1.5 trillion. It's just one part of the puzzle, though. Yeah, retail is like 10% of stocks is true. I don't think it's I don't think they're moving they're moving the markets at all. I think they have the capacity to, like with what we saw with GameStop, right? They sometimes have the capacity to, but they don't have the fucking necessary volume to move the markets in the way that like institutional traders can. I just don't. The real money makers are making the banks with the making bank with the volatility. Most bank on it. They buy futures in the hold, and in the hold, the price will go up. Most average people's exposure in the market is passively through a 401k or IRA accounts, and typically those are against some kind of index like the S&P 500. The market is propped up right now by the tech sector, and so much of that hinges on AI hype. Mind you, 80% of U.S. jobs are in services, which AI companies claim they want to automate. Very cool. Yeah, something's got to give. I mean, the contradictions that exist with the only indicator that the economy is doing well by people in positions of power, stock market doing well, is unironically having the exact opposite effect on the real economy, the economy that you think of when you think of the economy doing well for the average ordinary working class individuals. Like it has a depressive aspect on regular working class folks, but the stock market is doing well. So all the fucking money holders, all the real power brokers, they think the stock market is doing well. So Trump's job performance is fine, right? It's doing all right, especially if they're close to Donald Trump. The closer they are, the more they can make these sorts of shady trades. We're saying goodbye to the Sora app. To everyone who created with Sora, shared it, and built community around it, thank you. What you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. Oh no. We'll share more soon, including timelines for the app and API and details on preserving your work, the Sora team. No. Not the Sora app. Not my Sora. Cause exit liquidity is always assured for these fucks in the form of 401ks. The problem is backlash from said exit would make it so that the slush fund of 401ks would go away from the inevitable regulation Glass-Steagall 2.0 or worse, so everything must be propped up at all costs. No, not my AI slop, dude. What the fuck? Anyway, let's continue.
There's real spike in activity. A lot of people going in there, kind of this frenzy, and that's the kind of flip side of prices. But look at this. 15 minutes before that Donald Trump post, there was a very big amount of trading volume. Very big. In fact, actually, when you're looking at that amount of volume, that spike, that was the biggest trading volume that we saw that day. We're starting here just at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going through to that moment of the Donald Trump post. Relatively quiet volumes, not much going on in the market, and then all of a sudden that. And if you're wondering, okay, maybe this was just a one-off, it was someone who made a lucky bet, have a look not just at this. So this is WTI, it's one measure, the US measure of oil. Have a look at Brent, which is the kind of the European, seen as the international measure of oil. Again, the same thing. Donald Trump makes his post, flurry of activity, lots of people there. But look at that. Again, 15 minutes before that Donald Trump post, a very big trade. Now, it's unclear whether it's just an individual or whether it's a kind of group of people, but what you do know from just imputing what the potential value, the notional value of those trades just on oil would be, it is staggering amounts of money, life-changing amounts of money, $580 million. Someone has just made a real killing on this. And it's not just oil. So that's oil, two different measures of oil. But now have a look at the S&P 500. So this is S&P 500 futures. It's the biggest kind of exchange, stock market, equity market in the world. Same thing again. Donald Trump posts The price goes up because people are getting very hopeful at the same time. And if we zoom into the volumes once again, what do you see? Obviously, there's the volume after Donald Trump made his post, but 15 minutes before, this is actually 10:50 UK time, a very, very big trade. As I say, life-changing amounts of money, hundreds of millions of dollars were potentially made in those moments in this curious trade that seemed to come out of nowhere, leaving a lot of people wondering, was this just luck? Or did someone actually know what the president was about to say?
Yeah, I wonder what it was, guys. How curious. 15-point document revealed. 15-point document demands no material to be enriched on Iranian soil. Channel 12, citing source. U.S. 15-point demands enrichment plants of Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be decommissioned. 15-point document demands Iran stop funding proxies in the region. 15-point document demands free maritime zone in the Strait of Hormuz. So, okay. So what changed? Why? What I don't understand is, like, why would Iran say yes to this when they have the upper hand? OpenAI is shutting down. Wait, what? Is this fucking April Fools or something? What? If OpenAI is shutting down, the American economy is over. It's just Sora, which is a huge dent. You'll love this. This is what the companies are propping up the market are doing now. They're guaranteeing 17.5% returns for additional private equity investment. Very normal shit going on. Anthropic is offering equity, and OpenAI is offering the same plus 17.5%, and both are hemorrhaging cash. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum return of 17.5%, as well as early access to models not yet in public release. ChatGPT maker OpenAI is offering private equity firms a sweeter deal than a rival Anthropic, as both artificial intelligence companies court buyout firms that form joint ventures aimed at raising fresh capital and accelerating adoption of enterprise AI products, according to people familiar with the talks. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum of 17.5%, significantly higher than typical preferred instruments. Two people familiar said, this is a Ponzi scheme, right? Like this is just a Ponzi scheme. How can you guarantee that? By just what? The cash that you raise? And for the record, you can't do... Remember, you can do this to poor people and you'll become very rich. But if you do this to rich people, as OpenAI is doing, virtually to every fucking, every massive company out there, you're gonna go to jail eventually. I mean, this is going to destroy the entire economy. Like, Bernie Madoff went to prison because he fucked over rich people, okay? It's not because he fucked over poor people. Nobody gives a shit if you fuck over poor people. You make a lot of money fucking over poor people. It's because OpenClaw open source is fucking OpenAI's future desktop agents, digital employees.
This gathering in Beijing, hosted by internet giant Baidu, hundreds of people line up.
This does unironically feel like anytime China truly reveals like an open source, easy access competitor to what the American AI companies are presenting at this like high markup, it literally disrupts America's only fucking profit center. Like, the OpenClaw is some random German dude. OpenClaw is not Chinese. Oh shit, I thought it was Chinese. I was thinking of DeepSeek. This happened with DeepSeek. OpenClaw literally uses frontier models under the hood
To get OpenClaw onto their laptops and phones. The Austrian-designed AI agent is all the rage in China.
Events teaching people how to use OpenClaw, or raise a lobster, as Chinese people say, are popping up across the country. This one is a full house.
OpenClaw has become really hot.
China has already surpassed the U.S. in adopting the open source software, which can run anything on a computer for you without you. You can tell it to search the web, buy plane tickets, even direct other bots. Wang Xiaoyan is using...
Bro, what the fuck is this? Yo, are people stupid? This is like, in my opinion, this is the biggest L of China. They are so involved in the AI craze. Okay, before I get into this, let's get back to situation monitoring. We'll get to the fucking nuclear AI in a second. Here's Galabaf saying, we are aware of what is happening in the paper oil market, including the firms hired to influence oil futures. We also see the broader jawboning campaign. But let's see if they can turn that into actual fuel at the pump, or maybe even print gas molecules. This is what's happening as Trump is speaking and claiming the war with Iran is already over. Sirens across Israel. It's fucking so cooked. I'll go through the 15-point plan in a second. Let's hear what the Saudi leaders are saying. Saudi leaders said to be pushing Trump to continue the war in Iran. New York Times reports. This is so funny.
Probably it is better to try to finish this war just to make sure, that the U.S. doesn't leave, and then and Trump declares victory, and then Saudi and the other Gulf countries are left to pick up the pieces. They can come under attack, for example, by the Houthis in Yemen past before this war, and they can come under attack from Iran itself. But the article is based on sources who claim that Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, would have said that this is a historic moment for the Middle East. That language is very much close to the narrative that was coming out of Israel, specifically from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the
Almost like that's an inherent massive vulnerability to commodity-dependent economy. Someone can undercut your entire economy if there's another source for your primary commodity. Yeah, it's also funny because the primary commodity that we're talking about is not like anything real. And ironically, if it succeeds, it will have massive negative consequences. Because like we're talking about AI, right? If AI actually reaches true artificial intelligence, it will have insane consequences for the labor market. So even if it technically succeeded, it would still be devastating, which, by the way, no real proof that it has, that we are anywhere near close to AGI regardless. Okay? Are you leading the Butlerian Jihad movement? I am. I'm the fucking IRGC general of the Butlerian Jihad. Yeah, I wonder what it was, guys. How curious. 15-point document revealed. 15-point document demands no material to be enriched on Iranian soil. Channel 12, citing source. U.S. 15-point demands enrichment plants of Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be decommissioned. 15-point document demands Iran stop funding proxies in the region. 15-point document demands free maritime zone in the Strait of Hormuz. So, okay. So what changed? Why? What I don't understand is, like, why would Iran say yes to this when they have the upper hand? OpenAI is shutting down. Wait, what? Is this April Fools or something? What? If OpenAI is shutting down, the American economy is over. It's just Sora, which is a huge dent. You'll love this. This is what the companies are propping up the market are doing now. They're guaranteeing 17.5% returns for additional private equity investment. Very normal shit going on. Anthropic is offering equity, and OpenAI is offering the same plus 17.5%, and both are hemorrhaging cash. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum return of 17.5%, as well as early access to models not yet in public release. ChatGPT maker OpenAI is offering private equity firms a sweeter deal than a rival Anthropic, as both artificial intelligence companies court buyout firms that form joint ventures aimed at raising fresh capital and accelerating adoption of enterprise AI products, according to people familiar with the talks. OpenAI is offering private equity firms a guaranteed minimum of 17.5%, significantly higher than typical preferred instruments. Two people familiar said, this is a Ponzi scheme, right? Like this is just a Ponzi scheme. How can you guarantee that? By just what? The cash that you raise? And for the record, you can't remember, you can do this to poor people and you'll become very rich. But if you do this to rich people, as OpenAI is doing, virtually to every massive company out there, you're gonna go to jail eventually. I mean, this is going to destroy the entire economy. Like, Bernie Madoff went to prison because he over rich people, okay? It's not because he over poor people. Nobody gives a shit if you over poor people. You make a lot of money over poor people. It's because OpenClaw open source is OpenAI's future desktop agents,
This gathering in
employees.
Beijing, hosted by internet giant Baidu, hundreds of people line up.
This does unironically feel like anytime China truly reveals like an open source, easy access competitor to what the American AI companies are presenting at this like high markup, it literally disrupts America's only profit center. Like OpenClaw is some random German dude. OpenClaw is not Chinese. Oh shit, I thought it was Chinese. I was thinking of DeepSeek. This happened with DeepSeek. OpenClaw literally uses frontier models under the hood
to get OpenClaw onto their laptops and phones. The Austrian-designed AI agent is all the rage in China.
Events teaching people how to use OpenClaw, or raise a lobster, as Chinese people say, are popping up across the country. This one is a full house.
OpenClaw has become really hard.
China has already surpassed the U.S. in adopting the open source software, which can run anything on a computer for you without you. You can tell it to search the web, buy plane tickets, even direct other bots. Wang Xiaoyan is using...
Bro, what the f is this? Yo, are people stupid? This is like, in my opinion, this is the biggest L of China. They are so involved in the AI craze. Okay, before I get into this, let's get back to situation monitoring. We'll get to the nuclear AI in a second. Here's Galabaf saying, we are aware of what is happening in the paper oil market, including the firms hired to influence oil futures. We also see the broader jawboning campaign. But let's see if they can turn that into actual fuel at the pump, or maybe even print gas molecules. This is what's happening as Trump is speaking and claiming the war with Iran is already over. Sirens across Israel. It's so cooked. I'll go through the 15-point plan in a second. Let's hear what the Saudi leaders are saying. Saudi leaders said to be pushing Trump to continue the war in Iran. New York Times reports. This is so funny.
Probably it is better to try to finish this war just to make sure, that the U.S. doesn't leave, and Trump declares victory, and then Saudi and the other Gulf countries are left to pick up the pieces. They can come under attack, for example, by the Houthis in Yemen before this war, and they can come under attack from Iran itself. But the article is based on sources who claim that Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, would have said that this is a historic moment for the Middle East. That language is very much close to the narrative that was coming out of Israel, specifically from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the
Almost like that's an inherent massive vulnerability to commodity-dependent economy. Someone can undercut your entire economy if there's another source for your primary commodity. Yeah, it's also funny because the primary commodity that we're talking about is not like anything real. And ironically, if it succeeds, it will have massive negative consequences. Because like we're talking about AI, right? If AI actually reaches true artificial intelligence, it will have insane consequences for the labor market. So even if it technically succeeded, it would still be devastating, which, by the way, no real proof that it has, that we are anywhere near close to AGI regardless. Okay? Are you leading the Butlerian Jihad movement? I am. I'm the IRGC general of the Butlerian Jihad. I don't touch AI with a 10-foot pole. I just don't like it. I'm old. I hate it. I think it's bad. I think it's gross. I think it has horrible effects on our cognitive development in general. I think there's a major, you'll see in the future, if we have researchers at all, where you'll see papers popping up left and right about cognitive offloading and its dangers. Okay? The wealthy know this already, and that's precisely the reason why they send their children to schools where they, one, learn Mandarin. Okay? Just remember that. And two, don't allow their kids to be on their phones or do all this AI shit. Like, we are the last generation. Millennials, ironically enough, and older Gen Z are the last generation that benefited from living in a world that wasn't entirely dominated by AI. AI was supposed to come after we achieve peace and stability. Instead, it's being thrust upon us at the lowest point in modern history. Well, AI is here, so what do we do to help resolve the cognitive reduction? We do away with it. But the reason why AI is all over is not even necessarily, I mean, it's partially to train the models, right? Like that obviously plays a big role. But the other reason why they're doing it, especially with generative AI, is not because they like hate non-binary queer artists, okay? One might think that is the reason, considering the massive impact that it has on they, thems. the artwork that they produce for commission. But the real reason why they do generative AI is because they want people to get excited about it so they can justify all of these massive amounts of cash grabs that they're doing. They're fundraising like crazy. These things are literally burning more than they are capable of fundraising. But the reason why they're doing it is so that, people are more excited about it. You generate hype and aura moments around it so you can justify getting billions and billions and billions of dollars. I think your negative bias towards AI is clouding your judgment on this. A ton of the scientists that work on this stuff are all saying the shit's getting weird and scary in terms of how quickly AI is developing. They do, however, echo the negative consequences and say the only way it won't be destructive to everyday life is if we move away from capitalism. I've said that. That's my argument. I don't have an issue with technological development, okay? The problem is what technological development does under capitalism. Technological developments cannot come at the cost of the existing labor force. It's supposed to alleviate the stress. It's supposed to alleviate the burden of the existing working class, not replace it. I've said that a million times. You know this. The problem, however, is that there's a lot of hype and aura moments, and it's actually unironically destroying what makes us human, which is, making art and shit like that. It was Stavros that said it best, right? We thought robots would do the menial tasks and we would have time for ourselves to focus on art. We got a situation on the other hand where the robots are doing the art and we're still doing the menial tasks. Would it affect Chinese labor as well? Yes, and it already is. But I have more confidence in the Chinese state as far as like protecting its labor force and protecting its citizens than I do in the American one. That's the difference. Everything that the Chinese government has done so far has been incredibly responsive to the needs of its working class. It's constantly obsessed with improving the Chinese people's material conditions, right? So I don't believe that given their trajectory, given their development so far, that China is going to look at this and decide to like eviscerate its manufacturing capabilities. And they already are. They already are utilizing AI quite. They already are utilizing AI a lot more than even we are in some ways. It's replacing so many jobs in IT. They're trying to extract value anywhere with it. It's not working as intended at the moment, but we're still losing our jobs. It's crazy. China's electric vehicle fleet is estimated to have saved 1 million barrels, 1 million plus barrels per day since the oil crisis began. Wow, look at this. A government that makes long-term plans in the interest of its people instead of wildly jumping from the whims of lobby to lobby. The oil lobby made Trump slash U.S. EV subsidies, and as a result of the war, the Israel lobby made him launch will bite much harder. Yep. We're still paying out a French company. This was reported in the New York Times yesterday. I forgot to get to it. We're paying out a French company $1 billion to not put wind farms off the East Coast. Isn't that fucking nuts? It's insane. I talked to my friends working in Shenzhen recently and found that Chinese companies adopt AI at the same pace as big tech in the U.S., if not faster. However, in contrary to the U.S. companies who use AI to displace the jobs, none of my friends in Chinese company felt insecure about their position. Instead, they're saying it's lifting the weights off their shoulder. So I'll say this much. China has a similar crisis of overproduction in their graduates, right? There already is a real issue that Xi Jinping has also identified and said he seeks to address with respect to the youth unemployment. So this is already an issue in China. And if they were to play fast and loose with AI and focus on profit for some of these like valuable tech sector jobs, because I think China's play on AI is to, improve efficiency without actually like reducing the number of workers because they have to have workers, right? So at most they'll I assume they'll reduce the burden without actually leading to massive job loss. So they already have a significant issue with youth unemployment, right? And they're very good at structuring their economy to address those needs because they understand that this is, they have to be responsive. They have, at least in the last 15 of these 5-year plans, they've done, or 14 of these 5-year plans, they've done that. They've done just that. They say, this is our target. We're going to hit it. And then they do, right? And all of that has yielded tremendous Chinese prosperity. How do you reduce burden without cutting jobs? Companies won't keep redundancies around. That's where not operating within a capitalist system comes into play. You can punish companies for firing people instead of like reducing their work hours. That's it. And I don't know if they will. I don't know if they will do that. I mean, they could create jobs programs, right? Because the Chinese economy is not structured in the same way that the Western liberal capitalist economies are, right? There's an aspect of for-profit capitalism that's baked into the system itself, especially when it comes to light industries. However, the government makes these decisions ahead of time and does have a centrally planned focus on key sectors that they want to develop. And it's very obvious that part of that is AI, specifically because AI is a massive force for the American economy right now. And if they just offer a cheap competitive product or a free one, they can undercut the American singular resource, the singular commodity that is like the American economy is anchored around, and they can deliver a devastating blow, right? So I suspect that the Chinese AI initiatives are focused on undermining the American AI bubble and maybe seek to burst it. That's what I think. Just as the Chinese focus on renewables, solar panels, and then the EV focus wasn't just to like create jobs, but also to electrify their grid and electrify all the other countries' grids to like move them away from their over-reliance on the petrodollar and specifically fossil fuels. And part of that also happens to be a good thing for the world, for not only for these countries to like develop some semblance of sovereignty, at least away from the American-backed petrol giants, the petro capitalists, but it also is good because obviously it ends up putting a dent in our carbon output, our carbon production, a significant dent if they were to fully focus on that. So in the absence of like America completely destroying the Gulf states and their production, which China still relies on, obviously. And for the record, crippling the Chinese economy would mean crippling the global economy because it's the manufacturing hub for the entire planet with no alternative facilities that can keep up with the needs of the rest of the world. Even if their economic model is different, Chinese companies are extraordinarily focused on efficiency. Unless CCP changes their attitudes on welfare, I'm not sure what will happen with AI replacing jobs. Yeah, I mean, they are very anti-welfare.
Conflict in the Middle East pushing up oil and petrol prices.
Yeah, also it's not CCP, PC. Communist Party of China.
He's glad his vehicle is battery powered.
Now there is a war in Iran. The price of petrol is getting more and more expensive. Everywhere it's the same. It's better to have an electric truck.
China is one of the world's largest oil importers and relies heavily on supplies from the Gulf. Beijing has instructed refiners to limit exports of gasoline and diesel and raised price caps on petrol to conserve supply. But in China, millions of drivers no longer rely on petrol, insulating them from sudden price spikes. 1 in 4 new heavy vehicle sales and half of all new car sales are electric. Before the Iran war, China's demand for transport fuels was already peaking, with gasoline use plateauing and demand for diesel starting to decline as electric trucks took off. The country is still exposed to global oil markets, especially for the construction and manufacturing industries, as well as aviation and petrochemicals. Up to 50% of China's crude oil imports come from the Middle East, and most of it passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Chinese officials have
IEA did a report on it. Solar energy, the cheapest form of energy we've ever discovered. Solar panels are getting so cheap, it's like printing electricity in some places. Yeah, that's only because of the overproduction of the Chinese side, though. Everyone was like, why is China overproducing solar panels? Like, what's the goal here? That's the fucking goal. Their economy doesn't operate in the same way that ours does. This is what I'm constantly stressing. This is what a lot of Western analysts get wrong about China. Okay? It's a huge problem. every single foreignpolicy.com article head genuinely cannot comprehend this because their brain is so wired in the dogmatic approach to capitalism that they think like, oh, China's just like sneakily capitalist. Like they legitimately do not. Every single Western analyst that looks at China looks at it from the perspective of capitalism. And that's why they get shit wrong all the fucking time, like literally nonstop. I'm nowhere near as educated on global markets or the economy in general. But the reason why I end up being right more often than wrong in the way that China operates is because, one, I listen to them. And when they say they're going to do something, I don't immediately think there's a sinister purpose for why they're saying this. That's like, that's just like to flex on the West, right? Because that's the overwhelming attitude. When they were building these fucking ghost cities, everyone was like, oh, why are they building ghost cities? Oh, to flex on us. Oh, to show economic activity. Oh, to make it seem like they actually have a lot of economic activity and a lot of like movements. It turns out those weren't fucking ghost cities. They were just building homes. They were mass producing housing units so they could develop those fucking areas and then move people in those areas. Okay? But if you have this like weird Western attitude, and we do this with the DPRK too in some ways. Today I learned China doesn't do welfare. Oh yeah, China doesn't do any welfare at all. Yeah. China is very anti-welfare. No welfare whatsoever. Every hand's got to work. Have a much, like in comparison to the Chinese economy, they have a much better attitude about like taking care of the no longer productive forces in the country. But what about the disabled? I don't know what the disability stuff looks like. But yeah, no, China has always been very, very anti-welfare. Always. China spent total of 3% of GDP on welfare. I don't even know what that number is. What do you mean no welfare? A long post about China and energy security and buffers and strategic reserves. Energy security has been a feature in Chinese economic planning for decades, of course, but until the early 2010s, it was mostly framed in FYPs and other high-level documents as a question of adequacy, i.e., we must secure enough energy supplies to ensure no barriers or drags on industrialization. The early Xi era was the inflection point, in my view. Beginning around 2014, Chinese leaders began reframing energy security as a multidimensional strategic concept that included supply, sufficiency, technological advancements, geopolitics, and energy transition risks. For example, check out Xi's June 2014 speech to the Central Financial Work Leading Group on China's energy security strategy, linked at the end. This was relatively fresh for China at the time way of discussing Chinese energy strategy. In the next FYP, 13th from 2016 to 2020, 5-year plan, energy security starts to be framed more as a system reliability issue, not just a standard industrial capacity issue. It starts talking about diversification of supply and climate and efficiency goals, and power market reforms is partially presented as an energy security tool. This may have also been politically expedient way to promote unpopular reforms, at least for the SOEs, but it was also useful and good. Everybody hitting TLDRs are unironically grok brained. You have to stop. Electrifying your grid, electrifying your energy grid with renewable energy offers, especially for China, absolute energy independence. Okay? And it's the same for other countries as well, because if China can present itself as a force of stability internationally, which it, does a pretty decent job, especially nowadays, then people are going to be more reliant on the Chinese monopoly, on photovoltaics, on solar panels, on renewable energy investments. Because at the end of the day, that's an infinitely more reliable way to develop sovereignty, because guess what? The sun is everywhere. Okay? The sun is everywhere. Unless you're in the Nordic countries, I guess. But even then, you have the sun. You can't block out the sun. Best of luck in Cuba. I wish I could join the flotilla. What are you talking about? I'm back from Cuba. This is a big threat to America. Because it's so funny. People are like, well, what about the clouds? This all got super explicit in the next 5-year plan from 2025 to 2021 to 2025. Chapter 53, Strengthening Safeguards for Our Nation's Economic Security, had a section 2 called Energy and Resource Security Strategy, which mentions of ensuring secure supply, oil and gas self-reliance, enhancing strategic reserves, using coal as the foundation, and framing power system reliability as a political priority. There's also that aspect too. Like they could just like fucking turn on the coal power plants, as some of these countries are now doing. Once again, they're reactivating. I think it was Thailand that reactivated its like old coal power plants because you have to keep your energy grid up, and if you can't get LNG, then you'll do coal. Also, solar is not the only source of renewable energy. True. This was, of course, further underlined by the power shortages in 2021, followed by the global energy crisis in 2022 with the Russia-Ukraine war. The China energy system that exists in the moment in 2026 is the product of this 14th five-year plan. And 2022 didn't happen the way that it, and 2022 didn't happen the way they did. China probably would still be in decent shape today, but they did happen, and the lessons were learned, and the overall system is that much more robust for it. And then when we have the newest, I keep wanting to say For You page, 5-year plan, the 15th one from 2026 to 2030, which we are still analyzing and awaiting more details on, but within which I'd say energy security continues to be a defining theme of the energy strategy sections. The broad story I'm reading now from the 15th For You page is electricity is the primary instrument of energy security, with renewables, nuclear, storage, grids, and electrification seen as tools to offset imports, absorb shocks, and preserve industrial competitiveness. Coal is explicitly retained as the strategic energy reserve and flexibility source of choice, not gas or petroleum. Energy security, industrial policy, and geopolitical risk management are fully merged into one unified political and economic paradigm. So yeah, China didn't just stumble into a position of resilience for the current Iran war and Hormuz energy shock. It's been building up to it and sharing its strategy quite publicly, mind you, for the last 12 plus years, essentially all of Xi's tenure. If you want to fucking grok TLDR, China's 5-year plans have hyper-focused on energy independence through electrification of its grids. Okay? And not only are they doing this for themselves, they're basically revealing it in broad daylight to anyone else that will pay attention to it. Don't forget that PV and solar was once a literal German monopoly that got killed by conservatives in 2014 to keep us dependent on the petrodollar. Early 2000s Green Party economic strategy was kind of like China with long-term planning to create new markets, but conservatives willingly killed 150,000 jobs to stop it. There were numerous points, including the Green New Deal, where America could also have turned around its manufacturing lull. But of course, our oil behemoth was so overwhelmingly powerful because in China, the government controls the forces of capital, the flows of capital specifically. In the United States of America, capital controls the government. So if you actually allow capital to control the government, you say, fuck Green New Deal. You have a sophisticated network of propaganda that will be disseminated to the supposedly democratic system, democracy in theory, not in action, and people will develop negative opinions about it. Of course, no real democracy actually exists when it comes to the way that the government designs its foreign policy, the way the government even designs its own domestic policy that is at odds with the interests of capital and the interests of profit sectors, profit centers, specifically in the form of healthcare, for example. We can't destroy the healthcare system that is completely fucking privatized, because if we were to do that, then, our GDP would take a hit. These are major GDP providers. The line goes up. That's precisely the reason why we have such bloat in every sector. Okay? They could have done the same thing China did and still done warmongering just from a better position. Just say, oh, well, I don't care about the straight, flip the green switch. No, America doesn't care about the straight regardless. America and Americans in power will currently say, we don't give a fuck about the straight. And Trump says it all the time, as a matter of fact. It's not wrong. It's true. America is an exporter. So the straight being closed off unironically suits the short-term purpose and short-term goals of our energy sector, right? The reason why the strait is important is because it destroys the global economy, the Asian market specifically, where, a lot of our products are being manufactured, both in China and India and Vietnam and elsewhere. So technically, it's not as impactful for the American energy markets at all, even though, obviously, it's entirely dependent on whether or not the losses that the American energy providers are taking in the Gulf, because obviously these are their investments that are getting blown up, can be offset by, the price of the fucking barrel skyrocketing, especially when there's a new untapped massive trove, the largest known natural reserves of heavy crude on the planet in Venezuela. One doesn't work without the other. This is what I've been thinking about for the last month or so, the last 25 days. I've brought it up periodically. I do think that, I mean, this is my only, like, this is bullshit. It undermines the petrodollar, which is where the bulk of wealth and power is based. The closing of the strait absolutely ruins America because the U.S. economy is directly tied to oil. Yes. But here's what I said. Prior to the Iran war, Venezuelan crude refined and exported by the U.S. would destroy the domestic markets since the price would dip far below $60. If the Gulf productive capabilities are diminished, the U.S. could become one of the few major exporters and command great leverage over China's export controls. This seems like the only not insane long-term goal. Not sure it's even remotely feasible or achievable. So while American oil giants that have tremendous investment in Saudi Aramco and tremendous investments in the Gulf are actually taking a beating right now because their investments are blowing up or potentially slated to blow up, okay, if they light the region on fire, will they be able to offset that with their new investments and the new refinements that they can engage in Venezuela with far greater control? Because at the end of the day, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states are still sovereign to a certain degree. They're vassalized, but they're nowhere near as vassalized as Venezuela will be.
Called for a ceasefire and a return to diplomacy, while trying to leverage Beijing's strong ties to Iran to secure safe passage for its tankers through the strait.
Gas prices go up in America since oil prices based on international market value regardless of U.S. surplus. Only ones that benefit are the producers because they can sell for more. I mean, that doesn't need to be the case, obviously. The American government could, impose price controls. They just won't do that because that's not what the American government does, right? And also, this second part that you just mentioned, the only ones that benefit are the producers because they can sell for more. Yeah, that is what the American government does. The American government doesn't operate at your behest. The American government doesn't operate for your benefit. I mean, this is kind of the whole point of why I criticize capitalism. Okay? They don't care about your needs. I mean, at most, it's a pressure that they will seek to alleviate, right? Because if the gas prices at the pump are so high because it's tied to the global energy prices, if the gas prices at the pump are so unimaginably high, then yes, inflation crisis takes place. Cost of goods goes up. Americans are frustrated. They can't buy things, right? And inevitably, the economy falls apart and they revolt, right? So there is that pressure that they have to pay attention to. But if their goal is to, outside of that, I mean, they make this calculation on how much dick you can eat, basically. How much dick you can eat while the only people that they care about are capital owners, specifically in the oil and gas industry, the American oil and gas industry, and what their profit margins look like. It's possible that Venezuela's oil reserves are overstated as well. The numbers have all come from PDVSA itself, and people have been skeptical for a while now. I mean, I'm sure they have a better understanding of that. The American government does. These are the types of things you can't, fuck around with. We're talking about money. If you want to continue with the China topic, Bloomberg covered China's super grid. What the fuck? Can I ask, why did you start saying about the Venezuela oil idea for short-term gain recently in the past 2 weeks and not instantly in the Venezuela kidnapping? I did. I actually criticized the Economist and all of the other analysts that were like, oh, we don't even benefit from Venezuela's massive natural reserves because if we were overproducing oil, it would destroy the American small business frackers and it would destroy the Texas economy. It would destroy the American oil and gas industry because it would be too cheap. Oh, that's why you timestamped it. Okay, got it.
China watchers.
If you recall, I told you that that's still bullshit. No one is ever going to say no to more natural reserves. And now we're seeing kind of why.
that we talked to have talked efforts to build out its energy sources is actually getting fresh momentum from this conflict in the Middle East. And Beijing is one of the largest global investors in power grids. And China was the fastest growing LNG market before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2020 triggered a surge in spot prices.
But Bloomberg Opinion columnist David Fickling says there's a lesson to be learned in Beijing's dash for gas. He joins us now, together with our reporter Dan Murtaugh, to talk us through this complex issue right now. David, let me start with you. Underscore the premise here for us.
Yeah, I think this is looking at I was looking at a very specific case, really, which is, some of the things that have caused these blue skies around Beijing in recent years. You remember, like 10 years ago, there was a lot of air pollution in northern China, especially in winter. One of the things that's really changed that is that since about 2017, there's been a lot of push for people in rural areas to stop burning coal in domestic furnaces to warm themselves in winter. And that's pushed people in several directions. One has been to electric heaters and some to heat pumps, but a lot of them have also been pushed to gas boilers. And that's actually caused real problems just in this past winter. We saw quite a lot of reports in January with some of these rural families. They were initially subsidised to install gas boilers. They were subsidised for the price of the gas, and those subsidies have gradually been removed because, of course, a lot of local governments in China, are facing a lot of fiscal pressure, and that's left, some of these quite shocking reports out of, China of 2026, where you've got poor rural families who can't afford to heat their houses, who are, people who are having to sort of stand outside in the midday sun to get a little bit of warmth, and are just like having to rug up inside with extra layers of clothing. Now, I think that was a real mistake, because the costs of heat pumps, essentially, reverse cycle air conditioners, are not that much greater for inland of these areas, about 20%. And really, a lot of people talk about gas as this sort of bridge to electrification. I think we saw in that Hebei winter gas crisis some of the problems for that. And of course, we're seeing spilling out of the crisis in the Middle East some of the problems for that much more broadly in the world.
Yeah, David, you certainly have highlighted some of the challenges in this whole transition. Dan, maybe you can step in and talk about how, what is being done now, right? This push to expand China's energy infrastructure, and when it comes to capacity in the power grid, what efforts are being done now?
Yeah, David's exactly right. I think China has sort of realized that it was too reliant. It requires about 50% of its gas coming from overseas markets, about 70% of its oil coming from overseas markets. So it's really exposed to any gyrations in global prices. And now it looks at electricity, which is mostly coming from domestic sources: coal, nuclear, wind, solar, hydropower, all of which are produced in China. So it has a lot more control over the prices and supply there. And so it's been shifting its economy over the last couple of decades toward more and more electricity. Mostly you see that in EVs, but you can see it out in the countryside with these huge.
What level of damage to America would it take for you to consider moving to China? I mean, I like China, but I like China, but it's not about the level of damage that America could withstand. It's more so about like me going straight up to prison, That's how the fuck do you like China, dude? I don't know, because I'm agnostic and I don't maintain idiotic, childlike attitudes about nation states in the way that you do. I've been pretty open about this, where I have my loyalty to the people, okay, everywhere around the world. Yeah, man, but do you know the history of China? I'm willing to bet a lot better than you do, my friend. The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Like they killed babies to stop overpopulation. Name every Chinese, period. You don't want to live in China because they didn't allow you to hug panda? That's true. That was a big blow to my confidence in China. Are you pro or anti-Israel Epstein? Pro-Israel Epstein, my goat. The good Israel Epstein. Member of the CPC. Israel's Channel 12 has now leaked what it claims is a U.S. 15-point document to end the war with Iran. Okay? We're getting back to situation monitoring. The The reported mechanism is a 1-month ceasefire during which there will be negotiations over these terms. That alone is likely a non-starter for Tehran. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm. We'll look at the details in a second. Rebuild and return to the fight, as has already happened before. Are you averse to Europe because of Islamophobia? Buddy, if I'm moving away from America, why would I go to a vassal, an American vassal? If I'm escaping America in the unlikely scenario that I'm like going to prison or something, like where fascism is completely taken over and it's like, it's accelerating. Why the would I go to the country that's like a fleshlight for the United States of America? Europe. Okay. Yeah. Let me go flee to a vassal so I can get destroyed. Same with Australia. Iran has been clear that it does not want another temporary pause that allows the U.S. and Israel to rearm, rebuild, and return to the fight. As has already happened before, it is seeking a permanent settlement that allows it come out of economic isolation. Then there are the terms themselves. Much of this reads like a familiar maximalist wish list. No enrichment on Iranian soil, dismantling core nuclear infrastructure, abandoning regional alliance network. In other words, demands that Iran has consistently rejected before the war, and likely even more so now, given the leverage it believes it has gained. At the same time, there is a notable U.S. offer, the reported offer of full sanctions relief, including the removal of snapback threats. That suggests Washington may be signaling openness to a broader strategic trade-off. Oh my God. So there may be an outline of something workable here. But as an opening bid, much of this still looks fundamentally misaligned with what Iran would accept, and therefore unlikely to get serious traction in Tehran without significant revision. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, if this isn't simply holding space and time as America, draws up what remains of its sources, what remains of its forces, and continues to build up military troop presence so they can try and idiotically invade Iranian soil with no real logistical plan to do so, mind you. This is literally a bigger relief for the Iranian economy than what the Obama deal could have ever accomplished. This would mean that we treat Iran as a sovereign nation state, as an equal partner in the global oil trade. I mean, that's crazy. Biggest fell-off award for the anti-IR diaspora. Islamic Republic stays in place, led by the RGC, and the sanctions are taken away, but they'll still love Trump law. I mean, this is unironically something that is necessary. And Iran sacrificed a great deal to accomplish this, but they accomplished it through war. A war that they did not choose to have, but a war that they seemingly will end. I just don't think that Israel would ever allow this to happen, you know? Removal of all sanctions on Iran, U.S. assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project, energy generation, removal of the threat of sanctions being reimposed. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework, enriched uranium to remain, but under supervision and agreed limits. Missile program to be addressed at a later stage with limits. See, like this is, oh my God, they're doing oh my God, this is a white flag, dude. You know how Iran has the red flag, the death flag that they used to wave? And then they would do like a very restrained retaliatory strike that they agreed to ahead of time. This is literally Zelensky saying we'll have a referendum on Crimea 15 years down the line. Oh my God. Use of nuclear programs restricted to civilian defensive purposes only. Development of existing nuclear capabilities halted. No further expansion of enrichment capabilities. No production of weapons-grade nuclear material on Iranian soil. All enriched material to be handed over to the International Atomic Energy Agency within an agreed timeline. Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordow to be taken out of use, destroyed. International monitoring and verification mechanisms enforced. Gradual implementation tied to compliance. Additional regional security understandings between the parties. Dude, are you implying Trump broke something and is going to put back together in a worse way and will inevitably say, look, I solved another war? From an American chauvinist perspective, yes. But from a global perspective, this is a tremendous thing. Okay? I've been very clear on this. I have said this. Okay? Sanctions relief was a must. How close to JCPOA is this? This is literally worse than the JCPOA for from the, I mean, if this happens at all, and if this isn't just like a silly little fake out, and Israel will never allow this to happen regardless, but this is literally worse than the JCPOA. This is, from the American perspective, JCPOA did not offer this much. I guess one of the major differences here would be this is a better deal than what Iran was offered pre-war, which did not include sanctions relief. The Iranians are still going to say no. They would accept dismantling of their nuclear program for sanctions relief, but not an end to support the proxies or the missiles program, which is precisely the reason why even the missiles program, for the record, that was a key part of this, is not even being discussed now. They're just saying we'll do a framework for a deal in the future. Like, if we were to take this sincerely, okay, if we were to look at this as like a sincere, if this was like America genuinely saying, here, let's do this, please. This is nothing short of America coming on its hands and knees. Donald Trump literally getting on his hands and knees and begging Iran. Holy, I mean, are you kidding me? I don't really see how Iran can win this war if it doesn't get sanctions relief, and I don't really see how it can get sanctions relief if it doesn't concede on at least 2 or 3 nuclear proxies missiles. There's obviously the whole, if they survive, they win thing, but like, of course, some people will call this copium or whatever. We can quibble about definitions, but I'm not sure how Saddam 91 was considered a win for Saddam. Iranian people's quality of life matters, considering the Iranian state is responsible for them and them only, is a genuine question people should answer. This shit isn't a pissing contest. There actually needs to be a theory of victory that ends with a higher quality of life for Iranians. Otherwise, we get protests and Israeli lawn mowing again a few months down the road. The initial U.S. offer is similar to what you imagine. Sanctions relief in exchange for cutting off the proxies, limiting the missiles, and ending the nuclear program. No, I think that's a more conservative read on this than what the deal is actually saying. What this deal is literally like the JCPOA, but worse for America. Okay? Bro, they're just proposing this on the chance that Iran rejects it. They'll accuse them of being the warmonger. It doesn't matter. This is not... Iran holds all the cards. It's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. I cannot believe it. This, like, because remember, Iran's conditions were set ahead of time. America retreating from the region. Okay, no more military bases. America decoupling from Israel, which, by the way, that's a given if there's any deal making to be, if there's any deal making to take place. So much so that this was something that I think a lot of people didn't pay attention to, but Iran wanted to cut out Israel from the conversation so much that they literally said no to Russia negotiating with the United States. Many of you still are operating under the weird belief that Russia is actually an anti-Zionist country, not realizing that Vladimir Putin is a massive Zionist. Iran literally told Russia to off, and their statement was, because Russia was like, "Oh, we'll deal with Iran. Like, we'll get to the table. We'll create we'll create a negotiations plan for Iran." And Iran literally said, "No, we don't want Israel to be involved." That's very important. They didn't just say no to Russia. We want to do it our way with sovereignty and dignity. They said no to Russia. We don't want Israel's involvement in this. As in, they understand Russian partners to not be on the Iranian side, but on the Israeli side. Okay? Isn't like Russia agnostic about Israel? No. Absolutely not. So, Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel. It's Hebrew, Arabic, and then Russian. Vladimir Putin has literally said that he sees Israel as another Russian country. Okay? Numerous people from the USSR, both during the USSR and also certainly after the dissolution of the USSR, moved to Israel. Again, I'm going to repeat it one more time. Russian is the third most spoken language in the state of Israel, the fake state of Israel. Okay? Numerous Russian oligarchs use Israeli passports as an entry point into the global markets. While the USSR itself was formative in the development of the Zionist entity, arming the Zionist brigades, thinking that the nation that would form after would be one that would be Soviet aligned, they very quickly realized that that wasn't the case. But Vladimir Putin has always been super, super pro-Israel. Israel is in its hoe phase. Worth saying that it's not just people pretending for financial gain. There are a ton of Jews in the former Soviet Union, the Pale of the Settlement. Plus, the Soviets were able to evacuate more Jews than, say, Poland. Yeah, but it's not even about Judaism, especially considering that many of the Israeli Russians are not even Jews. And I mean literally, like, not even through, like, matrilineal. They have no heritage to Judaism, no ethnic trace of Judaism whatsoever. They're just Israeli citizens now. This was done in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, specifically to increase the Ashkenazi, or the white population in Israel as well. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, if you want to think about it like that. Anyway, so thrilled with Syria. I mean, there's a lot of, like, Russia still has regional ambitions, and Russia still is anti-America, right, as it stands. So obviously the initiatives in Syria were a part of Russia's ambitions. But I wouldn't go so far as to say that, like, Russia and Israel were duking it out in Syria in the way that many people. I would say that Hezbollah and Iranian forces were certainly duking it out in Syria against Western interests. And to a certain degree, Russia was aiding. Obviously, virtually the entirety of the Syrian anti-air defense systems were Russian, but there were many restrictions against Israeli fighter jets, for example, restrictions imposed by Russia on the Syrian military in the same exact way that, for example, America imposed restrictions on Ukraine and their offensive capabilities with the weapons that we have given to Ukraine, you know, not allowing them to strike on Russian soil, things of that nature. What is this? Americans having bad take while in the comfort of their own homes. This specific one lives in the home that's infested with cockroaches and mice. Honestly, even with interceptions over my head, I'm living in a better environment. That's funny. Like, imagine having, between all the people alive who haven't anyone, Asmongold is probably one of the worst. Like, imagine having a house filled with literal trash and thinking you're better than Muslims.
It's going like
What is this take? Okay, we'll look at the Asmongold take in a second. We haven't looked at any Asmongold takes in a minute. Now Witkoff is texting Word docs to them, hoping they'll respond. This is so embarrassing. The United States has sent a 15-point plan to end the war in the Middle East, according to two officials briefed on diplomacy. It was unclear how widely shared among Iranian officials and whether Iran was likely to accept it as a basis for negotiations. Dude, this is so desperate. Dude, this is so desperate. Oh my Lord. Like, even if this is a trick that America is trying to start the negotiations process or whatever, so they can keep increasing troop presence in the region, so they can eventually do the unthinkable, devastating version, the worst version of events, which is where American troops get by Iranian rockets and whatnot in the Iranian mountainside. But this is literally reminding me of Xi, call me Xi, Xi. Please call me. This is basically Trump doing this.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace.
No. Oh my God, this is awesome. What is your thought on USA using more dollars in Iran in a few days than they have supported Ukraine in the last few years? Yeah, because Israel is the only country that matters. Why is it embarrassing? How would you have reached out to them? Oh God, these guys are so stupid. America literally funded every side of the Syrian civil war at different points. How is it confusing to people that the other countries also had malleable or dubious allegiances during that specific conflict? Yeah, with the exception of Iran. Iran and the axis of resistance against Israel and America is not designed out of territorial acquisition ambitions. It's designed out of necessity. Okay? So they don't get to have shaky allegiances because they're literally just there to push back against American intervention, American forces. Lamau, as if Russians funded the Free Syrian movement, they backed Assad fully. Was it not for Russia, Assad would have fallen way earlier. Oh my God, here we go. The Z pushers are in here once again. Yo, okay, yes, you're right. Vladimir Putin, when he's shaking hands with Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that Israel is one of the most important allies that we have, all of that is all fake. Remember when Jackson Hinkle would talk about how Benjamin Netanyahu and Vladimir Putin are going to create a multipolarity? That they're going to create a multipolar world together against the petrodollar. That's what they were saying. I remember. Yeah. Wild time. Your Russia takes will age badly law? Okay. I think my analysis of what Russia is doing, regardless of their genuine interest in being an anti-imperialist force or not, doesn't matter. Like my analysis on what Russia's doing, the bloodshed it has caused, or at least like the war it's waged against like Western imperialism in general, whether they are anti-imperialist or not, doesn't matter. I understand why, as I repeatedly say, I understand why the third world's position on Russia is very different. People in the Haas Reddit yelled at me for saying Russia and Israel have good relations and won't go to war. Actual blind spot for many people. Yes. I don't know, dude. Your analysis for the past forever has been Ukraine give up. Wow, really interesting. I don't know if you noticed, but Ukraine is eventually going to give up. Like, yes, my initial prediction that Vladimir Putin would never invade Ukraine was wrong. It's a wrong prediction. The analysis was still obviously correct. So much so that look at the situation now. Every single thing that I said, including the initial ceasefire agreement when Ukraine had the maximum leverage, should have been taken. The off-ramp, the Minsk agreements should have been taken. These are no longer controversial opinions. At the time, people said, oh, you're Vladimir Putin defender. QQ. Right? Now, that's the universal position. Hindsight 2020, it's not even hindsight. It was foresight at the time, it turns out. Things that people consider hindsight was foresight. Chevron warns California risks fuel crisis unless Iran war ends. How many yelled at me and said, I'm pro Vladimir Putin? You're way too supportive of shitty peace deal. Yeah, things got a lot better. Things got a lot better since then, right? That shitty peace deal would have been a massive W in comparison to the battle lines currently. I hear this all the time. Russia can't withstand the war. Their economy's crashing and Ukraine takes out the Russian infrastructure. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe that there's this like still to this day, Ukraine is winning. Study up. Yeah, I saw they pushed back on some Russian positions. They got like, a little bit of territory back. Fun fact, Quincy Institute is still smeared as a pro-Russia by some in D.C. for criticizing Biden's refusal to engage diplomatically with Russia to end this war. It turns out pushing diplomacy while correctly predicting the downsides of interventionist policy hurts your credibility in D.C. Good stuff. Quincy Institute experts in March 2022, it's highly unlikely that a protracted war will bring Ukraine significantly better terms. Both sides are going to have to accept painful compromises, all of which will become even more difficult to achieve if the conflict is allowed to continue. Ukraine was able to actually catch Russia by surprise. Russia greatly underestimated Ukrainian defenses, and Ukraine was able to successfully purge the Russian forces from Kiev, okay, where they withdrew back to the eastern flank. That was the highest leverage that Ukraine had. Since that moment, Ukraine has lost leverage over and over again, piece by piece, every single day. And now Ukraine is facing, in the current iteration of ceasefire negotiations, Ukraine is facing permanent annexation of Ukrainian territories. Like legal annexation, which is illegal, obviously, but like legal recognition of annexed territories. That's what the current plan is. I don't think you understand how sore the Ukraine conflict is for Europeans. Is the same amount of sore you feel about Israel-Palestine. Oh my Lord, dude. Yeah, why aren't you pressing the Ukraine win button? Yeah, just like I'm not pressing the communism button, I'm also refusing to press the Ukraine is going to win button. Yeah, it feels like every single criticism anybody makes of your Russia takes ultimately comes down to you're not giving me as much pro-Ukraine hopium as I want, therefore you must be pro-Russia. Have you ever seen a more reasonable critique? No, I have not. Also, saying that the Russian economy is crumbling right now when the strikes on Iran has literally given Russia virtually, like we gave Russia sanctions relief. What are you talking about? The price of the oil barrel goes up, and who benefits from that? Russia benefits from that. What the They don't rely on the Strait of Hormuz. You guys are delusional. I'm begging you to watch the part where Pete puts his hand on the imaginary throttle and says, as long as hard as is necessary, in which Trump raises eyebrows.
As
Lamau.
viciously as possible from moment one. And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with, you have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about your future. The president has made it clear that you will not have a nuclear weapon. The War Department agrees. Our job is to ensure that. And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as hard as is necessary to ensure the interests of the United States of America are achieved on that battlefield. This as viciously as possible from moment one. That throttle. As long as hard as is necessary to ensure.
Trump saw that. Trump saw that hand gesture and went, oh, interesting. Beş. Beşte babacığım. Bir. Eyvallah. Lol, you missed it. If the United States makes a negotiated agreement with Iran, that the likely outcome will be obtaining detailed mapping and intelligence on its nuclear facilities via inspections, followed by revocation of the deal and reimposition of sanctions within a few years under a new administration and targeted attacks based on the intelligence gained during the inspection period. If this sounds overly cynical, it's exactly what happened last time. Yup. It might not even have to, there might not even be leadership change for them to do this, for the record. It's nice to see the two most deceptive negotiators on earth being treated with the skepticism that they deserve. Yeah. The one who once spoke of regime change and the fragmentation of Iran now hopes that someone in Iran will engage in dialogue with him, though this, too, is merely an attempt at deception. Iranians are not biting on this, for the record. They're not biting on this at all. And they have no reason to, because they very clearly have the leverage. I'm sorry, but we are now the table and thus now Turkey. Karachi is the Istanbul of Pakistan. No! This is true. Islamabad, New York City, the Islamabad of America. It's no longer Islamabad. It's Islamagud. Bruh. It's true. Turkey is no longer the table. That's what you get, Pakistan, for developing at a time when people thought you wouldn't be able to. Okay? And then you did, and now you're the table. Even though, weirdly enough, you're also just like dominated by the CIA. I don't understand. Pakistan is the strangest country in the region. Like, literally, half owned by America, half owned by China. I don't even understand how that works. They've just pieced up the country. Has nuclear arms. Fantastic. And it's even funnier when you learn how Pakistan got. I mean, yeah, that story is incredible. It's just literally one guy who memorized. One guy who memorized from the Netherlands. It was like, I'm going to give my life for Pakistan. Pakistan for the win. #1 country in the world. Yeah, Pakistan Zindabad. And he went into the mountains and was like, I'm going to build. Incredible. They harassed Qadir Khan for years till his death.
My pledge is that I will be pilot and I'll help everyone. Pilot.
Yeah, he's a pilot. Great. You see, this is the spirit. We love Pakistan.
My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like who helped Pakistan in making the nuclear power.
Inshallah, we have a bright future. We have here students who are going to make Pakistan a great nuclear nation.
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan.
Why do you always do this? Why? What do you mean? What do you mean? I have to fight back. I had to knock Pakistan down a few pegs. Okay, except this video is not bad. It's one of the best videos of all time. Pakistan is now at the table, and it perhaps is the table. Okay, you took that away from my people. Colonial conquest that took away, you know, the Persian. The beautiful Persian Empire that we could have been, all the shit. And they're also still spiritually Shia. How is this anything different than I welcome death? Doesn't matter. Question, you support terrorism? Hasan Parker's response, I don't support the state of Israel and I don't support the state of the United States of America. This is why the face of progressive movement in the U.S., no wonder they keep losing. What do you think we're doing right now to Iran? Tickles? A tickle party? We're doing terrorism. 2+ years of live streamed child Holocaust, if not terrorism, state inflicted terrorism. Anyway, most know exactly who we are as a nation, but these zero foresight idiots are someone else. I mean, this guy is literally an agent of Israel, so it doesn't matter. As an agent of Israel, lost the argument and believed that, Zionists having a normal one. During the 2025 Gaza ceasefire, Hasan sought to enter the enclave to interview 23-year-old journalist Hossam Shabbat. On March 18th, Israel broke the ceasefire and just days later murdered Shabbat, which appears to be what Ethan Klein is mocking here on the anniversary of his death. Yeah. Anyway, he isn't suing, but is part of a group of Hasbaris. No, this is not Eyal. This is, is this Eyal Yacobi? No, Eyal Yacobi is Eyal Yacobi is the UPenn grad. He is the Israeli agent in America. This guy didn't get paid by the state of Israel. Eylon Levy, former Israeli spokesperson Eylon Levy, left the state, but was still supposed to get paid by the state to do propaganda for the state and never got paid for it. I guess they're too busy paying Nas Daily instead of him to go and fucking stalk me all the way on the other side of the planet in Cuba.
And destroy India.
Strong army, whoa, great.
Where are your nukes, Turk boy? In the Incirlik base. They're American nukes. But nukes still very much are inside of Turkey, let's be real. They're just American nukes. If America attacks Pakistan, will nuke India? That's awesome. That's crazy. Anyway, I can't believe it. Asmin Goy at Asmin Gold suggests that Trump would look like an R word if the result of the U.S. war against Iran was simply the RGC being replaced by the RGC. If we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the RGC with the RGC. Hey, notice how he went from this war is so base, it's the most based war of all time, to finally, finally realizing 25 days later, maybe this war wasn't the best time.
And I think that, as I said, if we wasted billions of dollars, tanked the stock market, increased the price of oil, got people killed, all to replace the IRGC with the IRGC, this will be a colossal waste of everything.
Wait a minute. What? Who could have foreseen this? I mean, you don't even need to be, I'll be honest with you, okay? I studied this, okay? This is what I studied. This is literally my field of study, and I have 10 plus years of experience in commentary, specifically on American foreign policy and the entanglements that we get into and how it's not beneficial for the Americans. But you don't need to have that pedigree to look at the situation that was unfolding and not realize that this is going to be devastating. Like, it's so fucking stupid. If he was a better grifter, he would have leaned into what Nick Fuentes was saying ahead of time, who clearly is a much smarter, much more intelligent person than this fucking roach is. But because he's just so lazy that everything he sees is like bot accounts, because everything he sees is bot accounts on Twitter, and he just like repeats the dumbest fucking bot accounts. He's like, oh, this would be so dumb. Oh, this would be so dumb if like the situation that's currently unfolding is unfolding.
Will be dumb, a complete fucking... He's going to look like an idiot. He's going to look like a retard. Every time, yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. I wonder who the biggest R word is in that situation. The guy who very clearly is like engaging in this panicked action that has done all those things, like destroy the global energy market, stuff like that. Or the fucking dumbass who constantly repeats those takes as though they're fucking based. Who's the dumbass here? Donald Trump or the guy who goes, yeah, based. This guy is so based over and over again.
Morning sometime.
Giant fuck up. Yeah, total failure.
Yeah. Let's see what Asmengol was saying last week.
Wars are not our wars. True. We need to fight. Emphatically, tremendously happy this has happened. I was a big supporter of us bombing them before, and now we're bombing them again, and this is just amazing.
This
is an operation against the world's largest sponsor of terror.
That's right. This is amazing. Every third world shithole that promotes these terrorist ideologies, death cult fucking religion, is getting demolished. Oh, a school got bombed? It's collateral damage in a war, and it's inevitable, number one. And number two, if they didn't want that to happen, maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing a world superpower like America. Man, how about that? This is...
You had dumbass on Twitter doubting your degree. What is this? He doesn't have a degree in international relations. He has a degree in poli-sci and communications. Not the same thing, Hasan. Wait, what? What the fuck does this person think international relations is under? I mean, some schools it might be separate, but for most schools, it's under poli-sci. Oh my God. What a fucking confident moron this is. Yeah, 1/3 of the required classes to graduate with a poli-sci at Rutgers, with a poli-sci degree at Rutgers include foreign and international politics. There's no way you aren't a Fed, Lamau. That's not a degree in international relations. That's not the point. An undergrad degree just gives you a base. It's the 10 years of experience reading and talking about it on top of that makes this area of expertise. Whoa, little F. M is real high. M is real high. M is real high. Chat, freak out right now. Freak out right now. Chat, freak the fuck out right now, chat. It's over. It's over. Stream is done. Everybody freak the fuck out. Hopefully it's not. You know, I already got my bases covered. I said M is real high. Bro, they grilling his ass to hell. What is this? Maybe they shouldn't have been funding terror groups and antagonizing America, Israel. What the hell did you expect? I don't even think he knows what this is. I don't think he understands what it means when America's latest weapon of air superiority is destroyed in a combat operation. Like, the air superiority has been completely fucking undermined in its first major flight mission over a sovereign state. They're pocket watching your degree, but why aren't they watching Asman's degree? What does he have a degree in? Smelling bad? The fuck? Anyway. Is that an F-35 or an F-15? No, that's an F-35, my friend. An F-35 getting destroyed by an S-400 or an HQ-9 is somewhat acceptable, but losing it to a fucking Timu optical seeking SAM is disgusting? No. That would also be fucking horrible for the F-35. It's literally designed to avoid being tracked by these existing weapon systems. I mean, yeah, this is even worse, but still. All right, don't worry, guys. F-47 incoming, okay? We got new tech. It'll be another $1 trillion. It'll be another $1 trillion. Asman literally said he thinks the F-35 being shot down is fake news. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you just kind of have to live in the fake bizarro world all the time. F-47, named after me, the 47th president. Oops, America was all lies, law, making me believe the moon landing was fake. It's a well-known weakness. Literally, we're scheduled for upgrades to patch it, but par for course, they won't be arriving till 2032. Yeah, CENTCOM confirmed it was hit, by the way. So that's how you know it's unfucking deniable. F-35s get really stressed when you track them. It's not funny. True. I heard it wasn't hit. It was just a laundry room on the F-35 that caught fire. Oof. I've heard it's a loitering air defense that uses heat-seeking instead of radar. The air defense is something between missile and a Shahed drone. Yeah, but even the heat-seeking, isn't the F-35 also designed against heat-seeking capabilities too? I mean, obviously it's more difficult, but it's literally supposed to be radar invisible. To paint not the thrusters, not at all. Is an extremely hot jet. It was shot with one of those T-shirt cannons at sports events. It's pretty funny seeing the same Reddit liberals who criticized Hasan for saying he'd vote third party over Newsom now saying they're not going to vote for Newsom because of his Israel walkback. Right again, just too early. What are you gonna do, man? I will say one of the greatest parts about the chaotic media cycle that we're engaging in now, where things unfold at a rapid pace, way faster than ever before, is that vindication comes a lot faster. You don't have to sit around and wait for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. For vindication to come. Oftentimes being a leftist is being right, but too early. But nowadays, even if you're right too early, your vindication comes fairly shortly after, right? Yeah, no shit. Big politicians are targeting Hasan Piker. More of them should be. God forbid a candidate actually work with new media, which the right has used to dominate us. Hasan has been consistently anti-war. Can the pundits on your acceptable news media say the same? Yep. Yeah, Hasan may be anti-war, but he's pro-violence and hardcore assassinations for people who simply say things he doesn't like. Like, what are these fucking fantasies, dude? Hell, yeah, nah, you lost me with this one. Piker's an unserious right-wing podcast like Nick Fuentes should be treated as such. Just because someone is young and has a podcast doesn't mean the Dems have to kiss their ass. That's not the issue. The F-35 did not know it was being tracked at all. No evasive maneuvers at all. Yeah. A couple years, Ann Fogel explained the pro-war Iranian philosophy, psychology really well. Sometimes it's not naivete. It's just end it all now nihilism. Unfortunately, the modern American way of war won't give you sweet release. You'll starve or get tortured by militias. What is this? If the United States drop a nuclear warhead on each and every single city in Iran, it is far more preferable for Iranian people than living under a weakened Islamic Republic, which is now more brutal and wants to take revenge too. Being nuked takes less than a second to vaporize us, and that would be it. Living under Islamic Republic is years of torture and pain, imprisonment, and witnessing our beloved people and families being tortured, hung, and executed in public. Please nuke us if you want to put another Islamic Republic puppet there. At POTUS, at Netanyahu. This is why I said even the anti-Muslim Iranians are still spiritually Shia. Okay? Because on the one hand, you see the IRGC guy and the hardliners and the Ayatollah being like, I welcome death. I welcome death. I welcome death. Death is not, death is something I seek out. Please martyr me in the field of battle. This is what I'm looking forward to all the time. And then on the other side, you got the anti-regime guys who are literally also spiritually Shia, where even if they're like, oh, I hate Islam. Islam was CNN. Iran tells U.S. it will not negotiate with Witkoff or Kushner, but only J.D. Vance. Oh my God, shut the fuck up. No, there is no shot. No, come on, dude. Please tell me these fucking Iranian boomers don't think J.D. Vance is actually anti-war. Jesus Christ, no shot. I believe it. I literally fucking believe it. I believe that they are such boomers that they legitimately see the reports of J.D. Vance like being noticeably absent for the conversation and think like, oh, he must be like actually anti-war. I hope they're just fucking trolling. God, oh God, the Ummah boomers. They literally, it takes nothing. It takes nothing for Muslim unks. Shia, Sunni, doesn't matter. It takes such little for a white man for them to go, oh my God, this guy will save us. I mean, clearly. It's just like, I don't think that's it. I think they're trying to pull an insubordinate power play. They know they have the upper hand. They're playing with their food now. I mean, I get why they would say no to Witkoff and Kushner. Witkoff and Kushner has directly fucked them over. There's a term for it in Israeli intelligence where someone is not like directly, I think it's called a helper, right? Murtaza Hussein wrote about this, where people like Witkoff and Kushner are seen as helpers, right? They're not directly under the payroll of the Israeli government, but, you know, they're sympathizers, right? Sayayim, I think so. This is unk on unk shit talking. Why are you believing CNN on this? It's true, I shouldn't. Iran are Democrat agents trying to torpedo Vance's presidential run. They're trying to exert their material sovereignty over the U.S. This will legitimize Vance in the eyes of the public, playing to both Trump and Vance's ego. New senior Iranian official Jalili accused the U.S. of deception amid talk of talks. Saeed Jalili, the supreme leader, represented the Supreme National Security Council and a member of Iran's Expediency Discernment Council, criticized the U.S. calls for dialogue, saying Washington previously pushed for regime change and Iran's fragmentation. Bro, they activated the 82nd and they're bringing 2 amphibious assault ships. These are the break glass and emergency forces. They're going to invade. That's what I think too. I don't think they would be moving assets like this if they weren't invested in invading. I think they're stupid enough. I think they're literally, I think America and Israel, well, Israel will not be sending troops. Sorry, my mistake. For a second, I forgot. My mistake. America is going to be sending troops for Israel. Israel will not be sending troops, but America might be dumb enough to actually send troops to Iran and try to invade Iran militarily, which is incredibly fucking stupid. A bit anti-Semitic to send Israeli troops. True. My mistake. Iranian representatives have left the Trump administration know it does not want to negotiate with Witkoff and Kushner and would prefer to engage with Vice President J.D. Vance, according to two regional sources. Listen, all I'm going to say is this. Judging by what I know of these guys in the Iranian leadership, I can totally see them being boomer-brained and assuming that J.D. Vance's silence is seen as like genuine opposition to the American and Israeli initiatives, which it's not. He is just he's better at reading the room, but that doesn't mean that he's gonna like actually take a more favorable position. But who knows? I don't trust CNN sources on the Iranian side. I trust drop site sources on the Iranian side. Interesting timing for this. Effective April 20th, 2026, the U.S. Army is increasing the maximum enlistment age from 34 to 32 and eliminating waiver requirements for single conviction of possession of marijuana. Hell yeah. Now all those guys that were like putting on, those like fat veterans that were putting on their fucking old gear to be like, oh, I can fucking join the war, can go enjoy. Wait, 42. Wait, hold on. Wait. No. Oh, hold on now. Oh no. Okay. A chatter asked me earlier, what would it take for you to move to China? Who knows? Me and my dad going to war, baby. Hope you like the lobster news, boy. Chat meetup in Tehran. Wait, Hasan, they're sending these people too? No, these guys are doing the domestic home front. They're fighting the real battle. Diabetes, heart disease. You need to keep the troops positioned at home. When being born in New Jersey backfires, I have bone spurs, so it's fine. I have bone spurs, actually, so I won't be attending. I'm transgender and I have bone spurs. Yeah. Turns out it's transgender for everybody. Oh, man. Wonderful things are happening in the world. Really, just awesome. So cool. Important for chatters that are about to be drafted. The 10 items guaranteed to clog a toilet. There you go, guys. Don't worry. If you get drafted, you can just pull one of these bad boys. You'll be fine. They put you on that ship, you're tearing at a new one. Yeah, the Pahlavis are also mad that Trump's 15-point plan is not looking too good. IRGC won't. This tier 3 HasanAbi made
the top 5 things to do if you get drafted. Number 2 will blow your mind. First up, we got deserting. This one's a classic. Once they ship you over there, as long as you learn the language, you should be able to just leave and join the other side. Number 4 is going to be espionage. Another classic, a little less exciting, and it does require you to do some groundwork, but it's a very vital job. Number 3 is going to be equipment sabotage. The tanks, vehicles, planes, all that are some of the most expensive pieces of equipment ever created. True. So if you learn about them and learn how to sabotage them, it'll be a great help. Number 2 on the list is going to be computer sabotage. By the time we all get drafted, they're probably going to be using some like crazy AI. So it shouldn't be that hard to like fake an AI resume, and then once you're in, replace the US military AI with like Homer Simpson AI. Number 1, you know what it is, Chris Dorner mode. Identify your commanding officers who are the most fascist, most...
Parody. This is parody. Oh my God, TikTok is a Chinese app propaganda. Parody. I disavow. Anyway, absurd. The conditions of the 15-point plan are literally better than the JCPOA if followed through on them. Iran is never going to fucking limit their missile capabilities. And most likely will never stop funding the IRGC or never stop funding the proxies in general. So, good luck to America on this 15-point plan that they put out there with no assurances.
In to this war. It has to be said that the Saudi government has issued a statement denying any of these claims. This is the fog of war. You will have leaks everywhere, confusing people, paving the way for the public opinion for the next step of the war. Just shortly after this article came out, another leak came out with another news organization saying that 3,000 more U.S. soldiers were on the way to this region. I think it's really to create this fog of war that happens during each and every conflict I covered. Probably the truth is somewhere in between.
And Hoda, Iran this Tuesday is continuing to attack Gulf states. Have you noticed any shift in the intensity or the targets of these attacks, Hoda?
Well, I have to say, I was listening to the press conference, the weekly press conference of the spokesman of the foreign minister here in Qatar, Majid al-Ansari, because we hadn't heard any alert for the good part of the last 2.5 to 3 days. And then he all of a sudden said that doesn't mean that there haven't been any attacks. Shortly after, the Ministry of Defense has clarified that today alone, for example, 9 ballistic missiles were intercepted here in Qatar. There seems to be maybe a shift that the attacks from Iran are now targeting specific areas away from the urban areas. You see that, for example, in Saudi Arabia, where most of the drones intercepted, or all of them, I would say, on this day, were towards the eastern region. That's home to most of the oil refineries and the most important oil installations in Saudi Arabia. And then you had another attack in Bahrain where a UAE contractor who is of a Moroccan origin was killed and several others were hurt, that again being a military target. So people here are a bit confused. Many would tell you maybe there's space for diplomacy, maybe something is happening behind the scenes. President Trump seems to say that. He just said it about 20 minutes ago or so while I was on standby to...
By the way, I'm noticing they're talking about 82nd Airborne, open source intel, by the way, another Israeli classic. 82nd Airborne, 75th Rangers, Delta, 160th SOAR, SEALs. The RGCs should start praying. Noticing that there's no IDF units mentioned in this. Have you guys noticed that? Because I've noticed that the IDF is not involved in this ground unit positioning. How strange. How strange. Why do you want to send the Jewish people from the only Jewish state and the only democracy in the Middle East into war? Are you Hamas? Yeah, only Lebanon. Only Lebanon. Volkswagen is returning to the Nazi business. They can't escape their roots. German government supports the move also. Volkswagen to shift from cars to missile defense and deal with Israel's Iron Dome maker. Oh, God, I want to forget the existence of the state of Germany. Please, can we just have one fucking day where I don't have to think about Germany? Please. I feel bad for the Germans that are stuck in Germany. God damn it, dude. It's just, let's not think about Germany. Please. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Anyway, let's see what the Democratic ambition is here. Paul Begala is right. Democratic majority for Israel says if you're a liberal, there's good reason to stand with Israel.
Well, this is something that my party has to address. So your party has a terrible romanticism, but so does mine. Let's be honest.
Great.
And I tell all my liberal friends, who had a bigger pride parade, Tel Aviv or Tehran? Right? Who has a free press? Who has elections? I don't support...
Wait, who has a free press? Israel objectively does not have a free press. They literally have a military censor. What the fuck? Israel has also still refused to allow any journalist. Israel's killed more journalists than Iran has. Like, what are these metrics, dude? Israel has killed more journalists than Iran has. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Israel literally does not have a free press. It's just not even a thing. Okay, so that's totally ridiculous. Yeah, Israel's gay pride parade, gay marriage is not legal in the state of Israel. It's not an accident that all the Israeli gays fly to Cyprus to get married. Okay. And last but not least, as far as the the censorship goes, not only do they have a military censor, but they also kill journalists with regular frequency. Yeah, and interfaith marriages are allowed in Iran. They're not allowed in Israel. And I guess, like, as far as the Israeli democracy goes, I mean, yeah, they argue on the basis on shit like, you know, how much should we allow women to read, or you know, how hard we should be genociding the Palestinian population. But, you know, there's not a lot of disagreements that are taking place overall.
Netanyahu, I went over there and worked for Bougie Herzog. I can tell you firsthand, they have a thriving democracy and a free press. Democracies can self-correct.
Like, everything that we say about Iran, we can say about Israel tenfold, okay? We cannot have a country, a theocratic governance in the Middle Eastern region with nuclear arms that will kill its own citizens with regular frequency applies tenfold to Israel, except they already have fucking nukes.
I think they're on the wrong track. I think America's on the wrong track. We can self-correct with our elections. Right. Hamas can't self-correct. So my side, too, has to...
Oh, really? Why can't they? Perhaps it's because, as a Zionist, you don't see them as human beings, but simply fucking animals. Maybe that's the reason. Democratic strategist.
Find a way, I think, to reestablish the liberal values that the U.S.-Israel relationship is based on. Well, this is something that...
Zionism is racism, both hidden and not so hidden. But it's that simple. What kind of crazy talk is this? The United States has reportedly sustained nearly $4 billion in military equipment losses. Way more than that. At least 16 aircraft, multiple radar systems, regional bases in the USS Gerald R. Ford were decommissioned. Sell crazy someplace else. Racism is hidden and not so hidden. Lol, what? Yes. Zionism is racism, both hidden and not hidden. Like, hidden racism. Like, this argument is a version of what I'm talking about, where you just say, like, the opposition, like the Palestinians, are actually barbaric. Like, that's racist. There's a racist attitude. They can't control themselves. They can't, like, make decisions. So we have to literally destroy them. He's not literally saying those words. That would be not hidden racism. But he is engaging in a covert racist narrative, because Zionism is supremacist. It's a supremacist, fascist, settler colonial ideology.
Correspondents covering the latest developments from Tehran, near Ramallah, Baghdad and Washington, D.C., where we will start with our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. So, Kimberly, first of all, a lot of messages coming out of Donald Trump there. What's the bottom line? Is he saying that he believes they're close to a deal with Iran to end this war?
That's exactly what the U.S. president seemed to be indicating moments ago in the Oval Office. While he insisted that diplomatic negotiations are still ongoing, he did say that Iran has agreed to the U.S.'s primary request or ask, and that is never to have a nuclear weapon. Now, he says the two sides are still talking, but he believes that this has been accomplished. He also said he believes that the war has been won, although he then sort of contradicted himself and said, I think we're going to end it, but I can't tell you for sure. But one thing is for sure is that the U.S. president told reporters he believes that the other goal for the United States, which was to achieve a regime change in Iran, has occurred. He argued that it is now the third tier of leaders who are also gone. And that means, given the fact that the top leadership is no longer in control, the U.S. president believes that he has achieved what he was looking for.
We've also had this line from Donald Trump about receiving a significant present. Now, any indication from anyone in the administration what he's talking about?
Well, the White House has not specified what the president was talking about. And you're right. It was very cryptic what the U.S. president was saying. And he said it more than once. What he said was that Iran had given a present. He didn't say if it was to the United States, although it was implied that was the case. And that he said it was made a lot of money. And it showed that it was negotiating, meaning the United States was negotiating with the, quote, right people. All the U.S. president would say is that this present, as he called it, or gift, was related to oil and gas. But he expressly said that he would not say what the gift was, only that it arrived on Tuesday. Now, there has been some speculation that this has to do with with the sale of oil, those 140 barrels that have been stranded. We know that the Treasury Department lifted sanctions on Iranian oil on Friday. And so it may have to do with the sale of that. But again, this is the speculation here in Washington. It has not been confirmed by the White House. And the U.S. president flat out said he wouldn't tell what the present was that he believes Iran has given.
They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me.
I'm still wondering what that is. Like what? I don't think they did that, right? Like, I don't think Iran actually did that at all. But it's making me wonder, Brad Schneider, Hasan Piker is an unapologetic anti-Semite. Democrats are losing our credibility to condemn those on the right who traffic in bigotry, anti-Semitism, and hate when our own members of Congress and candidates are celebrating or worse yet, platforming those who espouse hate of any kind. I'm proud of our Big Ten and hate the fact that we welcome broad diversity of opinion and priorities, but we cannot allow those who preach hate and seek division to find safe harbor among us. We must call out hate and reject those who champion ideologies of exclusion and demonization. Yeah, I mean, look, let's be real. I have offended Israel far too much. So all of its lapdogs will chirp. Okay? That's it. Rishi Torres used to bark quite a bit. He barks in a different direction now. That's all I'm going to say. Did they take an Iranian oil tanker? My guess? No. Ooh, not good. Not good. I'm going to post that. Oof. Tread carefully. Attacking a Jewish Reb will be used as fodder against you. I know it's bullshit, but just FYI. Yeah, I mean, Brad Schneider has literally written op-eds for Times of Israel. Kamala Harris stands as a steadfast ally for Israel and the American Jewish community, actively supporting a strong U.S.-Israel relationship and confronting anti-Semitism. 6 likes. Let's be real. This is poison in the party, okay? It's a little different when it's Rishi Torres. My point, I don't give a shit. I don't care about the optics of that at all. Yeah, it was great to see so many friends and supporters at AIPAC's policy conference last week. I mean, that's from 2011, but, you know, not very surprising. Yeah, Rishi Torres went from barking at me to barking at settler terrorism in the West Bank. Yeah, what are they going to do? Call me an anti-Semite? They already do that. Brad is up to 6 mil. Wait, what? Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I mean, at least the PAC donations are like $1 mil. Yeah, look at that. The crisis of extremist settler violence in the West Bank must be confronted and the perpetrators must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There should be zero tolerance for violent extremism, no matter what form it takes and no matter what direction from which it continues. You can edit the pic with the new one. I don't think you can do that in edits, can you? I don't think that'll, the editing. Oh, you can. Nice. Hell yeah. Wait, did it change? Wait, I thought I was able to edit it, but I guess I did not. It didn't update. Oh no, it's right here. It did update. Remember this legendary AIPAC? Yeah, this was so funny. Mike Collins doing it for the love of the game. $9 received from the pro-Israel lobby. $9, dude. But this is why I also say, oh, this is funny. Y'all, we need to talk about Rishi Torres doing blood libel on Maine. Yeah, now that I'm considered, now that I have a new name in Israel, they know me on the streets of Tel Aviv by my new name, Dr. Jihad. Maybe Dr. Jihad can make a new placement on the Anti-Semite of the Year awards.
Deal with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related.
One other thing we know that is taking place right now is the U.S. president says that the negotiations well and going are including the Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, his envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, as well as the president himself. And one of the big things still being negotiated is who will ultimately control the Strait of Hormuz.
Kimberly Halkett there from outside the White House. Let's continue this and take it. Ali Hashim is standing by for us there. So, Ali, this is the second time in 24 hours that Donald Trump has been claiming he's having negotiations. Now, are we getting any reaction in Iran that is in any way different to the denials we've had so far?
Well, since yesterday, the speculations over negotiations have been denied by the Iranian government, by the Iranian Foreign Ministry, by the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Baqir Ghalibaf. However, there have been sources leaking that there is already a plan or an offer on the table, and the Iranians are studying. The National Security Council, Supreme National Security Council, is studying this offer, and that whenever this offer is approved, then there'll be possibility for talks in Pakistan. Now, is there a deal? Is there issues that are secret and no one knows about? That's something really we don't know about, because in such situations and such paths, the Iranians tend to be discreet as much as possible, and this is related to the secure paths to a deal, if there is a deal. Now, what could be on that deal? It seems there is a guarantee now for Mr. Trump that Iran is not going to make a nuclear bomb, but we know this long time ago. I mean, this is not something new that we're hearing for the first time. There is a fatwa in Iran by the previous or the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei that making and storing and researching a nuclear bomb is something haram, which is forbidden. So aside from this, what is on that list of requests and on the lists of agreement, this thing that we should actually keep watching.
Epstein's okay. I don't want to.
Are the Iranians going to give up on their ballistic missiles program, especially after the war? Because in this war, it proved that it's their only defensive shield. Are they going to give up on their groups and allies in the region? This is another big question. So the big question, actually, the bigger questions are to come. The more we are.
Those videos are so funny. Like,
questions,
throwing up hearts.
The big question, actually, the bigger questions are to come. The more we are getting closer to the talks, and then actually everyone would be waiting to see whether there is going to be a deal and what would this deal include, and whether Israel is part of this deal, and whether the GCC countries are also part of this deal, or they accept this deal.
Paul Atreides launching the family atomics. True.
These are issues that actually aren't simple, and they need a lot to be discussed and agreed on.
Not to mention the question, of course, key question, Ali, of course, of whether they'll give up on enrichment. But maybe not related to that, is Donald Trump's claim that the Iranians have given a big present. Any indication from anyone in Iran what he's talking about, and whether the Iranians have made any sort of...
When you're a Wall Street Journal journo from Tel Aviv, insane how it's gone from denying to just matter-of-fact bragging that starvation is part of the Israeli military smuggling in the Caspian intertwined with trade and crucial supplies such as wheat. The attack also threatened Iran's food supply, signaling Israel's ability to bring more pain to the population if necessary, the people familiar with the matter said. Love that. Love that they're just like openly saying, like, we don't wage war in the normal function. Like, we are here to kill civilians. Like, we're here to starve out the population. Yeah, this is what fucking happens when you don't rein in Israel in any way, shape, or form. This becomes the new norm. Washington Post dropped a what? Oh God, Washington Post. I love that they're using the limited amount of resources they fucking have to do shit like this. Fantastic. Didn't even reach out for a quote, by the way. Even the Daily Mail, which is also dropping their corresponding article, at least reached out for a fucking quote. Why are they getting a full court press? I think part of it is because I don't know. I think they greatly overemphasize the amount of like motion I have. It's funny to say like this is activism hypocrisy when this is a newspaper owned by Jeff Bezos. Like, what are you saying? He's one of the richest people on the fucking planet, and he owns this newspaper. And you're over here talking about rich people doing charitable contributions. What the fuck? And you refuse to sue anyone slandering you? What are you, fucking stupid? There's literally no suing. This is just an opinion editorial. What? I'm going to sue them for what? I'm going to sue them for what? Calling myself hypocritical? What are you, crazy? Okay, now you guys are actually lost in the sauce a little bit. The amount of motion you have is decided for you, I'm afraid. If anything you do is going to be highlighted across a wide variety of media like this, then you got motion. That's what motion is. Do they need to reach out for a quote for an opinion piece? They don't have to.
From around the world flew to Cuba on what they're calling a humanitarian mission.
Next time, go with a temp, bro. I think you're underestimating how much motion you actually have, bro. I mean, I guess.
Overture to the Americans in a way that could be interpreted as a present?
Well, Sammy, at least on my side, I don't know. I mean, never heard of this, but everything is possible. You know, this is politics, and in politics, there are presents and...
Yeah, they want to nip this in the bud before they allow what happened with the Palestinians happens with Cubans. They're literally full court press on this. Fuck the legacy media for this. Yeah, that's what I think. I do think that there is a free pressification of all like major news media now. Washington Post is basically like the free press. CNN is basically like the free press. New York Times is operating in a similar capacity. In some ways, as it corresponds to American State Department initiatives, the mainstream media has always behaved like this. But to varying degrees, right? To varying degrees of idiocy. I think the New York Times hit piece wasn't as like hardcore of a hit piece as what I'm sure will come from the Daily Mail. But I think these guys are just... Also, you don't really need to call me fucking stupid, man, misinformed, sure, but this name calling shit gets old. Okay, sorry. I apologize, chatter. You're right. But I can't sue an opinion editorial unless there is like directly a massive slander in it. Daily Mail is already out, by the way. Yeah, I gave him the same exact quote that I gave. I gave him the same exact quote that I gave the New York Times. I don't know if they actually posted it or not. Yeah, okay, they haven't posted it. The Washington Post article alleges you play video games. Clear defamation. True. What is this? Media. There's nobody to help. What the fuck is this? Oh, wait. Is this Kash Patel's girlfriend? I think a lot of these people saw what you did for Zoran and they do not want it happening again in the midterms. Just came from the Daily Mail article. Go fuck yourself, dude. No, Connor. FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend says Michael Flynn, Tucker Carlson, and Joe Ken and Candace Owens are all tied to a foreign influence operation. Yeah, it's pretty funny that that she's calling other people foreign linked intelligence assets when there's a higher likelihood that she is.
There are transactions, and everything is transactional in life. So what might have happened, this is something that I'll personally dig, and I promise you I'll try to get you an answer. But for now, I don't know.
Okay, thanks so much, Ali Hashim there from Tehran.
Good evening from Beirut. I'm Yalda Hakim. Propaganda, tough talking, misdirection, whatever you want to call it, it's become an accepted tool of modern warfare. So you'll hear all the action words: demolished, decimated, completely obliterated. Donald Trump will say the war is over, then send thousands of troops to the Middle East while continuing to bomb Tehran. Iran will pledge to fight till complete victory, insist it doesn't want to harm its neighbors, then send dozens of missiles towards the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Kuwait. But behind those words of war, what's actually happening? 12,000 targets hit by the US and Israel in less than a month. More than 2,000 people killed. And now we know some conversations are taking place through mediators from Egypt, Turkey and Pakistan. And that US Vice President J.D. Vance could be the chief negotiator if face-to-face talks do happen in Islamabad. But if you're running Iran, you'll be suspicious that America is publicly talking of peace while secretly plotting a big attack. And this is why. Have a look.
We're not going to put up with it any longer.
We're going to continue to do well. We have the greatest military in the world by far.
And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion.
we're not leaving until that job is finished. As far as I'm concerned, we've essentially defeated Iran. The result will be lower oil prices. And I said, if I do that, oil prices will go up.
Have you made this?
What is going on with Sky News, man? They got music in the background? That's unbelievable.
The president in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. I'm demanding that these countries come in and protect their own territory because it is their territory. We don't use the strait. The United States, we don't need it. Their oil comes out of the strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. We were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. You don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes.
Oh, man. The compies, buddy. The compies.
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but we don't.
This guy's impression of you is so good.
Get ready with me as I do my Hasan impression. So my Hasan impression is pretty simple. The basic idea is he wants the person who he's meeting to have a positive experience, but he's kind of uncomfortable intrinsically with the interaction. And so what happens is the face doesn't match the tone. I'll be like, "What's up? Nice to meet you. You want a picture? Of course. Let's do it." Get ready with me as I do my Hasan impression.
I've literally met him. That's why this hurts even harder. That's why he cooked my ass, bro. This happened in real life. Read like a fucking book, dude. Read me to filth. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, this was the other one. Jake Auchincloss, Jake Anschluss is right. If Democrats want to win, we need to run candidates who won't hesitate to buck the party when it's right for their district.
I think the American public thinks the Democrats can be.
By the way, when he says that, he doesn't mean like in the left direction. He means that in the right direction.
Weak and whiny, candidly. And they want to see candidates who bring some strength, bring some swagger, willing to buck the groups on the left, the status quo establishment in Washington, D.C., and break some pottery. Not in sort of the destructive wrecking ball way that Donald Trump does, but in a way that says, at the end of the day, politics is a contact sport, and I'm willing to put on the pads. I think number two is you're going to see across our members and our candidates authenticity to their district. These are people who walk and talk like the voters they're trying to represent, whether it's a minister in Iowa or a Latino Grammy Award winning singer in Texas, Vice Admiral here in South Carolina, Navy SEAL in Michigan.
Wow, so many people bucking the trend. Examples used are the trend.
Michigan. These are people who connect with their district, and I think that their constituents, their voters, leave their living.
He just laid out like most of the Democratic Party stereotypes, with the exception of like a Latino Grammy winning singer.
Rooms feeling like at the end of the day, I'm not going to agree with you 100% of the time, but I feel like you're going to be working for me.
Where were we? Paper oil market. U.S. military attacks on Iran, 61% say they disapprove, while 39% approve of the action. 3/4 of the Republicans approve of these attacks. Almost all Democrats disapprove. More than 70% of independents disapprove. 75% among Republicans is a red alarm. Bottom about the fallout stuff. I agree. I don't think this is too hopeful of a sentiment. Anything sub 80 is in the panic zone for Republicans because it's a cult. Anything that goes below 80 is good for the country. Anything that gets sub 80 approval is the needle moving in the right direction. That's why you saw Asmongoy hit that like, oh, we'd be so stupid if we just gave Iran everything.
I don't want to do a ceasefire. This is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
The president, in his own words, over a 3-week period, ending there on his answers in the White House just a few hours ago. Well, let's go straight to our U.S. correspondent, Mark Stone, who joins us live from Washington. Mark, I mean, just watching that montage over the course of the last 4 weeks, it's almost like the president is just continually thinking on his feet about how he's prosecuting this war.
Or he's a master chess player and has
conned us all. Who knows? I think if you take him at face value, and I've watched him every day, every hour, every time he comes out, and it seems clear to me that that he doesn't have a plan B, and plan A doesn't appear to be working. And
oh no!
He is now almost marking his own homework and claiming that regime change has happened when plainly it has not. I mean, let's take that one issue as an example. He said today, regime change has happened and the war is over. Well, the person we think he's talking to is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Khalibaf, who was a member of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps for many, many years. He is the other side of the same coin, the regime, which is run by the son of the supreme leader. He is the new supreme leader. He may be dead, but we do not know. So the regime hasn't changed at all. And in fact, there's every reason to think that it is more extreme, more intent on revenge now, more intent on a nuclear weapon than it was before. And on that second point, the nuclear weapon, the president said today that he believes that he believes them that they've now nuclear weapon. Well, they said that in Geneva on the day just before Donald Trump decided then that he didn't believe them and launched the military action. So why should he believe the same people now who he didn't believe back a month ago? So those are two examples of where there is clear mixed thinking coming out of the White House, intentional or otherwise. So plan A doesn't appear to have worked, and there isn't clearly a plan B, because if there was a plan B, well then they would have mitigated for that, they would have planned for that, and we wouldn't have seen the Strait of Hormuz being blockaded as it is. We would have seen allies in the region and in Europe being kept across the plan so that they could help to mitigate if plan B came to pass, which, by the way, the consequences of that have happened. We've seen that in the oil market. So all taken together, it feels from here at least to be rather a mess that the president is now trying to extract himself from.
Yeah, and we're hearing a lot from the president these days. I mean, just this afternoon, he also alluded to a big gift from Iran. And before you...
They only want to talk to the chud? Yeah, we saw this already. I don't know what they're thinking.
Come in and give us your analysis of that. Let's just have a listen to what he had to say.
My girlfriend's brother's in the Army, 82nd Airborne Division. They're sending roughly 3,000, 4,000 troops to Iran, and he's getting deployed. I'm horrified. He's 18. Conscientious objector. Now, you can do that. You should tell him to do that. He can apply for conscientious objector status, even during deployment. Pretty sure. I've been posting this nonstop. Don't you get thrown in prison? Yeah, but there's legal help. Also, I think prison is fucking preferable to turning into mist by a Shahed drone, don't you think? Do you want to be in a fucking FPV compilation? Yes. It's CCW4COs, okay? Center on Conscience and War. It's not too late for service members to get out. Explore your options. One of our professional counselors. Call the Center on Conscience and War. 1-800-379-2679. Better to be tried by 12 than carried by 6. True. I get it now. You're a tough love kind of guy. What do you mean? I mean, do you want to die for the state of Israel? Fuck all that noise. Just threaten to end yourself and they'll let you leave with your benefits? No, this is probably better. Difficult to claim conscientious objector if you enlisted for combat MOs. I was talking to Mike Prisner about this, but I'm pretty sure you still can. There's like still better to try. Yeah, the U.S. is so powerful that it could destroy the entire Middle East and it would barely register for most Americans. Yet if you listen to geopolitics pilled people, is constantly threatened by enemies so fearsome they will somehow destroy the American way of life unless the U.S. wreaks havoc halfway around the world in a place they've never even heard of. It's true. I forgot to mention this. I watched this last night. I think I watched this like around 3 a.m. And this is a nightmare, okay? The average American. Now, obviously, these aren't like the smartest Americans. Let's be real. Yeah, who wants their death to be via drone with Reddit commenters saying, wow, you can see the exact moment he gave up. Unfucking believable, this video. We'll get to it in a second.
They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it, so that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
What is that present? We don't know. I mean, is it a real present? Perhaps it's a piece of rock from that island off Iran, which the Americans say they need to control. Maybe the Iranians have suddenly announced that they can have access to that. I doubt it. I think perhaps it is something, if it even exists, and we need to question that.
This is supposed to be a serious news broadcast. That's crazy. Guys, this is Sky News. Okay? They've literally given up. Do you understand? I've never seen Sky News analysis like so deeply unserious about such serious subject matter. They're just, you know, they're fucking around now. A sign of the times, man. They did a compy and now they're just making fun of Trump.
Don't have a good faith actor on the Iranian side. We've known that for decades. But it's clear, too, that on the American side right now, what they tell us is not necessarily the truth. So is there a present? Is there an offering? Has someone within the Iranian regime said to President Trump's negotiators, whoever they may be, and we think it's Steve Witkoff, but we're not sure. The weekend he was dealing with Ukraine. Have they offered perhaps to open up the Strait of Hormuz? Have they committed to not attacking any commercial vessels that are passing through that? Is that the gift that Donald Trump is talking about? I can tell you from the faces of the few reporters that were in the Oval Office, they were as baffled as we are. We simply don't know what that is.
Thanks so much, Mark.
Chief National Correspondent Jennifer Griffin joins me now reporting from Washington. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Martha. Fox News has learned the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division and his headquarters staff have been ordered to deploy to the Middle East, an indication that more ground troops could follow. Thousands of U.S. Marine reinforcements are set to cross into CENTCOM's area of operations in the Indian Ocean as soon as Friday, when one of two Marine expeditionary units arrive on board the USS Tripoli and its amphibious Ready Group. But of those 2,200 Marines, about 800 are infantry. The rest are support and logistics. For comparison, when the U.S. Marines stormed the beaches of Iwo Jima during World War II, it took 70,000 Marines and resulted in nearly 7,000 Americans killed and 20,000 wounded. Iwo Jima was 8 square miles. Karg Island is 12 square miles. There is also the issue of getting the 31st MEU, or Marine Expeditionary Unit, through the Strait of Hormuz, which remains in control of the IRGC and too dangerous to pass. President Trump indicated that he...
What do you mean? I thought they got it. Fox News? Fox News repeating fake news that the IRGC is in control of the Strait of Hormuz? Excuse me. Haven't you heard Donald Trump said it's open? And so did Pete Hegseth. They said it's open for those who dare to cross it. Interesting. Interesting revelation from Fox News. Like, do the boomers that watch Donald Trump and hang on every word that he says, do they ever get confused, do you think? Do they ever just like hear this on accident and go, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. I thought we were winning. This is also part of the reason why it's so ridiculous that there are, like, if you think Israel, if you think we've seen the like how unpopular Israel has gotten, if you think that that's like the maximum unpopularity just yet, wait till troops come back in fucking coffins, flag draped coffins, and everyone is like, they died for Israel. Just wait. Just fucking wait, man. I don't think they're going to Karg Island, but it doesn't matter. No matter where they go, it'll be a fucking death trap, in my opinion.
He is willing to negotiate. The U.S. has struck over 9,000 targets in Iran, conducted 9,000 combat flights, and destroyed or damaged more than 140 Iranian vessels. Yesterday, the USS Gerald R. Ford, one of just 2 aircraft carrier strike groups that the U.S. has deployed to the Middle East, pulled into Suda Bay, Crete for repairs after a fire ripped through the laundry and sleeping quarters. 200 sailors were treated for smoke-related injuries. The Ford has been at sea since June, taking part in the Venezuelan Venezuela operation. The extended deployment, Martha, of the USS Ford with its 5,000 sailors and 75 warplanes could take it out of commission for over a year. Martha.
Jennifer, thank you very much. Jennifer Griffin reporting from Washington.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Israel's military intentions in southern Lebanon have been laid bare by Defense Minister Israel Katz.
Hundreds of thousands of residents of southern Lebanon who evacuated north will not return south of the Litani River until security is guaranteed for residents of the north. All 5 bridges over the Litani that Hezbollah used to transport terrorists and weapons have been blown up, and the IDF will control the remaining bridges and the security zone up to the Litani.
The key waterway meets the Mediterranean about 30 kilometres north of the border between Israel and Lebanon, and the demolished bridges have already isolated the area, which covers nearly a tenth of Lebanon's territory. Such attacks on civilian infrastructure are generally prohibited under international law, but Katz maintains Tel Aviv is targeting Hezbollah.
Well, the principle is clear. Where there is terror and missiles, there will be no homes and residents.
Israel has accused Beirut of not fulfilling its promise to disarm the militant group. In turn, Lebanon's president said Tuesday the war could have been avoided if Tel Aviv withdrew from occupied areas in the south and honoured the 2024 ceasefire deal. While his government has not yet prevented Hezbollah from coordinating strikes with Iran into Israel, it has declared the Iranian ambassador persona non grata, ordering them to leave Lebanon by Sunday, and effectively outlawed all military activity by both Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. But for Israel, it appears too little too late to halt further ground incursions. Far-right Minister Bezalel Smotrich is even calling to totally annex the south.
The Litani River must be our new border with the state of Lebanon.
Israelis for animal welfare, ban shot callers and declawing. Brother, you're the last guy to be saying anything.
Hezbollah, for its part, says it will fight any move by Israel to occupy Lebanese territory, saying it would pose an existential threat to Lebanon as a state.
Human rights groups are clear that many of Israel's attacks could amount to war crimes, but Hezbollah made a decision to enter this war, and many people here in Lebanon believe that you're sacrificing this country for Iran's interests, not for the Lebanese people's interests.
I just want to remind you that more than 500 people have been killed, assassinated by the Israeli aggression during this 15 months of the agreement to stop the aggression. We have never sent a bullet against the Israelis. When the Israelis and the Americans started their war against Iran, we saw that this is the opportunity to retaliate and to enter the war in order to defend our country.
We see by the fact that Hezbollah is fighting against Israeli troops on the...
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's totally ridiculous, totally fucking ridiculous to act like Israel was abiding by the principles of the ceasefire when they killed 500 plus Lebanese people.
Ground. Hezbollah has also been rearming in the south of the Litani. That's also breaking the ceasefire.
Did you make your own researches and you went there and you have documents to provide that we were Absolutely not. You're talking about people, individuals, who have all the faith in their country and in their God to sacrifice. When the opportunity came, our people went from the north of Litani to the south of Litani in order, and it wouldn't take much time.
When and if this war ends, it could end in an even worse position with some kind of Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. What is Hezbollah's aim in starting this war? It seems like whatever the outcome is going to be worse for you and for the Lebanese people.
This is a mere speculation about the future. It's early enough in order to predict what would be the outcome for the war now. I believe what we should be keep in our mind that we are steadfast, and I believe we have every opportunity to make them bow to our terms and not to be dictated by their own terms.
Thanks for Trump and thanks for Netanyahu, because they are helping.
Bombs never bring freedom. Never, ever.
Do not listen to America and Israel. They're your proper number one enemy.
Is it okay for Iranian lives to be lost for what you want to achieve?
unfortunately.
Oh my God. Bro, that sequence of questioning was so fucking nutty. And it's straightforward victim blaming because from the Hezbollah perspective, Israel has never stopped bombing southern Lebanon. Okay? They've never stopped bombing southern Lebanon during the ceasefire. And he's literally like, oh, well, you amassed your troops. Like, you didn't abide by the good faith agreement. It's like, and the only reason for why I'm making this statement is because you're effectively putting on a strong opposition against Israel. Absolutely unbelievable. That line of questioning, that level of questioning, that line of questioning, that tone in the questioning should be exclusive to Israeli leadership. That guy is usually a decent, out of all these fucking assholes, he's more decent than a lot of the other people, but it's like something bricks in the brains of these people. I feel like remember when I used to talk about how like they reset every time? Like they just reset. Their brains rewire after every like ceasefire. They just go back to like day one talking points.
Unfortunately.
Iranian communities are taking to the streets across the UK as their homeland faces an American and Israeli bombardment which brings huge political uncertainty.
To the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
But can this war liberate Iran, as the US president claims? And more importantly, who could then come to power? I've been speaking to members of the Iranian diaspora here in the UK to hear what they want for their country, some of whom were held as political prisoners following the Islamic Revolution.
I saw underage girls and boys were raped and executed. And I thought to myself, I can't forget this, and I have to talk about it. I have to fight against this regime. The violence I saw, apart from torture I endured, it went to my system. It made me very angry. I'm not sorry that I'm still angry against the regime. My generation fought, struggled against this regime. And as far as I know, my generation is against this war.
There will be people who are listening to you and feeling a little confused. You fled the horrors of a regime, 8 years in prison, and yet you still don't want to see the regime fall under the American and Israeli bombs. How do you explain that?
Bombs never bring freedom, never ever. If you just look at the history, you can see that.
I wasn't sure that much, but I'm so confident now. The freedoms are coming, and finally we are winning. And thanks for Trump and thanks for Netanyahu, because they are helping us.
همیهنان عزیزم، لحظاتی سر روی ماست. کمکی که رئیس جمهور ایالات متحده به مردم شجاع ایران وعده داده بود، اکنون رسیده است.
Reza Pahlavi is the son of the former Shah of Iran who was ousted during the Iranian Revolution of 1979. It transformed the country from a monarchy into an Islamic republic, with Ayatollah Khomeini becoming supreme leader. Pahlavi now lives in exile in America, and many royalists want to see him return to lead Iran.
Son of Shah is no dictator like the supreme leader or something like that. We trust him. In 47 years, he never changed his one word. He's always care about democracy and secular country. So that's why we support him.
It's difficult to say just how popular Pahlavi actually is. His supporters are loud and well organized, and this could over-amplify his importance. And he can only come to power if the current theocratic republic is overthrown. US-Israeli strikes killed Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, a prominent figure for many Iranians and Shia Muslims.
I want a secular, democratic government. I'm not monarchist, but I respect Reza Pahlavi. All these opposition, they did nothing. I was a child, but they did nothing. The opposition, none of them did anything. But Reza Pahlavi, the only thing, the thing I like about...
What the fuck did he do? Wait, what? The opposition did nothing? What did Reza Pahlavi do? Watch his wife get fucked by the yoga instructor? What has he done? Be born into the monarchy? In exile?
About him is, first of all, he was brought up in Western country, so he knows freedom.
Oh my God!
Means.
Is it okay for Iranian lives to be lost for what you want to achieve?
Unfortunately, this is what we have to. 47 years we have lost lives. God knows, how many people, but I think that if Israel and America, and I don't think that they are angels, no. We have problem with them as well. But if we didn't have Islamic Republic regime, they wouldn't come to Iran.
I've grown up going to Iran every summer, as much as we can afford. We speak Farsi in my home. I spoke Farsi before I spoke English. And I went to Iranian school right in Farsi, and I have always been extremely close with my family in Iran, extremely close. I personally cannot say that I am happy with bombs being dropped on my country where civilians are dying, and it's not in their interest, it's in the interest of US and Israel. However, what I do know is that this is a breaking point. We've never seen this amount of intervention and attack on the military, on the intelligence of the dictatorship that Iran has. Now we need to look at what do we do now? Whose voices do we listen to now? We listen to Iranians, all of them, not just monarchists. We also listen to Kurds. We also listen to Azadis, all the ethnic groups, all the religions. What did they want? Because we've never been asked this.
President Trump has called on Kurds to rise up against the Iranian regime under the promise of independence. But not all Kurds trust America.
I'm a Rojavati Kurd from Iran, yeah.
All right. You see yourself as Kurdish or Iranian?
Kurdish and Iranian, yeah. My message for the Kurds as well, the Peshmerga and Komal and everything is, do not listen to America and Israel. They're your proper number one enemy. Do not get involved in a war with Iran. Because they will betray you like how they betrayed the Kurdish people in Rojava, Syria part. They will betray you, they're trying to get you involved. And after that, they will say, we're not involved. The America will say we're not involved. So my message to the Peshmerga of Kurdistan, do not get involved in war with Iran.
When there is an onslaught against Iran, when there's an invasion against Iran, when there's an attack against Iran, Iranians rally behind their flag. Most nations do this. And that's exactly what happened. And Donald Trump had the most important achievement of his life. He managed to unite Iranians to have the same spirit of solidarity that they had in the very early years of the Islamic Revolution. Yep. That spirit of resistance, there is not a chance in a million that the Israeli and the US aggression can succeed. It will fail. There is no way Iran is going to be defeated.
At this remembrance in central London, held to honour Iranian victims of violence, organisers stressed it was a strictly non-political event.
We kindly ask that any partisan matters having cause tensions to be set aside.
Iranians are united in wanting the best for their country, but they remain bitterly divided in how this should happen.
In your copious podcasting about this in the last 2 weeks, you have
made the argument very strongly that the United States has been pushed into something not in its own national interest by pressure from Israel and the lobbying power of Israel.
Well, it has been. The question is whether the person who makes the ultimate decision, who would be President Trump, should have pushed back. That's it. Of course, Trump should have pushed back.
As previous presidents have done.
To some extent, some very limited extent, George W. Bush didn't push back. We wound up in the Iraq War, and now everyone pretends, oh, that had nothing to do with Israel. I was there. I was talking to Bush. That's not true. That's a lie. And that's why it's so important.
Low key, look, I'm here for the Israel hate, but like if we're going to be serious, the notion that like Israel pushed America into the Iraq War is, I would say, like a quarter of the way correct. Like as far as like what level, like did they absolutely push for the Iraq War? Yes. But what degree of influence do they have over the final decision? Maximum a quarter, maybe like 15%. Like it was not like this. The Iran thing is different, right? Like you have to work with new information. As you guys know, I've always talked about like how America retains the final decision and is the final has the final say on these sorts of incidents, right? And this is precisely what I mean. Like America could still decouple from Israel and decide, no, we're done with this. We're done. The one phone call dynamic still very much exists. With Iraq, it's a different dynamic than Iran. With Iraq, we definitely wanted to do it. We definitely wanted to do it for oil interests. We definitely wanted to do it. Like the Israel part of it was a cherry on the top. Okay. Like this also benefited Israel's interest in the region, certainly, right? Which was the cherry on the top. But with Iran, you can absolutely make the argument, which you don't really need to make an argument. They've already openly revealed this reality. You know, Trump, Marco Rubio, Mike Johnson, numerous Democrats in the Gang of Eight that have been in these closed door meetings. Like they've all said across the board that like Israel was the reason why we waged war on Iran. So yeah, I would definitely say that Iran is different than Iraq. Now, that's the difference between someone like myself and someone like Tucker Carlson, who is, in my opinion, engaging in the classic, like, oh, Israel pushed us into all of these wars, the Pat Buchanan narrative, right? And I think the reason why these guys do it is because they want to take away the responsibility from the beautiful WASPs, right? Had the U.S. done the Iraq War without Israel pressure? Yes. 100,000% yes. What kind of crack are you smoking on if you think that in the absence of Israeli pressure, America would be like, oh, I guess we shouldn't go to war with Iraq? Are you crazy? Dude, Dick Cheney was writing maps and parsing out Iraqi oil fields in like 1994. Okay? He had the maps ready to go since 1994. You're out of your mind if you think that wasn't already the primary goal here. Because remember, we didn't have energy independence back then, right? So the material need for American extraction was there. And it still exists, of course. It's still very much there, but like now at least there is like a little bit more cause for restraint. As a matter of fact, a lot of the oil and gas industry initially would talk about how, fracking is good because it will stop our unnecessary warmongering, right? We don't have to, fracking is good. We'll have energy independence. We'll become an oil exporter and we won't have to like go and do these like unnecessary wars, right? Back then, before the fracking boom, we had a very different calculation. So the idea that this was an Israeli operation, the idea that we did this at the behest of Israel is insincere.
From my perspective, to say out loud what is true before history is rewritten and disappears. And it's lying that gets us here. Because we say, oh, no, lobbying efforts had no effect. Really? We say that about our pharmaceutical policy? No. Everybody understands that every policy a large government makes, including ours, is influenced by various stakeholders who are affected by that policy. But this is the one area we have to be like, no, it had nothing to do with the fact that his biggest donors were pushing him to do this, or the Bibi visited 7 times in 1 year. Are you joking? I'm not going to play along with the lies. Jews, I don't hate Israel. I love my country. This has happened yet again. I can give you a whole list of previous times where it's happened. And I think we need to know what happened so we don't hurt ourselves further.
I am not saying don't blame Israel. I think Israel has its own national interests, and Israel was certainly pushing for things. But I think there is more agency and therefore more responsibility with the President of the United States and the Trump administration.
I wouldn't disagree. He represents me. I live here.
Yeah, I also kind of hate this argument because, like, these are the very same people that literally kept saying over and over again that, like, like, you want to know why this is an Israel first narrative? Because when Joe Biden was president and we were like, dude, get Israel to cut it out. Stop sending weapons to Israel. You know, define your red lines. They were like, well, Israel's a sovereign state. It's going to do what it has to do. Now, Israel got America to go bomb Iran, and they're like, well, Israel's a sovereign state, but at the end of the day, it's very obvious that it's very obvious that this is in America's interest as well. That's why we're doing it. Like, oh, we're operating in tandem with Israel now. Okay, what the fuck is this? Whenever we were talking about, I thought it was Iran that's behind everything bad. Let's take out the big bad. I love that, dude. Americans just want to blame Israel because it saves people from looking at the truth of the U.S. empire, why and how the U.S. inspired and financed the Nazis, fascists, eugenicists, and the world over in the first place. Yes, this is definitely a big part of it. And that's why Tucker Carlson engages in this argument. He says, not my wasps, not my big, beautiful wasps. They would never do this, right? They are under the spell of the international Jewry. He's not going to say that, obviously. He's far too skilled as a propagandist to ever, like, reveal a position such as that, unless it becomes, like, super favorable to openly say shit like that. You know what I mean? Even if he believes it, he's not going to say it. But yeah, this is a lot of ass covering, a lot of face saving. Like, America and American politicians are simply being goaded into this war by Israel. Like, it's not something that they're also personally invested in. That's a major difference between someone like myself and Tucker Carlson. Having said that, of course, Tucker Carlson is still cooking in this interview because the other person on the other side is a liberal Zionist, a Zionist monster. How's he an unapologetic anti-Semite? Where does he express anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish hate, or bigotry, and refuse to apologize for it? Genuine question. Get ready. He starts to stumble a bit when she asks if Israel has a right to exist, and he does a Jordan Peterson impression by asking, what do you mean by a state? Because he doesn't have a problem with Israel being a fascist ethno state, because that's what ultimately what he wants. Yeah, I've said it already. The best way to unwind these guys, absolutely insane that politicians and public figures can repeatedly spew things like Sam Pikers and anti-Semite without any follow-up questions or pushback. Ask them to name a single example, and all they have is critiques of Israel committing it insulting to all of our intelligence. Israel is a position everyone should have about any genocidal apartheid state leading the world in child murder. No state has an inherent right to exist, certainly not one established through sustaining itself on. There's nothing hateful about that. Yeah. These guys are basically doing, they're doing like the real arguments. Lol, Hasan taking bad L's. Hasan, go back to Turkey. We got this. USA, he's doing God's work. Keep hating it. So when your loved ones die for Israel, in a mountainous area, near like Isfahan or something, right? Will you reconsider your position, or will you say, no, God willed it? Hollywood Grove 34. They have. This Cretan gets a gifted sub. Ariel Beaver. Someone gift Ariel Beaver a gifted sub. Also, subscribe now to the Parker Broadcasting Service. This is disgusting defamation. Shame on you. Hasan criticizes Israel and Zionism, and he constantly stresses that Jews are not to blame. You should retract and issue a personal apology to him. All right, you know what? Subscribe if you like the soundboard. I haven't done this in a minute. Subscribe if you like the soundboard, okay? Banned from Asman chat? Why'd he get banned from Asman chat? He's an equal opportunity hater or what? Law zero freedom of speech. I'm your premier sub. I don't like the soundboard. Thank God you were clouded enough that people are defending you from this shit. the problem is, you know, like I'm really grateful that people do actually stick their neck out. They know it's bullshit, and they do defend, right? But the purpose of smears like that is not to like force people like Kyle into submission. They're never going to do that, right? It's to get Zohran Mamdani or AOC or Bernie Sanders and people like that to disassociate and to force them to not listen to what I have to say, right? Both in private and also public association that would be mutually beneficial. A public association that I could carry over to, you know, offering extended legitimacy to other. I called it, but it wasn't Gabby Deutsch. Yeah, of course they were going to write this. I mean, they write all the articles. Every one of these articles comes from the same place. Anyway, Fainar's Jewel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Give it a fa. We hit the fa. But yeah, the point I was making is like, it's. I know. I'm glad these guys are coming out and defending me, defending the truth. Really, it's not even just defending me. It's just defending the truth because like the way they're coming after me, they will absolutely come after others as well, including Kyle and everybody else. But the reason why they do this is to make it seem like in their minds, they think politicians giving access to someone like me is only beneficial for me and is not actually beneficial for the politicians. The goal here is to keep politicians contained. Okay? Not having someone like myself in Zoran's ear, not having someone like myself in AOC's ear means that someone else will fill that role, and that person can be a liberal Zionist or a Zionist in general, like someone who can apply pressure in the right ways, apply pressure in ways that are beneficial to the interests of Israel, right? I think that's part of it. The other part of it is to basically make it so that people think twice before, you know, criticizing Israel openly, or even outside of criticizing Israel openly. I think there is, I think it's also about like any kind of acknowledgement for like why militant resistance exists in the region. They don't like that, you know? That's what it is. They want to nip this in the bud. Amen. Schneider, Hasan the Hun is an America-hating, dictator-loving, terrorist-supporting, unapologetic anti-Semite. We Democrats have no business condemning bigots and anti-Semites on the right. We Democrats, you're literally a Republican. Like, you're literally a never-Trump. You're ex-GOP congressperson. So crazy. Have you seen this? I don't know if I want to click on that. Republican hidden as a centrist. Okay, but are Zoran and AOC giving you the cold shoulder or not? Sometimes. Not necessarily. I mean, I can't say that right now, at least. I'm literally going to see Zoran this weekend. But I do think, I mean, they're busy. But I do think that sometimes I see myself as a damn a second divorcing Zoran. No. That's not what I'm saying. But I do sometimes see myself as a little bit of a nuisance when I'm like trying to push them to say something, right? What is this? Another article about you and Austin? Straight influencers start gay couple YouTube channel after fans demand to see more of them? You're so stupid. Have you seen the streamer Game where they made a character of you that's an Israel supporter? Ugh, that's so lame. Yeah, I'm when I see Zoran this weekend, I'm going to demand that he, guys, do not worry. When I see him this weekend, I will demand that he denounce his wife. I will demand an immediate divorce. I will have divorce papers in my hand. I'm a very normal guy, and I will hopefully preserve the integrity of the beautiful nation state of Israel so that all these guys stop yelling at me. Okay? Do not worry. I'm gonna walk up to him and be like, listen, man, you should say you support his wife. No, I would never. Us wife guys can't have shit around here. Yeah, well, you better think twice before your wife is saying stuff about the beautiful nation state of Israel. With every new incident, there's an opportunity for someone like AOC, who is a media magnet, right? Like when she comes out and makes a statement, that shit runs headlines, right? So like with the Cuba stuff, I wanted her to, about the conditions, because she's been in favor of ending the blockade since 2021, right? She's been there. I sometimes worry a little bit that she doesn't want to be leading the pack, right? I do sometimes worry about that, where I like
Dropside News.
Okay. Wait, why am I twice in this? They literally have made it seem as though it's just me. Like I went by myself to flex on random Cubans. Like if you were to look at right-wing media, they make it seem like I went to Cuba to eat treats and just dab on Cubans, bro. Like what the? Sometimes I feel like I'm crazy. Like am I crazy, or are these guys crazy? What the fuck is going on?
Reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well.
What is this photo? Like, they're making it seem like they're making it like as though we were hiding, What the fuck is this? What is this news hit? It's called a smear campaign, bro. It's happening against you constantly. This is some shit they do for like KKK meetings. Well, at Newsmax, they would never do that for KKK meetings. Let's be real. They would be supportive of things like that. Subs go up. Keep it coming, mainstream media. That's not true. Subs are down. The downfall is imminent. The downfall is here. That's why I keep remembering to tell you to subscribe.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Reporting on all this, he's seen in this photo here.
Dr. Jihad caught doing true practice. Heartbreaking. Mr. Hasan and Dr. Jihad spotted in Havana.
And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show. The Trump administration is trying to end a 70-year regime. It looks like these guys, along with you there, are trying to help us survive. Am I missing something?
Wait, they're trying to do what?
Trying to help this regime survive.
Who is?
Piker, most of the people there. I'm wondering if yourself, along with them, are included in that.
Yeah, the group that went along brought about 50 tons worth of medical supplies and solar panels. That's right.
Medical supplies and solar panels, and a lot of sympathies for the regime that controls the country, I imagine.
So let me try to help out your viewers a little bit here.
All right.
How do you feel about the fact that when Americans travel to a foreign country, in this case Cuba, they are told specifically a list of hotels that they are allowed to stay in another country?
I went through it because when I went and stayed there, it was the same. I stayed in an Airbnb. I think if you have if our country's trying to squeeze, our country's trying to.
What do you think of that?
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been torturing people for a very long time, and they don't want to fund it.
Well,
they don't want us funding it by paying money to a communist-owned entity like a hotel.
So if there's,
you see, these are communist-owned hotels. Is your doctorate or mean you know a lot about, or you're good at both?
System of government is so awful. Why not just let it fail on its own? Why?
True. Magic ICBM, thank you for the 10 gifted. It's socialism or barbarism, thank you for the 10 gifted. SP96, thank you for the 10 gifted. Ray Najan, thank you for the 5 gifted. It's pretty funny to call the Cuban government the regime when there is happening on the island. It's just happening on our military base, Guantanamo Bay. That's the only place where there's taking place. These guys be like, the regime. We're quite literally torturing the population of Cuba by starving them, right? By crippling their entire grid, destroying their entire energy production. Wait, this Newsmax guy himself went to Cuba. He went to support the regime. All of these guys. Cuba is endlessly accessible. Every single American media person has at some point been to Cuba, most likely to do like a bullshit ass, communism is killing this country type coverage. But yeah, of course. He also says, we stayed at the Airbnb. Like, sick, dude. We should have put 600 people in an Airbnb. There's not 300 Airbnbs. There's not 200 Airbnbs on the island. What the fuck are you talking about? It's a 600-person humanitarian aid mission. Sex mecca. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I-10, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I had no say in where I got to stay on the island. Okay? Butter stains and Ray Najan, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Why do we have to blockade them? And how do you
Because they won't leave. They don't have elections. They won't leave power.
How do you think the United States economy would do if we cut off fuel? for 3 straight months. No fuel has basically gotten into Cuba since the Venezuela operation.
Yeah, but I was there in 2019, Ryan, and it was still a horribly impoverished country. We're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care about like who's in charge in Cuba? Who elected you to do that? It's such a bizarre. Like there aren't enough problems in the United States here for you to worry about. Like
that's another side of it.
Really, like I can't even get my mind to a place where I would think it's my call. Like who runs Cuba? Who runs Haiti? Who runs Mexico? Who runs Iraq? Who runs Iran? Like
that's a fair
Israel.
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. But I mean, do you think it's better for do you want this regime to continue to run this country against the wishes of the people that are all impoverished?
It's not up to me. I live in Washington D.C. I vote in Washington D.C. elections, and I vote in federal elections. Where do you live?
You live in that's fair.
Where do you live?
I live in New York. And it's not.
Why should you vote? Why should you? Like, what do you have to do with Cuba?
Well, I think the prosperity of that country that's only 90 miles away from our border can't be a bad thing. And I'm just saying, what I'm asking you is,
then why not let them import oil?
It's not America first. Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be running the country?
Why does it bother you if Mexico sells oil to Cuba? You live in New York. In what world is it a New Yorker's responsibility to stop Mexico from selling oil to Cuba?
That's okay. Fair criticism right there. My question to you is, why do you care? Why did you travel there? Why did you? If you don't care, why did you travel there to try and support the regime?
I'm a journalist, and the United States is literally killing people. We are killing people. I toured 2 hospitals. One was a pediatric hospital.
Yep.
We implemented a new rule in February that says that if you're a private business, you can import oil. You can import fuel. So the hotel where we were required to stay is allowed by the United States government to have fuel. Hospitals, because they have a publicly run healthcare system, are not allowed to have fuel. I heard a lot of people complaining that the hotel still had power, but the hospitals didn't. Not understanding, apparently, that it is a U.S. rule that blocks the hospitals from getting fuel. I toured the pediatric hospital. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me? They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap between hold on.
I understand.
Hold on one second.
We're killing babies with
There's a gap between when the power goes out and when the generator kicks in that can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. Yeah. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. So they have to take their phone, turn the light on, race, and hand pump the ventilator. Because the United States has decided that Mexico can't sell oil and fuel to Cuba. What does that have to do with the United States?
That's fine. If you want to say it's not America first, that's fine. But let me ask you this. How many tens of thousands of people have died over the last 30, 40 years as this country has lived in extreme poverty? 88% of the people live in extreme poverty.
Cuba, in spite of the blockade, has a higher Human Development Index rating than most other OECD nations. Cuba, in spite of the blockade and mass poverty that the island has been subjected to, has a higher life expectancy than the United States of America. We live in the wealthiest country on the planet, a country where there are 700,000 people that are sleeping outside every single night. Cuba has a higher literacy rate than the United States of America. America's at around 70+%. Cuba's at 88%. The notion that this country has not survived and, dare I say, even in some instances, thrived in spite of American intervention is unfucking believable. Cuba used to have a lower infant mortality rate than the United States of America and a lower pregnancy mortality rate than the United States of America. Those numbers are now changing as a direct consequence of America destroying the healthcare grid or the electricity grid of Cuba and therefore directly killing Cubans.
The government will not allow any kind of capitalism in to bring these people up, to bring the quality of life.
Even that's not true. Cuba has already implemented reforms. There are private businesses in Cuba. That's a lie, right? He's just lying. But the idea that like capitalism is a necessity for improving the quality of life is so ridiculous because of the aforementioned facts that I just delivered to you when comparing Cuba's regular standards as opposed to the American one, when America is the wealthiest country on the fucking planet. Also, it's ironic because he already knows that Cuba has allowed private businesses to exist on the planet because we stayed in a hotel that literally was able to purchase enough fuel for its fucking generators above market rates, like government designed rates, so they keep the fucking lights on. So that idea is also fucking ridiculous. And he also admitted that he stayed in a fucking Airbnb.
Life up. How many thousands and thousands of their own people has that government killed? We're trying to strangle out a government here. And yes, there's going to be there's going to be some negative impacts of that, like you just described. That's fair.
A state-sanctioned hotel, really? No, you fucking moron. It's a private-owned hotel. What are you talking about? America doesn't allow Americans to literally stay in any hotel that might be connected to the government at all. It's on a list. Yes, a list of approved hotels to stay in. Are you that stupid? Why are you telling me something that I literally experienced and lived through fucking 2 days ago? What is the audacity of someone being like, dude, I know better than the hotel you stayed in? Unbelievable. The United States of America have like 4 hotels on the island that they allow Americans to stay in. You understand? We stayed in one of the 4. Genuine question, what happens if someone stays in a hotel not approved? Easy answer. $250,000 in fines and up to 10 years in prison. That sounds insane, but it's literally the truth. I know. It is unbelievable how fucking insane the American restrictions are. And as far as why people are leaving Cuba to go to the United States of America, as many have, they set you up in a trap. No, it's not. Yeah, I mean, here it is. Yeah, Cuba, prohibited accommodations list. Below is the U.S. Department of State's Cuba prohibited accommodations list. A list of properties in Cuba at which the Cuban assets control regulations generally prohibit persons subject to U.S. jurisdiction from lodging, paying for lodging, or making any reservation for, or on behalf of a third party to lodge. The properties are owned or controlled by the Cuban government, a prohibited official of the government of Cuba, as defined in 31 CFR 515337, a prohibited member of the Cuban Communist Party, a close relative of a prohibited official of the government of Cuba, or a close relative of a prohibited member of the Cuban Communist Party. Do you think this is normal? Honestly, do you think it's fucking normal that there's a list of like 1,000 hotels or so, give or take, that the American government will throw you in prison for 10 years over? The U.S. State Department maintains a level 3 or 4 advisory citing risk of arbitrary enforcement of local laws. Oh, really? Oh, really? So it's to save us American citizens by literally threatening to throw us in fucking prison for going and staying in a hotel that every Canadian can stay in. For going and staying in a hotel. Has that ever confused you at all? Have you never thought about this? Because like these restrictions only exist for Americans. Okay? You think that's to protect us? You think that's to protect you and I? You go to Cuba and you can't stay in a hotel where Canadians are staying at or French people are staying at? Because you know other countries around the world exist. I know it's a shocking revelation for a dumb fuck Amerifat. But other countries around the planet exist. They have no such restrictions whatsoever. Has that ever shocked you? Has that ever confused you at all? Mexico doesn't have any of these restrictions. Canada has none of these restrictions. Do you think it's to protect and preserve American lives? Is that why they will put you in jail for 10 years for staying in a fucking hotel that's not, in this list of approved hotel or on this list of illegal hotels to stay in? There is no argument here. You need to understand there is no way to make sense of this because it's a senseless restriction. It's fucking idiotic. And you would never put up with this. You would never, ever put up with this. Okay? For any other purpose. You're just simply defending it because the American government has designed it as such. You've never thought about it more than 3.5 minutes. You've never actually given it any thought whatsoever. You just think, oh, well, the American government decided that this is the case, then it must be the case. Yeah. I was allowed to stay. I went to China for 15 days. I was allowed to stay in whatever fucking hotel I wanted to in China. Think about that. China's supposed to be the #1 enemy of this state, right? It's the #1 enemy. So why is it that this tiny island with 11 million people present a far greater threat to American security and safety? So much so that there are like these totally arbitrary and ridiculous rules around what you can and can't do in a totally separate sovereign nation. Look, change the fucking goalposts. Goalposts motorized. Goalposts are moving 60 miles per hour. Weird, your hotel was the only lights on the whole city much of your time there. That's not true, by the way. It's literally not true. Okay. What is this? Still losing the poll to you? Tomorrow, you block every leftist who disagrees with you in your replies, but you still can't get the results you want in your Twitter poll. Actually was true, lol. No, that's not true. You weren't even at the hotel for your stream? Yeah, I spent very little time in the hotel. I was busy working. I was busy going out and interviewing people. Go ahead, prove opposite, show the videos. What do you mean? Goalpost on a Roomba is motorized. It's on a fucking Shahed drone now. It's flying in the direction of a Kuwaiti aircraft. Being anti-communist in 2026 is so funny to me. Gas prices are $9. Every company is shedding employees. Video games are ass. How good is capitalism doing, chatter? It's not. And yeah, if he were to stub his fucking toe, he'd have to incur lifelong medical debt and do something that does not exist in Cuba, which is medical bankruptcy. Okay? This is also not how proofs work, okay? I was in the hotel. Our hotel also experienced power outages, but it doesn't matter because the point I was trying to make earlier that you refuse to comprehend is that that hotel is privately owned. That is what America wants to do to the rest of Cuba, okay? America wants only private ownership to be able to literally have access to private oil sales, something that no other country has ever been subjected to. No country on the planet, okay? I like that you finally were able to Google it. I know. You finally ChatGPT'd it. I'm currently arguing with fucking ChatGPT. There are plenty of hotels on here that are not owned by the Cuban government at all. Okay? And I don't give a fuck if it's owned by the Cuban government. Why do you care? Why do you fucking care? Again, that's a risk I am taking. If there's a risk at all. I don't think there is any risk. But that's a risk I would be taking. You don't get to have a say on this. The American government doesn't get to have a say on this. The hotel itself is literally going through a private black market to purchase oil. You understand? It's not even the government's oil. It's not even state allocated resources. Why is a Canadian arguing you about the state? Wait, that person is Canadian? That chatter is Canadian? The one that's arguing with me is a Canadian? Arguing with me about U.S. state imposed restrictions on American citizens? Okay, ban the guy. Oh, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fucking stupid bitch. Oh my God. You don't even have to. Oh my God. You don't even have these restrictions in your own fucking country. You're LARPing as an American hog. No, Moat, this chatter is spamming my DM saying that you went on a North Korea propaganda trip and that you didn't actually go to Cuba to be on the ground to talk to Cubans. That's funny. It's true. I flew to North Korea. Oh my Lord, dude. I can't deal with the Euroids and the Canucks that are just like LARPing as fucking American hogs. What the fuck? We got enough hogs here.
But how many people have died because of the government in power?
So I interviewed the number 3 guy in Cuba. Cuba. I will let you have the interview. You can air the entire thing. He said Cuban nationals, Americans are welcome to invest in Cuba. He said they're open to, in a holistic negotiation, compensating Americans for property that was seized during the revolution.
Well, they're capitulating now. Right.
What they want. No, they offered that.
No, they offered that in the aftermath of the revolution. They offered that in the aftermath of the revolution. As a matter of fact, when America refused to abide by longstanding trade policy, completely forcing the Cuban sugar industry to reroute to a separate country, basically forcing Cuba to move in the direction of the USSR, sorry. But the Cuban government literally said, we will offer reparations. We will offer reparations to lost assets to capital owners. But in order for us to be able to pay that, you need to still continue buying our sugar. That's it. They didn't even have to compensate slave driving plantation owners. They didn't have to do that at all, but they still said they would. So since its inception, they've said that they would. It's fucking ridiculous that people act as though that's not the case.
In the 1960s, the United States refused it because we thought we were going to do regime change. So why take a deal if we're just going to do regime change?
Well, let me...
we didn't overthrow the government. We failed over and over and over. We tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, like a dozen plus times. We tried an invasion, Bay of Pigs. It didn't work. Every other country, Italy, France, Spain, they all took compensation for what was nationalized. So they're saying, you can invest here.
Yeah.
We will compensate you for what was nationalized. All we're asking is that you lift the sanctions and leave us alone. Why
leave
is that
the
a bad
regime
idea?
alone?
Leave Cuba alone.
Leave
Yes,
the,
worry
leave
about
the
New York.
regime alone and let the people continue to suffer. I mean, did you see the people there?
Yeah, no, they're suffering because of our restrictions, our unnecessary and utterly cruel war crime restrictions.
The misery of the people that live in that country under these a-holes, it's horrific.
The misery is like unspeakable.
Unspeakable.
It is unspeakable.
Been that way for a long time.
It's a lot worse. It's the people who were there in December and people who obviously live there telling me like it's noticeably worse. You know how you have people like starvation and homelessness wasn't really a thing. Like there was poverty. It wasn't like
extreme
a rich
poverty.
country.
Yeah.
But even a few months ago,
90% of the people live under $2 a day. I mean, that's nobody in America lives under $2 a day. Not a single person. I gotta leave it there. I really do. You're a good sport for coming on, Ryan Grimm from Dropside News.
The smarminess is an absolute animal in a suit pretending he gives a single fuck about Cubans. No, he doesn't. And ironically enough, he quite literally is talking about like American imposed conditions and then directing it back to the government. It's unfucking bearable. It's totally ridiculous. And yet the argument persists. And in order for this argument to exist, you have to rely on the stupidity of Americans. And if Americans actually wake up to the reality, right? Because someone like myself and many others that went down there and interviewed the locals and spoke and gave voice to the voiceless, okay? All of a sudden, there would be a collective conscious shift. And they don't want that, which is why they actively choose to undermine and belittle the people that went down there. Doesn't even matter if it's inconsistent and it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever because they want every American to be like this. Here's the Jesse Waters broadcast. I really, really wanted to show you this. They went and interviewed a bunch of spring breakers.
What college you guys go to?
UTC. FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Spring break 2026. What is the game plan?
Drinking, blackout with my rack out.
If my mom is watching, I'm sorry, Mom, but I've been getting pretty drunk almost every day.
Hook up with some girls, get with as many girls as we can, and not come back with an STD.
Wake out with one person each night, that's it.
So how many guys have you made out with this week?
I've been here for about 10 days. So 10.
What were their names?
I don't remember.
Name one.
Name me one.
Name me one. What is the craziest thing you've seen at spring break?
Not that crazy. I've seen people do like cocaine off of boobs. I saw a girl like black out on the street. That was pretty exciting. Sunday mimosa drag races.
You see that guy take his pants off in the middle of the club?
There's a lot of famous people down here.
Have you seen Johnny Belisario?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
What is the wildest thing you've done down here?
Got with somebody the first night that I came down here.
Hold it.
None of this stuff is worrisome, by the way. I don't really give a shit about this. They're young. They're 18, 20, whatever. They're having a good time. I've certainly been in this situation. Once you'll understand why the questions take a different turn when they start asking them about like political questions.
Edson, 2 days ago.
Stripping naked, getting in the water. You gotta say. What'd you do? You went something crazy.
On the strip.
Honestly. All right, on the strip. No, we had this.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's...
You'll see why we care about this in a second.
Facing America is the most important to you.
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity is terrible.
Ice. Not person.
My goat. King.
Is terrible.
Ice. Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking about Starbucks, what I'm gonna get for today.
The elevators don't work. You got 43 floors. The elevators don't work.
I could take this little glass of water, drop it in the magnets. That's the end of the elevator.
What have you heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
Ooh, might have said that too quickly. She said we're going to war with Iraq. I mean, she ain't wrong. Like, she's not wrong. She's just wrong. She's right on accident. Like, technically, she's not wrong because the Iraqi militias have literally been forcing the American forces out of Iraqi soil. So I know she doesn't understand the difference between Iran and Iraq. Maybe she's super ahead of the curve. Yeah, what does she know? She's a foreign policy wonk.
You doing Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, what's up?
Colombia, we got Maduro
War
out.
with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What are you doing Colombia? You got Maduro out? Oh, what's up, but that done.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times!
You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I've never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader of Iran. He's dead?
Oh.
I need you guys to understand something, okay? Like, these are not our best and brightest, okay? If you haven't noticed, these are not exactly our best and brightest. Many of them are sloshed. But I do need you to understand something, okay? That Newsmax hit that you watched, or any number of different, like, Hasan is a hypocrite hit pieces that you see on your fucking timeline, these people don't even consume that shit, okay? They are unbelievably oblivious. And that is the normie. That is the average American. Do you understand? That is the average American. Many of you are still in college. You know that these are the motherfuckers that are going to school with you. It's not necessarily the case that, like, the younger generation has nothing in their heads, right? Like, I'm not gonna do the, like, old man thing, okay? Every generation has these, empty brained people. But I do think a big chunk of Americans are like this because they get to be like this because they don't have to think about anything. Because American foreign policy is on fucking autopilot. American domestic policy is pretty much on fucking autopilot. This is why I always say, and many others do as well, that even if you quote unquote don't do politics, politics will still do you. And maybe you might even recognize politics doing you when you get back to the Orlando airport or the Miami-Dade airport and the line is like 3 hours long and you're like, oh, this happened. That's funny. He overestimated them. Interviewing 5 people, you're eating the Ganda? No, man. I already understand that this is not like how every single person is.
We killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny.
Whoa. If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted, we all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him.
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of him.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard?
Yeah, this also unironically is not a cool thing for the president. That the president has the same mental faculties of a blackout drunk 18-year-old who doesn't know what an Ayatollah is not exactly a funny moment, especially if you're at fucking Fox News. Like, this is the regime propaganda network, and you're over here literally saying, yeah, the goddamn president is this fucking stupid.
I would bomb the out of him.
What have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure. I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic?
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I haven't heard.
Like, this is like the reason why I was saying this is blackpilling is for not because like I'm silly and I think every American is like this. I don't believe that at all. But like, think about this. Think about how impactful these incidents are for the country of Venezuela. Think about how impactful this decision was that was, taken alongside Israel to like assassinate the Ayatollah and decapitate the leadership of Iran. Like, how impactful it's been for Iran, and it's ongoing. We're bombing their schools, we're bombing their hospitals right now. But from the American perspective, it's like nothing at all. We are so incredibly isolated from the consequences of our actions, right? That's how America gets to be this fucking war machine. Because for most people, they're like, they only feel the pain when they're actually filling up for gas and they go, whoa, what the fuck? Why is it like $9? This happened. America gets to be a undemocratic nation for this reason. That's it. That's why I was saying, like, oh, if they were to create a draft, oh my God, a lot of these guys would learn very quickly.
Nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care.
Where is Venezuela?
I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show.
That's the guy who was eating the steak, remember? It was like in front of the vegan guy.
Oh,
Jesse Waters.
Do you know who I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, Johnny.
Gross. Living in the heart of empire is part of it, but we're also stupid as fuck is a dual problem. Yes. Yes. These people are in college, by the way. So they're already more. I need you to understand, these people are in college. They're on spring break, which means automatically many of them, large majorities of them, are going to be Democratic Party voters and are infinitely better educated than the overwhelming majority of Americans. You understand that, right? Like, think about that. Think about how fucking disastrous that is. You're saying educated in air quotes, but like, yeah, literally educated. They're getting a higher degree. Degree of higher education. This is it. Like, it's unfucking believable. And that's how the American government gets to fucking kill whoever they want to kill, do whatever the fuck they want to do. And there's not a thought between the ears of either of these individuals. And these are some of the better educated individuals in the United States of America. This is also part of the reason why I always say, like, look, China is going to fucking eat our lunch money, steal our lunch money. They're going to fucking, there's no competition there. This is what happens when you don't care about education. When you don't give a fuck about educating your population, because they're malleable. They're easier to dominate this way. Anyway, so remember, like, we are in the margins here, right? We are in the margins. We do not represent the majority at all in the United States of America, still, even at this day.
And my car.
What is this? What the hell are they out there spraying? These people used to not vote and our democracy survived on that basis?
Okay, so explain this. I wake up this morning and my car is completely covered in mud, like it rained mud or something. And I was thinking, oh, well, maybe someone peeled out next to my car or something like that. And look, I'm at the vape shop and her car's covered in it too. And she says she talked to all these people and everyone in my area woke up this morning and their cars were just covered in this.
Of course he was at the vape shop.
Whatever this is. It looks like mud, but whatever it rained last night is just mud rain or something. What are they putting in the clouds? What are they seeding the clouds with to make this? And it's on every vehicle around this whole area that I'm at.
Yes, he's never seen pollen residue. Yes.
What in the world is this?
Oh, unbelievable. Yes. The fucking Dems have flipped Donald Trump's very own Florida State House district. I know. Everyone is so fucking libbed up. I know. Here.
Holy Toledo.
The point I'm trying to make is there's varying degrees of idiocy in this fucking country. And even like the people who fancy themselves to be educated, even the ones that fancy themselves to be educated are still very stupid. They've gotten the wrong kind of education or propaganda that caused them to believe certain things like, oh my God, Cuba is a fucking dangerous torture regime or some shit, right? Like, it's stuff like that. That was nasty, dude. Okay, calm down. Yeah, I burped. I engaged in a mouth fart. Okay. Yeah, as Third Way's executive vice president calls Abdul El-Sayed a disgrace to the Democratic Party, it might be helpful to know that Third Way hired Caitlin Legacki as a senior fellow in September. She also happens to be working as a strategist for Representative Haley Stevens, who is running against El-Sayed. Adam from Valuetainment gets humiliated.
You have the luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded
regime,
sweater
the regime.
like you're 17 years old.
Regarding earlier, what the fuck is with this American attitude? Every foreign government is a brutal dictatorship regime who must be dealt with. Cuban voters passed a constitutional referendum that's far more liberalizing than what we have in the American government currently. Iran is a fully practicing and flourishing Jewish community and culture. These propagandists don't want people to actually look closely into these matters. Yeah, of course. Like, there's varying degrees of propaganda. Like, there are counters to everything that you just mentioned, right? But at the end of the day, the truth is very simple. Why do we fuck with these countries? We shouldn't. We should not, right? They're not a threat to us. We literally caused them to make threats against us. And in Cuba's case, that's not even ever been a reality, right? And even in Iran's case, that's never really been a reality. So, like, we constantly destabilize these other countries. We constantly fuck with their shit. But, like, why are we doing that? Who is this for? What's the purpose? That's precisely the reason why I think when Donald Trump was saying, like, I'm an isolationist, like, why should we be doing any of this stuff? It's not good for anybody. That was a salient message that a lot of Americans identified with.
But that's important because in the way you
Israel
described
pushed him
it
into this. Now, he shouldn't have gone along with it. He should have pushed back. But to pretend that Trump woke up one morning and is like, no, I think
I'm
we're
not
going to...
suggesting that, to be clear.
No, Israel pushed him. The prime minister... And by the way, it's not Israel. There are a lot of people who disagree in Israel. I know some of them. It was the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who pushed our president into doing this. And
wow, it's like I'm hearing Bernie Sanders.
I hope this is the last time that Netanyahu or any foreign head of state will ever push an American president to do something that hurts America.
Well, let's talk about that, because I think we may be, as you yourself said earlier, at a tipping point in terms of the rapid decline within the United States for support for Israel. And you see it huge. I mean, you've seen it for several years on the Democratic side, you're now seeing it on the conservative side, and you're seeing a collapse amongst younger people. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. How quickly is that going to change the politics of Israel in the United States?
I mean, it's hard to know. There doesn't seem to be a direct connection, not just on Israel or foreign policy, but on almost any issue between what our leaders believe and do and what the public thinks and wants. The public begins to believe, in their frustration at their declining standard of living, for example, or declining birth rates, or whatever it is that's getting worse, and a lot is, that there's no way to use legitimate means to change it. Voting doesn't work. If they believe that, then they will, by definition, find other ways, and those ways are destructive, and I don't want that. So I think it's very important that a government, even a non-democracy, even a monarchy, respond to the concerns of the population. You can ignore them for a while. If you ignore them for too long, you get overthrown.
Let's talk, though, a little bit more about how this declining support for Israel, which I think is one of the most significant political shifts in the United States in recent years, how is that shaping the MAGA movement? I mean, are you now seeing, I mean, when I look at the opinion polls, I'm told that there's 100% support amongst MAGA or 95% support for the war. On the other hand, you're clearly a man with a large number of followers who is making a very, very different argument.
I was standing next to Trump at his house when he got elected. I've known him a long time. I talked to him a lot. So, I don't fully understand what MAGA is, but I know that the core promise of the Trump political movement, Make America Great Again, was America First. And it was articulated by him repeatedly at every campaign stop for 10 years. So everyone in America knows this. I think everyone globally knows this. The core of this movement was the idea that you would, and we could debate about how you do it, but you would try to put the interest of your country at the center of every calculation about how you manage your country and how you interact with the world. It's the single most obvious and single most popular political concept ever devised.
Do you think Donald Trump has betrayed America First?
I think that this war is something that he promised he wouldn't do, not once, but countless times. And until YouTube is banned, we'll be able to prove that. And the idea behind it is not only contrary to America First, it may be its inverse. There's no argument that changing the regime in Iran helps the United States. And if there is an argument, I'd love to hear it. And by the way, if that argument is sensible and convincing, I will support it. All I care about is the United States. But I haven't heard that argument a single time. All I've heard is the kind of tiresome fear-mongering about nuclear weapons, which Iran did not have. It's insulting, actually, even to make that argument to me, that Iran's nuclear program posed such a threat to the United States 3 weeks ago that we had to launch a full-scale war against them. No one's even arguing that because it's stupid and the facts don't support it. So why did we do this when we did it? Because Israel wanted to do it. They chose the timing here. No one disputes that. And timing in war, as in life, is a lot of it, and it determines outcome. And it's They hadn't thought through what was going to happen next. The Israelis hadn't, and we hadn't, because we didn't have time to.
It sounds to me like you think he has betrayed it.
This war is clearly contrary to what he promised and contrary to the idea that your leaders should put your interests before those of foreigners, period. We put Israel's interests before ours. Trump did that. Bibi's wasn't elected president of my country. My president was. I supported him, obviously, voted for him. But
let's talk about the way the debate develops in this country, because I think you're right. It's extremely difficult to talk about the subject that you and I have just spent the last half hour talking about, because there is a conflation very often. Anybody who criticizes Israel is vulnerable to being called anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic, and there's conflation by the exact people you've just been talking about, in the kind of firmament of political discussion.
Do you think that's a good faith response or a tactic?
I'm about to ask you that question. Clearly, I think you and I agree. We have both been critical of the Israeli government. I just want to kind of clarify terms a bit here.
Well, I've really been critical of the Israeli government.
I've been plenty critical of the Israeli government. I've told you at the beginning that we were against this war.
What do you think of Gaza?
What do I think of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think the war in Gaza, to start with, was a perfectly reasonable response in response to the horrors of October 7th. I think now the places, I mean, I've been there. Have you been to Gaza? I've been to Gaza since the war started.
They would not
it's
let
catastrophic.
me into Gaza. Trust me, very few journalists get into Gaza.
Yeah, no, I went with the IDF. It's the only way.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't you think the reason why you got that level of unprecedented access is because of your inability to address the realities that are going on, such as the genocide taking place, where you say it's a war, or the apartheid that Israel has implemented?
You can go in, but nonetheless you go in and you see a flattened place. I think it is a disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
Why would you describe it first as a disaster for the future of Israel? You've got tens of thousands of civilians murdered, but it's foremost a disaster for the future of Israel? No, it's foremost a disaster for the families of the dead kids.
Absolutely. I made 3 points.
Because everybody sucks up to Israel in this way that suggests they're afraid. And everyone is afraid, and you know that. Everyone's like, the real problem is calling people anti-Semites allows real anti-Semites to flourish. It's like, no, actually, the real problem with calling people anti-Semites who aren't is accusing the innocent of a crime they didn't commit. And the real crime in Gaza is killing people who did nothing wrong. So those are the real problems, I would say. But no one can say it because you have to be like, oh, no, but really, October 7th
I don't know what you're talking about, Gaza. We're having a...
Everyone watching this knows what I'm talking about.
Well, let's get on to that right now.
Yeah.
Because you are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
but
it has
a right. What does that mean?
That you think it should continue in its existence as a state right now. So you do not.
Why did The Economist post this? Even Nas Daily didn't post his clip. Yeah. I mean, they don't care because like win or lose, they still win, right? Like, look. Yeah, this has 692,000 views in 4 days. Probably one of the best performing Economist videos of all time. It doesn't even matter if they get fucking owned here, right? It's still The Economist. The point is, like, does Israel have a right to exist is like a trap question, right? And Tucker Carlson is too media trained to ever fall into that trap. He's not going to say no state has a right to exist. That's far too woke. He's just basically going to, flip the question back on its head. Okay, I will answer that question with, I don't think any state that is, I don't think any state that's genociding a population has a right to exist. Did Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? States exist, right? What is this? Scoop. CIA source tells me CIA has hard evidence that Turkey, more specifically the Erdogan administration, has specifically directed spending for podcasts to undermine the Trump administration's Middle East agenda. The CIA has evidence of this Turkish funding going to at least one female podcaster and at least one male podcaster. Turkey's the largest financier of the Muslim Brotherhood. Have you guys noticed that Laura Loomer cares a lot more about Israel's policy goals than she does about American policy goals? She always tries to couch, Israeli targets and Israeli foreign policy goals as though it's like somehow relevant to America. But we know. Political reporters and news anchors keep asking Americans in politics and media, are you a Zionist? What a weird question. Do we have an obligation to be a Zionist? Is that a gotcha question? Do we have to swear allegiance to a nationalist ideology of a different country? Imagine if they asked every politician, are you Turkish nationalist? What the fuck? And the expectation was that you have to say yes, or are you a Peruvian nationalist? Why? Why do I have to be a nationalist for Israel or any other country? What an insane piece of propaganda. Great take. It's true. Yeah, the concept of right to exist is only applied to Israel. When Israel decides Lebanon doesn't have a right to exist as a contiguous state, then all of a sudden that question is not asked. So we already know this bullshit, right? It's completely ridiculous. It's completely and utterly ridiculous. Israel does not have a right to maintain an occupation over 6 million Palestinians, okay? That's it. They don't have a right to do that. It's illegal. Apartheid is illegal. Genocide is illegal. It's the crime of all crimes. Israel has done both. And if you defend it, you're defending a criminal entity. If you're defending this, then you're defending the complete destruction of international human rights, humanitarian law, altogether. The rules of conflict, every single thing that we have implemented in the aftermath of World War II and the atrocities of the Holocaust, you're casting aside to defend a fascist state. Okay? It's unbelievable.
Iran, for example.
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked two questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase...
Having been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a right to exist? Is that what you're asking?
I don't want to get hung up on the right to
No.
Should it?
No.
Oh man, he actually came back from fucking Cuba, lame as hell. True, it's a beautiful country. I wish it could have stayed longer.
No,
should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government. Of course, does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what does that mean?
Why don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction. I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've established terms of Zionist. If that's how
I'm in no sense a Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed, at all, and I don't want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson is like weaseling his way out of this question, which is interesting. But he's confident enough to be able to carry himself through this conversation, and he's also on the right side of the moral equation here, and therefore people will give him a lot of grace. But the answer is very simple. Israel already exists, but Israel is violating every rule in the rule book. Okay? The actual question, if you want to flip it on its head and ask her a question, is the real question is not whether or not Israel has a right to exist. The real question is whether or not Israel has a right to commit a genocide, whether or not Israel has a right to commit an apartheid, which is an incredibly violent endeavor. Israel is a settler colonial enterprise. Israel is a settler colonial entity that is justifies itself through the concept of Zionism, which is a racist ideology. When white Christians behave in the same way that Zionists do in Israel, we call that out. We say that's the Klan. We say you are a white supremacist. But when Israelis act as though they are Jewish supremacists, all of a sudden, that's allowed. I say that's not allowed. It's that simple. So the question I have for you is, why do you think that's allowed? Why do you think that's appropriate? You don't think it's appropriate if white people do it. So why do you think it's appropriate when it happens in Israel? Because that's basically the moral foundation of Zionism.
Believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of Western civilization. Eastern civilization is a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist?
I don't even know what that means. Why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
I've just defined it.
What's
you said that a Zionist, in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
Okay, great. Then you hit him with the Zoran technique. The state of Israel already exists, but no state has a right to exist as a religious ethno-state, okay? Especially a religious ethno-state that was built on top of land where indigenous people lived, to the tune of millions, okay? 750,000 indigenous Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their ancestral homelands so that Israel could be designed. So Israel's first act in its inception was a crime, a heinous crime. I don't believe that Israel has a right to exist as an apartheid state. I do not believe that Israel has a right to exist as a state that conducts genocide. I don't believe that Israel has a right to exist as a occupant state dominating the lives of 6 million Palestinians, 3 in the West Bank and 3 in Gaza. Those numbers have changed, obviously, since October 7, 2023. And I don't believe that Israel has a right to deny Palestinians entry back into their homelands, which it currently does. There's 15 million Palestinians total. 9 of them are not allowed back. They're not allowed back to see their families. They're not allowed back to live in their ancestral homelands. This is a crime. And the entire world knows it's a crime. But the entire world can't say anything because the most powerful country on the planet, the United States of America, allows this to continue. And the United States of America allows this to continue with unlimited taxpayer-funded dollars and weapons. Israel gets to have free healthcare. We do not, because we got their defense covered. Israel gets to have free college education. We do not, because we cover their offensive weapon capabilities. And what does Israel do with all of that? They go and blow up the entire neighborhood. And then they call us to come and defend them. And we're currently going through the last version of this, the last iteration of this conflict, where Israel goaded the American government to go wage war with Iran. How is that in any way, shape, or form appropriate? It's not. It's ridiculous. If Lithuania tried to do this, you would call it out. If Saudi Arabia tried to do this, you would call it out. You don't call it out when Israel does it. You should ask yourself why.
Right. Where does that right come from? What do you mean? These are like, I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're asking me.
To answer the question.
Because I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait,
third.
no. I think a lot. You question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. And already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want anyone to be killed.
Boom.
And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist? Does it have my question is, what right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after 1945 which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries. That countries with borders have the right to continue.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them, was take southern Lebanon, take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that. And so I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we started portioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
So because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people by God.
Yeah, I think it's unbearable that Tucker Carlson gets to outflank most of the Democratic Party, and our, 2028 presidential nominees, presidential hopefuls are saying stuff. Here is Governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, talking about Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, referring to in Israel, right? And he's actually criticizing Gavin Newsom. This was on the 15th of March.
That then leads to a broader question you mentioned, right? Or that was the comment that was made. And I would just say, as we engage in that, we should first address this fundamental question of what do we want in that region? And if we really want peace, and I believe you want that, then we've also got to be acknowledging that language matters here, that words matter, and that we've got to use words that are actually rooted in reality and are able to bring the temperature down to create a space for that peace, for that opportunity. And so that's how I view this entire conflict. I would also say that
you can't be a liberal and defend, I think. I mean, like my perspective on this is that, yeah, liberals are shameless monsters for the most part. There are obviously self-identifying liberals who are kind-hearted and good individuals that are horrified by the realities that Israel presents, right? But like, you can't call yourself a liberal and then do this. You can't. Like, liberalism is supposed to represent a defense of human rights. You can't do that. This is against it. This is antagonistic. And not only that, but also, this is if this is going to be a defining image of your 2028 run, you're going to lose. As I like to say always, and repeat myself over and over again, it's my favorite fact. Today is the most popular Israel will be in the United States of America going forward. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular. Israel was more popular yesterday than it was today. Now think about that. Think about that 2 years from now. Where will we be as a society in our attitude towards Israel? These guys cannot read the room at all, and they think they can put the toothpaste back in the tube. They can't.
It is really important that we create space, which you do, for dialogue that is thoughtful and dialogue that's rooted in reality and dialogue where we're precise with our words, where we're able to acknowledge there's a lot of nuance on these issues and we should debate them. And just because people have different opinions doesn't make them a bad person. And just because someone doesn't agree with the Netanyahu government, which I don't on many, many things, doesn't make him an anti-Semite.
But you agree with him on the idea that Israel's not, or at least you want to look the other way as Israel continues being in a state. This idea that like we're talking about small bean Israel as though it's not a state that is conducting it, that's currently engaging in more land grabs and ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. Literally, as we're having this conversation, that's what's happening. Is currently doing bombing campaigns and engaging in chemical warfare against another sovereign state, Iran, that has actually collapsed the entire energy markets around the globe. The notion that this is a small bean country that we have to hold space for is utterly ridiculous. Especially ridiculous when you are having this conversation as an American citizen, an American governor in an American state, and it is in defense of American tax dollars going there to continue this violent endeavor, this violent process that is not only immoral, it's unjustifiable, it's inhumane, but it's also illegal. It's illegal by American laws. The Leahy Law makes it illegal. There's no defense of Israel. And every day, more and more people are learning about the heinous ways in which Israel operates. So it's over. It's up to you to recognize that. But if you can't recognize it, you're not going to win an election. It's that simple.
Just because I disagree with Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't make me an anti-Semite. In as much as
also, you don't get to dictate the terms of like how we can criticize Israel, a foreign country. There's no argument, right? There's no argument. Imagine if I ran around telling people like, how dare you talk about what Turkey does to the Kurds in northern Syria? You're engaging in Turkophobia. You should lose your job. I get to dictate as a Turkish person, I get to dictate how you can criticize the Turkish government. You don't get to have a say in this process. You can criticize Erdogan. You simply cannot criticize Turkey as a nation state. You can't criticize Turkish actions. So everyone would laugh at me.
Because I disagree with Donald Trump doesn't make me any less of an American patriot. So I just think we've got to be really thoughtful and careful and not just look for buzzwords and not just sort of follow,
It's not a buzzword. It's a legal definition and Israel fits it. And that's why you have to say it's a buzzword. Problem is, he isn't even Israeli. I know, but he actually volunteered for the Israeli occupying forces, as a matter of fact. He also did work for the Israeli embassy, as a matter of fact. Many of you might not know this, which is why it was perfectly valid and reasonable for Kamala Harris to ask him whether or not he had actually ever worked with the Mossad. That's right. He did both of those things. And that's precisely the reason why he's currently talking about how this is just a buzzword. It's just a buzzword.
What's going to get maybe some likes on Twitter, but we've got to be thoughtful about a debate that is really, really hard to have, and we've got to have it.
It's not that hard to have. It's hard for you. Let's talk reality. A Jewish baby born today in the West Bank community will have full rights in Israel, a vote in national elections, and access to civilian courts. A Palestinian baby born in that same community will have no democratic rights, tight restrictions on their movement, frequent harassment from settlers, and no access to justice beyond what Israel's unaccountable military courts mete out. That's that simple. I'll never understand why Jewish Americans will ride so hard for Israel. You live here, you're a governor here, you're a governor of an American state. You're not in Israel, you don't live there. It's unbelievable. Anyway, there's also the other side of this equation. Here's Gavin Newsom engaging in a lightning round. Okay? And in the lightning round, they ask him about Israel, Cuba, and Taiwan. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Adjacent questions. Do you consider yourself a Zionist?
Do I consider myself
A Zionist?
I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel. Yes. I deeply, deeply oppose Bibi Netanyahu's leadership, his opposition to the two-state solution, and deeply oppose how he is indulging the far right as it relates to what's going on in the West Bank.
Do you regret using the word to describe Israel?
I do in this context.
He said he reveres the state of Israel, reveres the entity. And then you, not you in this community, but so many had the audacity to be like, Hasan, how dare you? How dare you say you wouldn't vote for Gavin Newsom? Remember the news cycle for the week? Vote early. Yeah, he got a boss call. Vindicated again. Take that victory lap, big dog. Of course. Yeah, he said he regrets using the word. He just stands for nothing. He stands for nothing.
That I said it and I referenced why I used it. A Tom Friedman article in that same sentence where Tom used it in the context of the direction that Bibi is going.
Not the current
and the
state.
Concern, correct.
Okay.
And that is
it's in the direction of, when will it be in, do you think? When will it be in? If it's not currently, do you understand what it is? Do Palestinians have equal rights and equal representation? No, they don't. They don't. There are two tiers in Israel, in both inside of the borders, the 1948 borders that were drawn up, where there are Palestinian citizens of Israel that don't have the same rights as Israeli citizens do, full-blown Israeli citizens do, Jewish citizens of Israel do. And then it all goes down from there, with the Palestinians in Gaza having the least amount of rights because they're, under a complete blockade, and they live in a hermetically sealed open-air prison. They've been there for the past 2.5 years. And the Palestinians living in the West Bank, the occupied West Bank, are living under constant Israeli occupation, having their lives and livelihoods destroyed by settlers on a daily fucking basis, being purged from their homelands, having their farms destroyed, their animals subject to routine humiliation, and in many instances and they get no accountability whatsoever. And they are protected entirely by the Israeli occupation forces.
Is a legitimate concern I have that I share with Tom, that direction, if that vision and that direction of the far right that Bibi is indulging, that if they see the full annexation of the West Bank, then that's not something. That's a word you may hear others use.
Should the U.S. try to bring democracy to Cuba?
We've been trying to do that for 70 years, dumb as we want to be. Continue to do what you've done, you'll get what you got. I appreciate in one respect that the Trump administration sort of approaching things because of opportunistic that situation regarding Venezuela, that this quasi-blockade has created conditions where now we have 51 prisoners that have been released, that we're having a different conversation with the leadership, that we're negotiating a different framework from a different...
Again, he's appreciating Donald Trump's insane violations of all rules. I mean, this is not like a simple process concern, right? Like we have to respect the dignity and sovereignty of other countries. We can't just like collapse the entire system. Even administrations of the past would at least try to operate within the confines of international human rights. Even if they, were routinely violating it, they would try to make it seem as though that was not the case. Donald Trump is giving the game away, and liberals are also showing their asses. They're saying, yeah, we like it.
Position of strength. So I appreciate and admire at least a willingness to iterate. But look, this you talk about a dictatorship.
Right.
You're talking about Maduro. No love lost for Maduro. You're talking about a dictatorship. You're talking about the leadership in Cuba today.
Yeah.
So pursuing those values, absolutely.
Should the U.S.
Donald Trump's mass starvation of 11 million Cubans living on the island of Cuba, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Now, The reason why I watched Tucker Carlson first before we got here is because I don't know what's in Tucker Carlson's heart. I don't know what's in his soul. I think Tucker Carlson's a grifter. He's a right-winger. He's a white supremacist, a white nationalist, whatever you want to call it. Backing Tucker Carlson since 2016, and I find him to be one of the most dangerous right-wing reactionary assets in this country. Okay? But compare what Tucker Carlson is saying, because not everyone has been paying attention to Tucker Carlson since 2016, especially with a critical lens like I have, or maybe as you have. Compare what Tucker Carlson is saying to what Gavin Newsom has said thus far about Israel and what he's saying now about Israel. In a matchup between Tucker Carlson and Gavin Newsom, Tucker Carlson wins that election easily. Okay? Easily. Not even a question. Tucker Carlson wins by Reagan numbers.
Defend Taiwan if the Chinese invade Taiwan.
Well, I think we've had a position of strategic ambiguity, which has defined the United States' position for decades. I submit to that point of view. Those conditions will present themselves on the basis of whatever the facts are on the ground, but I will say this. I'm very concerned about what's going on in the Middle East for an additional reason. Then we've now taken the eye off the ball with the summit with President Xi, and this will define more things in more ways on more days in terms of our fate and future, the competitiveness in China versus the United States. And I will just play into one statewide thing. The reason I am so fixated on this issue of green energy is it's about innovation and it's about competition. The reason I'm not focused on electric power, I'm focused on economic power as it relates to EVs. And
yeah, I mean, the rest of this is bullshit. It's just, it's unbearable. I think these guys genuinely think that the American population is so stupid that they just hear things that you would hear out of Kamala Harris coming out of the mouth of a guy who looks like he should be president of a B movie, and they'll eat it up. And maybe some will. What is this? Caroline Hasan is the same as Nick Fuentes' son, or Chapel Roan is the white Kanye daughter. Why aren't the Democratic hopefuls ringing the alarm bells about total economic collapse? Like, what do they plan for ruling over in 3 years? I just don't think that they're thinking that far ahead. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue, though, because Democrats that run and lead by fear will lose. They'll lose. It's that simple. Democrats who can say the truth will win. Just say the truth. I find it really frustrating that we just simply cannot say the truth. I don't like it. I think it's totally ridiculous that we have to keep up with certain lies that we tell ourselves, certain lies that we tell others in order not to offend, because we're fearful of the repercussions, the backlash. Americans are smarter than we give them credit. Okay? If that wasn't the case, they would not have had such a dramatic shift in attitude towards Israel in spite of 80 years of propaganda, one of the most sophisticated, pervasive lobbying and propaganda instruments anyone has ever seen, not just in the United States of America, but certainly in many Western countries as well. But it's exceptional in the United States of America. We're a country that has placed a lot of emphasis on the First Amendment. You ask any American, they'll say they love freedom of speech. 38 states have violated free speech at the behest of a foreign nation state. In 38 states, you have to sign loyalty pledges to say you will never protest the state of Israel in order to get gainful employment. It's unbelievable. It's totally insane. And when you actually explain it to people, they look at you like you're crazy. And yet, in spite of all of that, Americans have been able to overcome decades of propaganda from mainstream news that justified Israel's violent actions, or maybe sheltered you from the truth. And now people are aware. It's totally ridiculous. It's totally idiotic to try and continue to defend this foreign country that is dominating American foreign policy in very meaningful ways right now. That's it. Like I said, it doesn't matter, because I think people like Gavin Newsom are, they're not to be worried about, because it's clear that they're too fearful to say the truth. What is this?
Bro, I don't know how this keeps happening.
Asmongold somehow keeps getting worse. Oh my God, Kyle's cooking Asmongold. Okay, yeah, this is some nasty ass bullshit. Chaperone's getting canceled again. Please watch this video. Apparently, SFPD was surrounding this incident to stop people from intervening. Fantastic.
And I don't know why I'm still talking about him, but here we are. Maybe this is what he wants. Maybe he wants me to do stuff like this. Who knows? But like a bug to a light, I can't help myself, and here I am. So Asmongold, also known as Asmeinkampf, he somehow is getting worse. He is getting worse on a daily basis, and it is genuinely and sincerely hard to watch. So here, he does a little goose stepping, does a little zig heiling when it comes to dealing with immigrant families. Listen to this. Here we go.
All of this is by design. I say this over and over, and I will continue saying it. They are doing this on purpose. They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants. And
who's they? What are you talking about? Who's they? What does they mean? And who's funding immigrant communities? They take the least amount from the government. They end up net taxpayers. Immigrants to this country end up paying in a lot and getting almost nothing back. That's just a fact. That's not even like just an opinion.
And that's the reason why. And by the way, for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem.
Listen to the language. Parasites, infection. This is why I say goose stepping and zig heiling, because this is exactly what the Nazis did. That's the way they talked about Jews. Rodents, parasites. It's an infection. Poisoning the blood of our country, as Trump said, which he took. That was a Nazi thing from back in the day. You care to, like, I don't know, make it any more, can you make it a little more subtle? Give yourself a little bit of plausible deniability? So when I come out here and say you sound like a Nazi and you go, no, I don't, like, at least there's a chance some people might believe you? No? You don't want to do that? You just want to let it all hang out? Okay.
There is clearly a problem, there is clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad. That has to stop. Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to Guatemala or Somalia or wherever that they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream.
It is just incredible to me that the immigrants that he's going after almost certainly are a much bigger benefit to society than his sloppy ass, and he's just totally unaware of that. You sit in an air-conditioned room and bitch for a living, son. That's what you do. You ramble into a microphone, incoherent, dumbass thoughts on a daily basis. With you out of the scene, nothing would change. Nothing. And by the way, it's not just you. Me too. I'm just a guy who talks into a microphone in an air-conditioned studio, okay? I'm very lucky to be here. You're very lucky to be there. Let's not pretend like what we do is somehow better for society than some immigrant who busts his ass in the scorching heat doing construction and building houses. Some immigrant who's a plumber. Some immigrant who lays carpet, some immigrant who's an electrician. Like, these are real jobs that actually tangibly add something to society. I babble, you babble. And here he is acting like, they're evil, they're terrible, they're wrong. Or at least they shower. At least they don't use dead rats as alarm clocks like some people. At least there's not a cockroach crawling across their shirt as they're doing their job, unlike some people.
I'll be packing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I'd say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit.
What is with the fake laugh? Like, why are you forcing a laugh about this? It's so embarrassing.
Up like Ash Ketchum. I say, guess what? Guess what?
Look at that fake laugh. This is so hard.
Yeah, this part is also very cringy. I hate that, like, the fake like I'm having a great time with this bullshit that he does. It's so nasty.
So put on. By the way, the most ironic thing of all this is Asmongold has always looked like the traditional depiction of Jesus Christ. Right? Like the way white people think Jesus looks with, you know, he's very white, but he's got like the hippie hair, the hippie beard. He looks like Jesus, but he literally sounds like Adolf Hitler. like it's so bizarre.
Get your shit. Nah, bring your family too. Let's go, boys. Come on. Get in the van.
You ain't doing shit. He said he talks a big game. If he was in front of immigrants, he wouldn't say anything. He would just keep it moving.
Get in the red and blue van. Gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about him. Like other, you know, like, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out. I'd put like Pokemon themed music over it. I'd do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them.
Hate all these people you don't know. Who's this for? Just out of curiosity, like, who is watching this going, love this, bro. This is right on, bro. Like, I genuinely don't understand who would watch this and get enjoyment out of it. But honestly, I'd like to thank Asmongold because at the very least, he did rip the mask off of the veneer of fake intellectualism that the likes of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro gave to the right. Like, the whole project of the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro is to put this highfalutin veneer over what their actual worldview is and make it seem like, oh, it's actually intellectual and high IQ to be on the right. And let me talk really fast to try.
It's pretty crazy that Twitch, like, if I were to say anything like half as violent, it's ironic that, I mean, Twitch would cook my ass, right? And in spite of the fact that I don't say shit like that, Asmongold and all these other like drama lovers consistently make it seem like I'm saying shit that's like as violent or as vile as Asmongold. As a matter of fact, if I were to say something as vile about like even Israel, right? I would be on national news. I would be on every single news station in this country. It's insane to me how much breathing room we give to the right. It's crazy. Every institution is constantly babying these animals, dude. Nasty.
To make you think I'm saying something intelligent. Whereas Asmongold, who now, by the way, has all of like the former Ben Shapiro viewers, nobody's watching Ben Shapiro anymore. At least he's just like letting it all hang out. Just like, hey, no, this is actually what our worldview is. We are hateful little devils. That's what we are. We are spiteful, hateful, greedy, sadistic assholes. That's what we are. So I at least want to give him points for the honesty, because I genuinely, like, thank you for leaving no plausible deniability anymore. Like, I was naive when I was younger, and I thought, like, there's no Nazis anymore. Like, of course there's none anymore. No, it turns out that there's a lot of Nazis, and they're just Republicans. Like, they're just a lot of MAGA. They just are Nazis. And he's a great example of this. We're not done yet, though. Now we got some stuff on Iran, I guess.
And you've got to keep in mind, too, that they're bombing these people in their houses, too. So it's probably their family as well. So that means that it's not only are they the guy, but they're also the whole family of the guy, too. And
he directly broke TOS here, same who said, you talk shit about a protected status veteran. We're silent about this. Asmongold singles out Somali Americans and calls them all burdens of society and criminals. When you look at the way people from Somalia have integrated, variable, these people are total drains on society. They steal things. They do not integrate. They are negative for the societies that they come to. Over 83% of Somali Americans are citizens, and in Minnesota alone, they contribute over $8 billion to the economy. Again, Twitch doesn't apply the same standards. Of course it's bannable. Any other content creator, a content creator smaller than Asmongold that doesn't have a direct through line, a direct line of communication with like JD Vance or whatever, would get ethered off this platform. Okay? Absolutely. By the way, this is not even the worst thing he said about Somalis in general. It just doesn't matter, right? Bringing awareness to this or exposing the hypocrisies don't matter, because the reality is a lot of what Twitch responds to is public pressure. And unfortunately, Twitter as an ecosystem is very far right. Okay? It's an unbelievably far right ecosystem. And things that I say or do in the process of like delivering humanitarian aid to a country that's like suffering under an unjustifiable blockade, for example, will run and dominate the website for days on end. But shit like this will not, because most people agree with it on Twitch. Hasan is more popular than Asmongold, that's why. I mean, I think it's fair to say that he has a lot of European fans in general. I mean, the majority of his fans are European. And it's fair to assume that like he doesn't have as much real world motion, I guess, for his ideology, for the things that he says. I mean, his numbers look great on YouTube. That's undeniable. But I don't think he has any real world motion whatsoever. That's probably part of the reason why the stuff that he says doesn't get like that level of that level of attention. Yeah, Hasan got banned for saying Zionist animal or criticizing people cheering on the public execution of protesters by ICE. Yeah. Why do you keep saying majority of his fans are Europeans? Did he do a poll or something? Yes. And not only did he do a poll personally, but also on top of that, anytime there is a fan of his in my chat, we look at their chat logs, and they're almost always either from Canada or from Europe. They are European right-wingers LARPing as MAGA. Very interesting. Sounds a very scientific poll. Is that the level of intensity the level of authority you place on like my own demographic polls that I run. Yeah, I mean, it's self-selected. Here you go. This is one of them. We caught one, you know? You also have EU fans. American politics affects the world. Yeah, but the majority, the overwhelming majority of my fans are American. The majority of his fans are European. Yeah, the somewhat normies, 22 to 35-year-olds who come to my bar have mentioned you or have heard of you, but I never in my life ever heard someone name check Asmongold. Isn't Asmon viewers split by country the same as yours? No. I do think the drama is contained to X. I haven't seen anything against the Cuba trip on TikTok, IG, or YouTube. Some. But it's not even that. It's also on mainstream media. You know, Daily Mail wrote something. Look, this guy, again, telltale sign of an Asmongold fan, talking about me or my dog in the Asmongold chat. Unfucking believable. How did you know you caught one? Immediately. Went, is that a scientific study? Look, he's really obsessed with you. He wouldn't be if you didn't have much higher views. He's so insecure. Are you going to vote for Trump a third term now? Smile. He's just talking about me in that chat and then coming in here to watch me. And then he has the audacity to say, I'm the obsessed one. It's very strange the way that these guys behave. Like anytime there's an Asmongold viewer in my community, we check their chat logs in Asmongold's chat. Okay. And they're always talking about me in that community. It's so strange. People of the UK would thank you, one of his chats. Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think he might be Turkish. Can I not love you both? No, man, no hate. Just saying that everyone says something on the internet. Hard to believe things easily anymore. Why are you backing down? Does your chat logs make it seem like you have equal appreciation for both myself and the exact inverse? Yeah, she should come to Europe. Haha. There it is. Chat. Hit dogs holler. That's the scientific study. No wonder Hasan left. He's just a pussy while regular Turks are based. No one who isn't Turkish doesn't correct. No one who isn't Turkish will take the time out to correct someone and say Turks aren't Arabs, man. I think his fans' thing is if they keep claiming you're obsessed with Asmon or even sexually harass you over it, that they'll feel emasculated, insecure, or embarrassed and stop calling him out. They're from the Gamergate group of haters. Funniest vindication ever. Yeah. We wouldn't know about all this if he didn't fucking choose to chirp when I was literally bringing him up. Now, I don't think he's European because he's Turkish, right? He's Turkish. Funniest HasanAbi hater, please unban. Kaya Patriot 1776. Wait, that's awesome. That's a fucking amazing PFP. Kaya is a patriot. Belki Edirne taraflarındadır. EU sayılır. Yok öyle olmuyor. Yok öyle olmuyor. Nah, he's probably a Turk living in Germany or some shit, but it doesn't really matter. My point has been proven, I think, right? That's why I always say hogs come in all shapes and sizes. Feel me?